Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Henry and Alex have warmed us up, and now we're ready to go racing for the final time for the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy, round number 4. From Orlando Kart Center, Junior Max will once again lead us off. It's a breath of fresh air to see the sun shining through the clouds here on this sunny Sunday morning, Henry.
Yes, indeed it is. And already you would have seen on the screen drama for Australia's Hamish Campbell, struggling to get his kart onto the grid, and enlisted the help of Davin Roberts' father, Nathan, to get that kart on the grid. Now, with Davin in the thick of the title battle, helping a rival into a race, hey, you know, maybe a good turn will come his way as a return later on. Who knows? So, pre-final time. Myself and Xander Clements will bring you up to speed with the points situation. Here is your starting lineup. Pole position, Julian Rivera from Ecuador. Edward Kennedy on the outside of row number 1. Hamish Campbell will start from P3 alongside Canada's Alexis Bayerjon. Felipe Benito and championship leader Ryan Gandor go from row 3. Riley Cranham, third in points, goes alongside the number 8.
Yeah, there's one driver in each class, or about a half the classes, Henry, that for some reason, again, we talked about it yesterday, right? The CIA doesn't want us to see him. Don't know why.
Okay, yeah.
Sadly, I know you caught Liam Compitiello. Apologies to the Compitiello family for whatever reason. Not happy. Arthur Cordero happens to be that young man in Junior Max.
Okay,
so timing and scoring, not happy with them. They're happy with them on speed high.
Yes.
He rolls from 8th. 9th will be Isaac Malcuit, and then from there, the rows are inverted. So it's Ike on the inside of Jackson Porter, Nate Dogg, Nate Dupuis on the inside of Cole Medeiros for an All-Canada. Row 6, Darren Kidd and Leo Da Silva. Row 7, and then you go back to 15th to find yesterday's front runner, Davin Roberts, as you mentioned. A rougher go of it, but already getting some, hopefully some good karma going his way with his father helping Hamish Campbell get onto the grid.
And Davin Roberts is just 14 points behind. 14 points behind Rayan Gandor. One driver who will not take the start.
Alexander Salvage right there in the U-Race Tony Kart. Heartbreak.
Yes, indeed. Looking back further on the grid, Raimi Guzman, Hamed Mustafa, Jackson Morley, Achilles Sapirko, Olivier Chasse, Maddox Ruiz, and a whole lot more. 75 points for a win, 70 points for second, 65, 60, etc., etc. Only the top 15 score points in the pre-final. Rayan Gandor and, I'll say this, Rayan Gandor and Riley Cranham were protesting each other at the end of the final yesterday. Has that opened the door for Davin Roberts? Here we go. And we are underway already. Somebody on the grass, and Julian Rivera was getting worn out there going into turn number 1. He runs wide, and is that Hamish Campbell taking the lead? No, it is Riley Cranham. Fantastic start from the Brit in kart number 218. After a penalty in the final yesterday, Cranham eventually finished 12th. That is why he is down to 3rd in the championship. On 621 points. So his goal is simple. In the words of Al Davis, just win, baby.
Down the backstretch for the very first time here, working through lap number 1 of 10 in this pre-final. Once again, side by side further back. That was Roberts getting his elbows out a bit. Big breakaway to kick things off. Riley Cranham with a great start. Here's Nathan Dupuis ahead of Hamish Campbell. Edward Kennedy in tow. Alexis Bayerjon is there, but one lap led, and it's done by the Prime Power Team Barrel Art. Alex.
Yeah, thanks, guys. The one driver to note here, and to keep your eye on, the 207 REM Cole Medeiros on pole yesterday. Had a rough, pre-final and final today for the pre-final, rolling off P12. Put on new tires, so expect him to make some moves here.
Alex, if you were watching Nathan Dupuis losing a couple of positions, now I was chatting to Nathan and his family and his teammate. Now he looks to the inside. Nathan's made more passes than virtually every other driver here. However, Nate Dogg, he does like to try a bit of a slim shady round the outside. And a lot of drivers just see Nathan on the outside and go, nope, and just ease him onto the grass, which is why he's had so many problems. So we're trying to impress on Nate Dogg. Look, outside is for show, inside is for go. He may have remembered that, but he did go to the outside in turn number 5, which is coming up now. And he's now being chased by championship leader, Ryan Gandor. Oh, and behind Gandor
Medeiros.
Yeah, and I've got to say, Alex Searle said, watch out, call Medeiros. Yes, you were right, Alex. Championship contenders, Cranham first, leader Gandor 8th, Roberts 11th. And there is Davin Roberts, the 4th kart in that line, just behind Edward Kennedy. Oh, there's a driver slow up front. Is that Hamish Campbell? Oh no, the Aussie. And he had problems getting the car onto the grid. Gremlins have returned. Hamish Campbell out of 5th position, and not going to be a happy Sunday morning for the Aussie. Back up at the front, Cranham is under pressure. The Ecuador, the Condor from Ecuador, Julian Rivera, has taken flight and is starting to flap his wings behind that prime power team, Birrell ART.
Yeah, Julian Rivera last time by looked pretty good, like he was closing in, and the lap time showed it. 55.705. We'll refresh the ticker on the left-hand side of your screen so you can see as we work through lap number 3 of 10 with 2 in the book. Work through lap 4, 3 in the books. 55.705 for Julian Rivera's HRT Motorsports Xpree. He has been tracking down Riley Cranham as the tires have slowly come to life here in this pre-final for your Junior Max drivers. And now I think he'll go even better this lap, closing down to maybe a half car length away at the line. What'll be the gap? It's going to be less than maybe 2/10, right on the money. And for the first time in about 2 laps, Henry, Riley pulled that gap back open. So just far enough that Julian couldn't make a diver right here in turn 5.
But Julian Rivera's kart is handling beautifully. Look at how tight he can keep it at the apex. Look how little track he's using coming off the corners, and yet he doesn't lose momentum. Through this complex here, apex to apex, that kart is set up superbly. Now Rivera has got to make his move, but Cranham is a tough nut to crack. And Julian, he will not want to influence the championship in an adverse way. He's a respectful young man, is Julian Rivera, the inaugural Winter Trophy Micromax champion in 2022. Couldn't go to the Grand Finals in Portugal because he broke his arm just beforehand. He did go to Bahrain in 2023 and did extremely well, top 10 in Bahrain, and was also in Sarno last year, but as a Minimax driver, but just missed out on the final. So Rivera, he knows how to get things done. Now, Gandor. There he is, being chased by his countryman, but not his teammate, Cole Medeiros. Gandor is up to P4. Nate Dupuis is there. And now Medeiros, well, countryman or not, we don't drive for the same team. And that's my position. So Medeiros now moves into P4. Gandor down to 5. Dupuis 6. Kennedy 7th. And Roberts up to 8th. So a +7 position gain for Davin Roberts, and we're not done yet.
No, we are not. Again, we are just making our way through this pre-final. Another lap goes into the books here once again for your main group that we're continuing to keep our eyes on right now with Cole Medeiros, Ryan Gandor, Nate Dupuis, and then back to Edward Kennedy. Little gap from Edward to find Davin Roberts. He's at least got himself a better position now from where he started, up a handful into that 8th spot. And as they round that big sweeper, here we go once again, working lap 7 of 10 in this Junior Max pre-final. Riley Cranham to Julian Rivera to Isaac Malcuit, long gone up front. And the battle is really 4th down to, I'd call it maybe 11th, it looks like, at the end of the group to another one of your prime power team drivers. That's the 292 just behind Felipe Benito of Jackson Morley.
Yeah, you're right there. And at the moment, as things stand, Riley Cranham would gain 20 points on Ryan Gandor. And that would put Cranham up to within 33 points of Gandor. Roberts would lose a little bit of ground, but would still be, well, Roberts is 8th Yeah, Roberts would it would be very, very close. Cranham and Roberts would be very close, and Gandor would extend his lead ever so slightly. But Julian Rivera might still have something to say about that. And don't sleep on Isaac Malcutt. There he is, Little Sizzle in third position. Rivera driving so maturely. That kart still looks like it's on rails, but yet he is waiting. He doesn't want to, make a lunge and take out one of the championship contenders. He's going to pick his moment. And Riley Cranham needs to be aware of that. Riley, he's got to be a bit more circumspect. Rivera can hang it all out. And Gandor still back in fifth. There's the move. Julian Rivera, P1.
Yeah, he'd been waiting on it for a long time there, Henry. Very, very patient drive from the young driver on that HRT Motorsport X-Spree, Julian Rivera. Now, Riley Cranham, how long do you want to kind of stay in line behind Julian at this point in the race, right? You haven't had a chance to see anyone else's lines on this different track today, and yeah, he pointed forward for two reasons. First, to follow. Second, to try to keep that driver further away from the fight. Isaac Malcutt looking really sporty here on this pre-final Sunday morning, coming to the white flag.
Yes, indeed. Now, will Rivera defend for his life during tournament? Riley Cranham, okay, that's the signal from Cranham. I'm not going to try and pass you, just go, go, go. Cranham will be happy with second. He obviously doesn't know where Gandor is. And Davin Roberts has dropped to ninth, so that's not great for Roberts. Now Rivera is defending. He thinks, well, Riley, I'm not sure if I trust you or not. So I'm going to defend anyway, because that's my right as the race leader on the last lap. And this is the situation that Riley Cranham finds himself in. How does he manage all these moving chess pieces at 70 miles an hour? He's spitting feathers, is Cranham. But you know what? Well, hey, it's a championship. It's a ticket. Rivera's got to do what he's got to do. He's not in contention. He just wants to win this race to set himself up for the main event. And you know what? Ecuador's Julian Rivera is going to win this race. Great drive. Cranham second, Malcutt third, and on the last lap, Gandor grabs fourth. That could be important. Ahead of Dupuis, Medeiros, and Roberts gains 2 places on the last lap. So, and of course, I have to preface this, ladies and gentlemen, everything that Xandra and I say about points are based on our calculations as we see things on track. We do not have access to the nose cone penalties, to the marshal's reports, and we will not try and second guess that. But what we do know is that Gandor finishes fourth. We know that Cranham is second, and we know that Roberts was seventh. And Gandor, that is another 60 points for Rayan Gandor. Davin Roberts in seventh, that's 45 points. So Roberts loses 15 points to Gandor. So Gandor now has a lead of 29 points over Davin Roberts. And Cranham, well, he goes from being 50 points back to being 40 points back. And 40 points is the difference between first and fourth place in the main event. It'll go down to the wire, that's for certain. There are the 2 contenders from yesterday. Fantastic, fantastic drive, I've got to say. Pro drivers, in every aspect. The way they conduct themselves, the way they drive. Yeah, Rotax won't let me say Rotax Pro. I'd love to, though, because the superstars in this class, sometimes it doesn't go quite how we planned, but when it does go right, it's good.
Yeah, it's fun to watch, right? Again, Rotax is kind of in a bit of its own world, a bit different from the typical pro multi-make classes where the top drivers are, but naturally, you want to prove that your team, your chassis line can go and win on all platforms, and that's why we're seeing some of the hired guns, if you will, some of the factory-level drivers in the U.S. racing in the Rotax Senior Max category. And, of course, like you mentioned, they're on screen. Diego Ramos, Caden McQueen, they were fun to watch in a will they, won't they dance yesterday, but they didn't. It was a won't they moment. However, it's a new day and a lot will change. We know that, of course, Caden McQueen, part of what made that such a fun run for him is he went on sticker tires to make up for what was a bummer of a pre-final after a clutch issue had him just not being able to basically get out of the corners. On the other end of the spectrum, one driver who flew completely under the radar yesterday, well, really two of them, Aiden Ingrata and Kai Hunter. As you can see on screen there, Hunter chatting with Caden McQueen and Aiden Ingrata, ready to roll. Aiden played a very smart points day, stayed in the top 3 in pretty much every single session, collected what he needed, boosted his lead. He enters today with a very comfortable margin. Not a clinch, and it won't be a clinch, but it will be a big-time lead that maybe a really good pre-final could make it all but that.
He might clinch it here. As long as Aiden Ingrata is 175 points ahead of Lewis Goff at the end of this race, he will be champion. Unless he gets excluded from the final.
And that's where I want to add that stipulation of not a full clinch. We can't quite celebrate yet. He's a racer. He's going to race. And he just needs to know that as long as he doesn't go and, really get the eye of the stewards, he'll be more than fine.
He is currently 141 points ahead of Lewis Goff, who is the only driver that can really mathematically even take the title. Pernod is third on 624, but that's, 180 points back. So 141 points ahead at the moment. If he gains 35 points on Goff, and the difference if Ingrata wins, if Ingrata wins, Goff would have to finish in the top 8 to take the fight to the next race. Anything worse than 8th place for Goff, game over. That's if Ingrata wins. No school like old school. I've got my piece of paper taped to the desk up here, Xander.
And that would only, again, qualify if Aiden ended up finishing 35th or 36th. So there's only 2 spots you've got, Henry, here that aren't marked with a point score.
Only 34 drivers score points.
Yeah, so that's the only way. He'd have to score 0 points, right? Because with a 25 and a 26-point baseline, that now delta of where how high up Goff has to finish to keep the lead alive if Aiden finishes 34th or better. Okay, he is not one of the first 2 to inevitably usually ends up being exclusions in one way or another, 35th or 36th. With that many drivers, you get a mix of tech infractions, on-track infractions, and more than anything else, post-race weigh scales underweight. When you have that many, the odds are in the favor of someone just having something go wrong and ending up getting dropped. Even if you got cleaned out in the first corner, you go to the scales, someone else may not, that doesn't have a care to because their weekend's over and they weren't in the points, and you end up in the 34th position. Now, Paul Verheimen, yesterday was a big leap forward for himself, for Prime Power Team Bureau Lard in terms of speed and being kind of in that lead group conversation. It wasn't all the way forward, but it was a step in the right direction, and he gets to start Sunday with another solid qualifying effort. The Frenchman has been fun to watch over the last 24 hours. I'm curious if he can build on that Saturday momentum that he's got going for him and take the fight to 2 of these drivers, for example. Lewis Goff on screen in the Team UK red, white, and blue suit. Kai Hunter in that blue, white, and pink Rullison Performance Group suit. Both of them have basically never, at speed-wise and position-wise, faded outside of the top 10 or top 15 overall in all of the sessions we have run through practice, through qualifying, through races in the first 3 rounds of the championship. They have been mainstays at the front of the grid.
Now, Prime Power Team, they've come onto the scene the last 2 years. Very professional European-style setup, very fast wagons, yes? The gentleman with Aurum on the back of his shirt there, and the sort of gingery strawberry blonde hair, that's Danny Sweeney. He is responsible for the power behind that. So he is over here as an advisor, and he has been instrumental in helping Prime Power Team really come on strong. Danny Sweeney was the gentleman who was tasked with setting up and running the Argenti Motorsport team in the UK, run by Ron Meadows, the Mercedes Formula One team manager. And when Ron Meadows handpicks you to run a race team, you need to know what you're doing, and he does, and he's proving it here stateside as well.
Well, building off of that too, we mentioned Prime Power Team. That's specifically in them attending and racing in the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy. Team owner Trevor Wickens brother of famous racing driver Robert Wickens, who now finds himself in sports car competition. Trevor's been a mainstay in Canadian karting for a long time, and he's had a number of talents come through his program, including the likes of Patrick Woods-Toth, who finds himself on the road to IndyCar. So that's a powerhouse group with even more power added onto it in the horsepower department. But they've still got to race just like everyone else and go against some of the American Titan teams that, again, we were watching Ralston Performance Group's drivers on screen moments ago. Now, let's go down to Alexander Searle, who has also gotten some more on the ground and within the last couple of moments intel for us.
Yeah, guys, today might be Championship Sunday, but it's also Strategic Sunday. There's a couple of things to note in this race. The main one, Diego Ramos. Out of drivers in the top 10 after speaking with teams, drivers, mechanics, the only driver that didn't choose to go for their set from the second qualifying on Friday was Ramos. He's still using his set from yesterday that he drove in the pre-final and the final. His tires look a lot worse than the drivers around him. He said, listen, if I can just get a top 3, I'm in great shape for the final.
That's something that you can do, obviously, when you've got such a great starting position as Diego does. Great point there, Alex. He rolls, obviously, from the outside of row number 1. When you start that high up and you know you can afford to slip backwards just a little bit, or you're banking on your ability and speed in the car to fall back a little, you've got kind of, that insurance to burn. So he can fade and end up with a huge tire advantage in the main event. Comparatively, a driver that starts at the bottom of the screen here, they've got to race forward because only the top 15 are going directly to the final.
And only the top 15 score points. Aidan Ingrata and Diego Ramos share row number 1. Kai Hunter and Paul Buchanan on row 2. Lewis Goff and Caden McQueen, row 3. Bedard Boutillier, Fuka Karai, Frederic Lemieux and Salvador Dalla Vecchia. If there's a hard luck story, it's that driver from Venezuela, Dalla Vecchia. He's 14, he's ill, he crashed the pit lane yesterday. He then had to come through LCQ, got into the top 6, got a nose cone, and didn't make the main event. Marak, Sydney Cassells, can she get through without a nose cone? Ethan Thorne, Liam Gray, Vega, Savannah Callis, Santi Fernandez, Branson Gaudet. That's just the top 20. And Lewis Goff finished second in last year's junior Rotax Grand Finals. He wasn't expecting to win. This is a bonus for him. He was out here to learn, to have a good time. And there's the rest of the field. Aidan Shimbashi, Michael Boyadzis, Ricky Keys, Raphael Imbert, and Ryland Crosby, part of the Scuderia Buell young driver program. This is his very first year in karting, is Ryland Crosby. So he is learning fast. And lights are out. The green flag waves. We are racing. Ingrata leads them through turn number 1 with Hunter and Goff right on his rear bumper at the back. Oh, well, now
that is going to be Keys goes into the wall, Osborne into the wall as well. Going around in front of him was Aidan Shimbashi. Bad luck continues for the HM Propeller driver. And Paul Forkeman also. Terrible start for the Frenchman. He got shuffled wide. He's probably going to cycle around to maybe 9th or 10th coming out of this corner and down the backstretch. Let's see where he ends up. It looks to be actually not as bad. 6th, but it's Ingrata, Hunter, Goff, who is under fire from Fuka. And then you go back to the end of the top 10 to find the likes of William Bottillier, Federic Lemieux, Olivier Bedard there in that white suit.
Yep, and look at this formation flying from the Wallace & Well, no longer formation flying because, of course, Nicholas Fuka made that move. The AM karting team, Ariel Castro, he was at the presentation last night. I said, why aren't you driving? He was busy. He is one crazy dude, is Ariel Castro. I love the personality. Nicholas Fuka to the inside of Kai Hunter. And, it was a 1-2-3 for RPG. Now it's a 1-3-4. This is it where Ingrata has to be concerned. He hasn't got the safety of his teammates. Don't turn in. You saw Ingrata just ease wide. Nicholas Fuka does not care that Aidan Ingrata is within striking distance of the championship. And now Aidan Ingrata can't get out of his own way. He falls to the back of the group. Hey, Aidan, if you've got to take your lumps, think big picture, and he's done that. Fuka went in and Ingrata was turning in and then, no. I think, okay, I've had enough fun at the front,
You have to be careful with that though, Henry. You fall too far back, you end up in the hornet's nest. He's kind of on that cusp of the midfield that's going to have a wreck potentially open and split this pack apart like that. Savannah Callis off in turn one as Nicholas Fuca takes over the lead, and a change for, or no, defending for third. Actually, yes, a change. Goff back. Ramos and McQueen through. So it is Nicholas Fuca putting the AM Racing team out in front for the first time this weekend in Senior Max. And as they exit turn number 10, Kai Hunter keeps a close eye on him as Fuca points to the heavens. Ramos and McQueen half a second back. How long will it take them to get there?
And this is what we could have enjoyed yesterday had the final gone a couple more laps, and that is Ramos and McQueen battling together. This is for third place though. Ingrata now finds himself in 7th position, and he's got several go-karts inches in front of him. Olivier Pitard now trying to work his way around him as well. Ingrata, well, I don't know, can you bite fingernails through racing gloves? If you can, Aiden is doing it. Hey, no one said that this sport was easy.
Oh, Santi Fernandez off with a tire drop there out of turn 5, top corner of the screen. That's outside of this group, but close to that transfer window. Got to be careful again around there, just as much as your points racing in Ingrata shoes. You're kind of position and conservative aggression further back, whereas this pack here is all aggression right now for 5th. Foreman, Goff debating on the straightaway, and unfortunately rookie Lewis Goff, I think, believed in Foreman and didn't think that his teammate would go. He did, so he's lost a spot, but behind him, all chaos exploding there. How about the Speed Concepts machine moving into the top 10 now?
Yeah, that of no, that's not Fernandez in the top 10, is Dominic Karai. You saw there Goff and Ingrata side by side. Ingrata went for a move on Goff, his teammate, but title rival, let's not forget. And Goff did the smart thing. Now he goes to the inside, and Ingrata needs to do the smart thing. Oh, and just let him go. But now we've got Karai right behind Ingrata. Ingrata likes having his teammate behind him. The only bit of sanctity that Ingrata has, because your teammate's not going to smash you off, is he? Is he?
Well, I mean, either way, ticket on the line, right? But, I mean, you know that the penalties have been flying this weekend. The appeals have been as well, but they haven't always been overturned. Now, Dominic Karai, no dog in the fight. He's having a fantastic drive forward into 8th, safely in the transfer window, looking for more. Let's speak about that transfer window. Once again, Sydney Cassels has herself in the picture on the bubble. Right around her, in front of her, that's William Botillier. He is 13th. Cassels 14th across the line. Ethan Thorne on the SCR Red Speed, that black, white, and red OTK at the end of this train, just behind Sydney Cassels Birolart, is the man in 15th. So 16th, Salvador de la Vecchia on the outside looking in, and he's got a little gap to make up to get there. He does have 5 laps to arrive, but he needs to keep charging forward. Let's look quickly at lap times before we focus back forward. De la Vecchia, I don't know if he got past or if he's got a lack of speed, but this is what might save him here. Lots of fighting at the edge of the top 10 in early teens.
Yes, there is lots of fighting.
Oh, no, Ethan Thorne.
I'm going to defend the driver, saying he wasn't aware that Ethan Thorne was on his outside, because there was one driver was looking at the inside and then switched to the racing line, and Ethan Thorne was already on that bit of tarmac. You know, and luckily Ethan Thorne didn't hit anything. Here we go, and that moves De La Vecchia into P15, and
Boyaz is on the outside.
Yeah, Boyaz is now up at the 16th position. Vega, Godet, Thorne still 19th. Shimbashi is there, and Caden McQueen, as Xander pointing out to me, has just set the new fastest lap of the race.
And he went to 3rd last lap. Looks like as he went by the hairpin there, he's gone up to 2nd. Still fighting further back. Pushbacks deployed for a couple. Problems with the championship points leader. Aiden Ingrata has a mechanical failure as he pulls off to the side, and he is furious.
The unthinkable has happened. Ingrata will score 0 points.
And he will go to the LCQ. If he misses the main, Lewis Goff has a chance, a slim chance, but a chance nonetheless to try and steal this one away.
We did not see what happened. He's pushing the cart, wheeling the cart. I think that was a mechanical failure. I'm wondering if any of our camera guys and girls managed to pick that up. We've got eyes and ears everywhere here. Even if we didn't catch it, just see just stop. Now, Goff, you're in 6th position. You've got 0.6 of a second to make up to Paul Kevin. You can only realistically make up one more position. That'll give you 55 points. That will put you onto, well, effectively, it'll put you 80 points behind Goff. So 140 points disappears down to 80 points. And in the final, 80 points is only the difference between first and eighth. As McQueen to the race lead, no, Fuka gets him back. But even if Ingrata wins the LCQ, he's still going to be starting at best 31st in the main event. Just when you thought it was over, it wasn't. And McQueen leads. Here comes Ramos and Kai Hunter. 2x2 up Scrapyard Straight, and it's Ramos. No, it's Kane and McQueen. Great stuff. And Hunter emerges in front.
Kai Hunter taking a lesson learned. A week ago, he was more of the aggressor. That was Caden McQueen who was able to pick up the pieces last time around. This time, Kai Hunter picks up the pieces on a Sunday pre-final on McQueen's aggression. And as we enter the final lap, Kai Hunter leads his first laps of the weekend, and it is a potentially very important one. He'll cover the low side, but not enough. McQueen pulling the pin again, all the way down on the low side to take over the lead. And a very smart, a very conservative Kai Hunter this week lets him through, says, okay, you know what? I'm not going to throw the weekend away. I want to get a win in a main. I don't care about the pre-final. McQueen covering low. Ramos, best case scenario for him here, Henry, on the old tires. He's loving the battling because it slows the pace down and makes the old tires not matter at all.
And into the dust on the inside line. McQueen steps on the anchors. Fuka and Ramos all now. And look at Goff. Goff can pick up more places here because the pack has been backed up so much. What can Lewis Goff do? Lewis Goff's up over the curb. He's going to gain a couple of positions. Oh, Fernandez. Oh, McQueen wins by half a kart length. Fuka in third, Paul Kevin fourth. Goff only sixth. He died at the inside going into the last corner. I did see that's Frederick Manning's kart in a, no, this is the 358, yeah. Nicholas Vega, sorry. In a pretty dangerous position.
So provisionally, Lewis Goff, P6. Aiden Ingrata outside of the transfer zone. That last spot went to Ethan Thorne. So a bit of a bittersweet moment when you talk about who's going to the final, because Ethan was safely racing his way in, got pushed off, drives his way back up into the top 15. But on the other end of the spectrum, Aiden Ingrata will roll from row number 8. Is that correct there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Row number 7 in the LCQ, pending penalties, pending the rest, to just give himself a fighting shot to continue this chase he's had. He's been flawless to this point in the weekend, to this point in the championship, Aiden Ingrata.
Do you know something? We call RPG one of the behemoths of US karting, and their setup is immaculate. No stone left unturned, and that site there proves that even bad things can happen to the very, very best. It ain't over till it's over. And I said before we closed out our morning show that Alex Searle would be greeted by every extreme of emotion today, and there's one extreme walking towards him now. So highlights. It was great game on. Ramos, McQueen. Now McQueen gets the lead here. Look how far back Porkemin and Goff are at this point. This is with about 2 laps to go. And it was game on at the front. And the group of 4 became the group of 6. Ramos waving to Fuka. Every single one of these drivers had a turn at the race lead. I didn't like that. That was racing with a kart right at the edge of the circuit. Now, I didn't see a yellow flag from one of the marshals. If there was a yellow flag, then that's a bit naughty. If there wasn't, then that was also a bit naughty, but not by the drivers. And there's the race to the line.
Paul Forhemen, I mean, kudos to the Frenchman. He was all out of shape going side by side with Diego Ramos into that sector. He saved that well, and that's what almost allowed Lewis Goff to get 2 more spots and another 10 points added to the total, with 75 up for grabs in the pre-finals. But still, a 6th place is a decent points haul for Lewis Goff to try and add 1 more ticket to the column. Last year was a massive Team UK at the Rotax Grand Finals. They could already be on the cusp of another Team UK member secured here at an international event to rip it away from Team Canada if Ingrata is not able to rebound here. But he is so fast, and he was so collected yesterday. If he's able to kind of take a minute, take a breather during this break here, Henry, I see no reason why Aiden Ingrata can't have a solid and consistent drive into the top 15, top 20 and still pull this off.
Of course, but look at that there, the RPG team. That is the look of a team that has just bought the winning lottery ticket, and then they realised they left it in the pocket of their jeans and the wife washed them. And it's
only in one, though. Again, they win either way right now. The only two drivers in the fight are both of theirs. They've got still a win coming either way, but it definitely hurts to have it happen or have it shake out in the way where one of your drivers has something go amiss. But on the other end, Caden McQueen, he's had podiums at 3 of his 4 American starts thus far. Actually, no, correction here. Podiums, yes, 3 of the 4, and he got his first in the Rotax package yesterday. Let's go down to him with that pre-final win.
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Caden, I mean, pre-final win, obviously you're still looking for your maiden feature race win, but how would you kind of sum up that race for you? It looks pretty hectic.
Yeah, look, like I said yesterday, I think we got the tyre situation a bit right. Kai likes my glasses. But, yeah, no, it was good. You know, it's coming to the end of it, so everyone's trying to fight for the win and get as many championship points as possible. So it was a little bit of desperation, but also making sure that whatever I did was going to be right.
You've been in moments like this before in races that have this much, you know, up for grabs. Have you noticed a difference in driving style from the others today compared to the other weekends?
Yeah, like, you know, don't get me wrong, everyone here has raced really hard, really fair, the whole time I've been here. The racing is difficult, and, you know, having Kai in front on the last lap, I've obviously raced him over the years, so kind of knew what was coming and what to expect, especially with Kai out of the championship now. So it was about being cautious, but also making sure that I put myself in the right position.
All right, Caden McQueen, got the glasses on. Hopefully we can actually say ka-chow this time around. Thank you, bud.
Thank you.
All right, I'm also going to call on Lewis Goff. Lewis, over here, bud. I want to know, first and foremost here, your teammate Aiden Ingrata, you're fighting for the championship. There's emotions in both ways. When you see him on the side of the road, it helps you. What was going through your mind on the racetrack?
I wouldn't really focus on what happened to him or if he crashed or anything. I was just focused on my race and how much points I could have got. But I think at the end, 2 people had dropped down, so I think that really helps us with the points as well.
So now heading into the main event, knowing that you're now in a decent position here to go out there and maybe get a Rotax Grand Final ticket. Did you expect this heading into this championship, you know, event this past couple of weeks?
No, I knew there was like some few locals around there, and like Kai and Caden McQueen, who were pretty quick. I knew it was going to be a tough challenge, but I think it's all worked out so good so far.
How do you balance your approach in terms of being aggressive but also keeping it safe?
You don't go for much riskier moves as you would if you're really desperate, but when the moves are there to be made, I will go for them. So it was just one of them races where I had to keep calm when he DNF'd.
Didn't get a chance to talk to you much yesterday, but today, compared to yesterday, how do you kind of feel like your go-kart will progress throughout the day?
Yesterday we struggled a bit, but I think we've solved some few things with my driving, and me and my mechanic have sorted a few things with the kart, and I think I'm really confident going into the final now.
All right, thanks, Lewis.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Okay, now, Lewis Goff mentioned that a couple of people got nose cones. You know, we'll take things as they finished on track, provisionally. You know, I don't want to start doing calculations. As they finished on track, currently, Aiden Ingrata, 780 points. Lewis Goff, 699. Caden McQueen, 666. Now, Timothy Pernot has got 624. He goes in this pre-final. So it's not all doom and gloom yet for Aiden Ingrata. Even, you know, if Ingrata doesn't turn another wheel, you know, Goff would still have to finish in the top 15 in the main event. And as you can see, things can change in a hurry. Fortunes go up, they go down. Now Aiden has to deal with the mental side of it to go out and attack. But let's see what Timothy Pernot can do. Can he move into title contention a bit more? He is in this race. This is Senior Pre-Final B. And here is Drew Barrichello wearing a new race suit today, matching his dance. And here is your starting lineup. Jenson Burnett and his fellow Canadian Timothy Pernot on row number 1. Ecuador's Brett King and Canada's Arnaud Saboyin on row number 2. Brazil's Eduardo Barrichello and Canada's Lucas Nanji on row 3. Then Gianluca Savalio and yesterday's hard luck story, Laurent Legault, who is all but out of contention now. He goes from grid number 8. Mini Tutti, Javier Suarez, goes from grid 9 alongside Brett's twin brother Derek King. Antoine Lemieux and Damien Baez are on row number 6, followed by Manuel Troncoso, Aidan Fox and Aiden Lorenko, the two Fox and Son teammates. Then Adriano Vera, Brandon Carr, although I'm not sure Brandon will take the start. Brandon Comerford, then Frederick Manning and Alexis Vaillancourt. Alexander Searle, what news doth you bring?
Just a couple things here, Henry. Down on the grid, the top 10 drivers, all of them are on used tires besides the guy rolling off in P3, Brett King, a new set of tires there for the driver in that second row. I want to talk about Laurent Legault a little bit because last week he was in the limelight. This week, not so much, but I asked him, what's going on? He said, listen, it all comes down to that qualifying performance. He couldn't get the maximum speed out of the RPG Cosmic, but in the pre-final and the final yesterday, he felt like the speed was there. If he can just get out of that mid-pack group and go back to where he thinks he belongs in that front pack like he proved last week, he thinks he has something for the guys up front.
Yes, but of course, every single driver in this field is extremely talented and difficult to pass. Jenson Burnett has been on that set of Mojo tyres ever since qualifying began on Friday afternoon. He has the oldest tyres amongst the front runners. Can he hang on and still finish in a position that will allow him to go for broke on his new set of tyres from a good position? Timothy Pernot, now suddenly even more of a title contender than he thought he might have been, must take advantage of that. Pernot must get rid of Burnett, and I say that not in the literal sense, but get past him as early as possible.
I will say for Jenson Burnett, watching Diego Ramos in that first pre-final has got to give you a lot of confidence because Diego being at the tire disadvantage he was at definitely still looked just as strong and just as racy. And if this pre-final turns out in the same way where they end up fighting in the final few moments, he'll have another opportunity. Great starting point again for Brett King. Keep your eye on the new tires for that black and orange AM Racing Team X-Spree on the left-hand side of your screen. Arnaud Saborin trying for another solid performance today. Let's see if he can pull it off on his Beryl Art. Pre-final B, Jenson Burnett, Tim Pernot. Green.
Into turn number 1, Burnett slowly broke the line already. King is past Pernot into P2. Side by side through 3, Barrichello there up into 5th or 6th. Pernot trying to get the inside of King. No dice. Everybody safely through turn number 5. 1 or 2 drivers over the dirt. That's all about standard. And now, one of the LN carts, that was one of the Mike Doty racing carts, flirting with the barriers but staying out of trouble. Burnett, just hang on for as long as you can. That HRT cart is going to start knocking on your front door or your back door at some point. How long you can stop him from, entering the kitchen, so to speak, is probably not going to be that long. King already diving about, however. Hey, Burnett he's a wheelman, is Burnett. He's proven this. He can keep him behind for a couple of laps. Maybe Brett King can get overtaken by someone like Timothy Pernot. Oh, now pressure on Brett King.
Jenson Burnett had no issues defending last weekend. He was able to go to the low side early, and that's what kind of flustered Kai Hunter in both the pre-final and the final. So I don't see any reason why he'd have anything against doing it for all 10 laps here to keep himself in the lead, and that's what we're seeing right now. The leaders behind him in this 4-car pack don't want him to do it, but he is continuing to do so, and he's parking it nice enough that even Tim Pernot, with a little tap, maybe more than a little tap from that HRT X3 behind, was fully locked up the wrong way. And hate it for Timothy Pernod because now he might be having to overcome a 5-second penalty from newcomer to the lead pack, Brett King.
Yeah, no, Brett King just outbroke himself. You know, he cannoned into the back of Pernod, who cannoned into the back of Burnett. You know, Burnett on all the tires defending. Yeah, why was Jensen Burnett apologising about defending a race lead last week? He's learned his lesson. Hey, I got my strategy, you got yours. I'm going to race my way. You deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, there's an etiquette part of it for sure, though. You know, when you defend like that, it's a massive risk reward scenario, because when you make a mistake and you leave the door cracked, it's not a 1-spot loss, it's a 3-spot loss like that. Yep. And for Timothy Pernod, well, you got to defend for a minute. You hope this happens. Like that, boom, Brett King over the top of Arnaud Sabarin and into the wall. And he didn't want them to wreck, but he wanted them to battle. I hate this for Brett King, but that was dream scenario for Timothy Pernod, because now he can try to build a big gap and hopefully outrun that potential pushback that I'd have to imagine is looming. And that as well, I want to add on really quick, Henry, that it's probably the one detriment to the pushback bumper system. Obviously, it's no different than in Formula cars with front wings. But Tim Pernod, innocent bystander, and now he's got to outrun a 5-second penalty, we believe. Yeah,
them's the breaks, as it were. I have to say that the writing was on the wall. That accident, you could have predicted that. King getting a little bit frustrated, desperate, because this is his one chance on new tyres. Not everybody else wasn't playing ball. Here we go. Here is Xavier Suarez, and well, you said earlier, Burnett was defending, but he stuck to his line. Yeah, he white lined it up the inside of the back straight. He didn't chink across in the braking zone, and Suarez did there. Oh no! The King family's cup of misery overflows. Derek King out of the race. And again, Javier Suarez, he's young, he's excitable. He's suddenly up at the front against all these stars. His older brother has just got engaged. He wants to play, but he hasn't quite learned the rules yet in terms of etiquette. And if he sticks his nose in there, he'll learn something else as well, because Antoine Lemieux doesn't take that. Oh, well done, Tutti. Now there's a good move. And now he says, think. And
well, I think that, well, what a contradiction, right? The most aggressive driver says, use your head and be conservative, when I've already gotten ahead of you, right? But nonetheless, good case scenario here for Jensen Burnett, and a needed scenario for Tim Pernod. 5 seconds would still be a big hit right now, would drop him down to 14th. If that bumper's deployed, which as we can see, it is loose, it is definitely pushed in. But another good lap out of that PSL barrel art adds onto the margin. He's now only going to drop to 14th, or 13th, sorry. So 13th, the longer he goes, the more he outruns it, because 13th is only 2 spots in the show right now. It's 15 that go.
Yeah, indeed. You say it's to the detriment. This is the negative side of the front fairing rule, and you do have a point. However, it teaches drivers, okay, Timothy Pernod will know that. Well, Timothy, hey, life ain't fair. Get your head down, drive the wheels off the thing. Dig deep, learn something about yourself.
Oh, Alexis Vaillancourt off the racetrack on the Ben Cooper Racing barrel art there. That was out of the right-hander in front of the grid. Now, meanwhile, here's a look at your transfer zone further back, or at least not all the way to the transfer, but down the field. Manuel Troncoso leading this group. Savalio in tow. Laurent Legault on that blue and pink RPG Cosmic. And as we go all the way back to that transfer window, this is all right around where Tim Pernod would drop back, or would have. He's opened it up to now 5 seconds to 10th, so less so, but the transfer zone, Frederick Manning outside. Dudu Barrichello, 5th on the opening lap to 15th. He's the first man in, or last man in right now by an inch.
The 2022 and 2023 Senior Rotax Winter Trophy champion, fighting just for a place in the main event. Obviously, he was much higher up on the grid, and something has happened while we were focusing on other stuff as Troncoso goes around, comes back on. Oh, man, well, I didn't like that. And Barrichello looks across saying, what are you doing, man? Well, it gives Barrichello one place. Just goes to show how this event has grown. Now, who is that? Chasing
Frederick Manning on the Team GWR Tony car. Only driver under that camp, under the tutelage of Gary Willis here this weekend.
And he one of the only drivers that hasn't made a main event yet. He almost did it yesterday. He was within touching distance. Now, just Follow the Brazilian, Frederick. Follow the Brazilian. You're on the bubble. You're in the transfer spot. 2 laps to go. You want to make the main. This is your chance. Now, just drive. Just drive. Don't think about it. Don't worry about what's behind you. Don't try and make a pass. Just apex after apex. Back to the front. Game on for second.
Xavier Suarez was able to get around Jensen Burnett just moments ago. He had tracked him back down. Again, we know Burnett's on the older tires. Xavier Suarez flat flying right now. 2/10 better than race leader Tim Pernod. This will be a huge confidence boost for the AKT driver. 2 laps to go. The margin, 8.5 tenths. He needs 2 Superman level laps to get close enough to fight with Tim Pernod. Does he know that Timothy has a pushback? Hard to say, because basically this is the provisional fight for the actual race win, assuming no other penalties go in. But he's still thinking, there's one more go-kart in front, I've got to go catch him.
And if Xavier Suarez gets to within semi-lunge range, then Pernod better watch out, because you know what we've seen enough from Xavier now to know that, hey, if he sees half a gap, he's going for it.
And if I'm Gonzalo Aponte and I know that my driver has no pushback, if I can see, which we can easily see, Tim Pernod unfortunately does, and that the pushbacks are not protestable, I am waving every single flag, banner, anything on the fence line here to say, Xavier, it's okay. You don't need that next spot. We're going to win the pre-final as it is right now. Get on the low side. Don't let Jensen by. But he's still pushing to get there. Only a tick lower than the regular line in turn 5. I don't think Jensen even really wants to fight too hard either.
At the moment, with a 5-second penalty, if that is the case, that would put Pernod down to 9th. He can gain another place if he puts another 8/10 of a second on Lucas Nanji, who currently is 9th on this lap, this being the final lap. But that will be, here we go. Suarez defends. This could be potentially for the win. This could potentially be for a front row start of the main event. Oh, Burnett would love that. Fresh set of bones. Front row start of the main event. Thank you very much. But it's not going to be at the moment. Pernod comes across the line and takes the victory on the track. And
he'll slide to 9th provisionally, assuming there's no one else with a pushback, which would be a big surprise. I'm sure we've got more than just, unfortunately, Tim Pernod, but a heartbreaker for sure. He drove a great race and a textbook faultless penalty there for Timothy Pernod. It was sandwiched with Brett King. Just a lack of probably experience at the front with the level of defending that Jensen Burnett had been doing. And first time up front, just made a small miscalculation in the brake zone, rammed into Tim Pernod. Pernod had nowhere to go, got shish kebabbed into Jensen Burnett, knocked the pushback in. Now Xavier Suarez on back. If there's still a lot that could affect it, Burnett, Antoine Lemieux, silent race for the young Canadian, P4, and another Team Canada driver, Gianluca Savalia, there 5th. That's a full deployment right there. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Heartbreaker for sure, but again, assuming no one else has any penalties, which would be a big surprise, he would go back to 9th.
Yes, let's have a look. And I don't often wish that you're wrong, Xander, but I wish that you were wrong, because if he hadn't have had that penalty, that would have put Timothy Pernod, the race winning points, on 699 points in a tie with Lewis Goff. But hey, there's still plenty of drama. There's Billy Tutty. He looks a bit hot and bothered. Again, we talked about drivers. I think he's got speed. Now he just needs to control it. Yeah, he's crazy. Absolutely crazy Chilean driver from...
Well, he's got one of those similar extra rib comfort wraps that we saw with Nicholas Ambiato on. And, again, the gains you can make over the curbing here are huge. Now this is a much bigger heartbreak in my opinion, Henry. At least Tim Pernod is safely going to the final. A little hurt in the points due to Barrichello. Pushback penalty. That'll take him from 14th provisionally down to around 19th, assuming no one else has any. So he'd go from inside to outside. Manning goes from last man in to second to last in. Giannis Ilias would then move up.
If Giannis Ilias makes the main event, that would be outstanding. It's his very first Rotax event, his very first two-stroke event, his very first senior event. We'll catch up with that later on as we look back at the highlights. There is King in P2, and yeah, you could see desperation beginning to set in. There's a good move from Pernod to initially push back, and this is where Saboyan and King's race ended. Saboyan coming home eventually in 7th position.
Decent rebound for Arnaud.
Now, I mean, you're looking at, you wonder why Mini Tutti Suarez has that extra rib protector. Look how hard he hits the curbs. His rib protector needs a rib protector, and his chassis protector needs a chassis protector. He is not short of minerals, shall we say that. The wild man.
A lot of effort, a lot of heart. It might pay off here later today. Great run to the line to hang on over rookie Jensen Burnett. The Canadian has been sensational. Now, Dudu Barrichello, when he crossed the line ahead of Frederick Manning, was safe, and then it was Adriano Vera who crossed in front of him about a half second up the road. Reports potentially of Dudu getting that pushback deployed by, well, some stop-and-go behavior is the maybe PC way to call it, after the checkers into the scale line. And that right there, again, is another reason that I understand the FIA's stance, and this is obviously an international event that operates on their standards with pushback bumper deployment.
Yep.
But it is one of the most heartbreaking and really unsportsmanlike things when caught and when cut and dry to watch any brake checking post-race to deploy someone else's bumper. That's an automatic and unappealable penalty. And if that's the case, it takes Dudu Barrichello out the main. Well, I hope he has one heck of a comeback drive in that LCQ and to get into the A main with another drive from the back of the field forward.
Well, you say it diplomatically, Xander. I'll say I call that cowardice. Doing that, cowardice racing, and no good should come of it. There are other words, you know, complete muppetry is one of them.
We'll save those for when we're off the mics here. We'll take a moment to catch on up, catch our breath, get ready for more. Senior Max has their pre-finals in the books. We're continuing to roll with one more before a quick intermission. A huge thanks to everyone for following along and watching so far. Make sure to share, like, comment with all your friends and family back home, of course. Again, in terms of a break for me and Henry's voices, well, Alexander Searle's got a lot of voices to chat with that you'd probably rather hear from as well, like Tim Pernod, like Tutti Suarez, who had that fantastic roll from 9th to 2nd. Other big movers, Aiden Fox from 14th on the grid to 6th, safely in. 23rd for Aiden Galway. We've seen him in the LCQ, I believe at least 2, if not all 3 times. He should provisionally race his way in without any problems, going from 23rd to 11th. Great run for the Mike Doty racing driver, also right behind Aiden Lorenko, who started on the bubble spot, drove up to 10th. And a couple other movers there. Adriano Vera went 16th to 13th. From the back of the grid for Giannis Ilias, 21st to 16th, 22nd for Luka Posic to 18th. He's outside, but he might end up inside, depending on how the penalties shake out from this. Like you said here, Henry, Lewis Goff, Tim Pernod had it stuck. Had there been a way to avoid a 5-second ding for Tim Pernod, and we still don't know how big the ding could be because we know there's others that have penalties probably going. If he's the only one, it would go from him back 8 spots to the 9th position. Lucas Nanji would move to 8th. Laurent Lagoda to 7th. Saborin, I'd have to imagine there's at least a review on the Saborin and Brett King incident. I'd be surprised to see anything called on Arnaud. I mean, he was getting passed by the driver in front. Brett went to follow. So,
well, you know, you're right. You know, it was a reviewable incident, but the driver under review ended up out of the race.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you ready for some Chilean madness?
Well, we've got one already that's definitely got their country up in arms and watching. Nicholas Ambiato. How about Xavier Suarez joining that group?
Thanks, Xander. Xavier Suarez. I got his buddy Eric here going to translate for me and us. But Xavier, first and foremost here, what a run. What a drive through the field. Finished P2 on track. You won the race, though. What does this mean to you?
¿Qué es lo que esta carrera significa para ti?
Fue una carrera impresionante. Yo estoy hace mucho tiempo corriendo y primera vez que en una carrera internacional termino segundo.
And lastly here, Xavier, I mean, how would you kind of sum up the weekend for you? And how do you feel like you can kind of make a fight for that main event later today?
Este fin de semana, ¿tú crees que tú puedes pelear por el primero?
Este fin de semana, este día es nuestro día, así que yo creo que vamos a darlo todo en la pista.
All right, that's Xavier Suarez there. P2 finished on the road. P1 after Timothy Pernod's penalty there. So P1 for Xavier Suarez and Chile. So congrats to them, and obviously looking for more in that main event.
Thank you, Alex. You can hear in the background as well. It seems that the engines are fired now. We're right on schedule, staying right on it. Micromax here, getting set to head onto the racetrack. The youngest superstars now making their way down the back straightaway at Orlando Kart Center. There'll be a 10 to 15-minute intermission before this latter half of the class lineup rolls for pre-finals. Masters MAX, DD2, and DD2 Masters MAX, and then Mini MAX before you reset the order in the afternoon. Rotation with Senior MAX jumping from the 2nd seed to the 6th seed. But again, we'll keep those up on screen, those graphics for you guys to be able to know what's coming up. When it is, of course, exactly down to the minute. Manuel Blanco and Michelle Bosclair have run a phenomenal show, keeping things right on time, and it should stay that way. So you've got that official timetable on rtxkarting.com. Let's look at the grid, though, here, Henry. Micromax making their outlap now.
Yes, indeed. Minus Cam Becker, of course. We hope Cam is at home recovering well. It's going to be pole position for driver of the, not Zane Burgess. Zane Burgess will start fourth. It will be Englishman Albert Farrow who leads the field in the Dan Holland Racing number 42. Bernardo Goubert, he is fired up, drove from the back to the front yesterday in that D2 Motorsport machine. He did make it to the grid on time. I spoke to him, his dad, this morning. He said, but we were only 2 minutes late. 2 minutes? 2 seconds late. You're out. So Goubert is there. Then yesterday's winner, Murilo Dominguez. How much confidence will he have after that breakthrough victory? Zane Burgess, championship leader. Dominic Villarroa, defending champion, Zane's closest rival. P4, P5, then Lincoln Lima, doing a really good, solid job. And Zev Godchuk, the third of the 3 title contenders, goes from P7. No Cam Becker, sadly, so it'll be Hudson Howard, Joey Francisco, Maddox Pelletier, Luca Minosi, Yusuf Adi, Jack Clem, Grayson Kennefick, Brody McDonnell, Hank Lai, Corey Lyons, now Liam Estalis. There's Compatiello in there as well, Mr. Compatiello.
16th, yes.
Can you guess how many days Liam Estalis has driven a go-kart for? This is day 15 in a go-kart.
Impressive.
Ever. From literally going to a fun fair to here, Liam Estalis. He was, and he's already learning. So he asked me yesterday, he goes, why didn't that driver that pushed me off get a penalty? You're learning quick, lad. Now, Dutch Westbrook, a DQ from qualifying. Watch for the podium finisher yesterday. He's going to have to go top gear from the rear today in that number 33 Bennett Kart. What can the youngest members of the Rotax family serve up for us? I've got a feeling it's going to be a treat.
At least for Bernardo Goubert. The treat is that this time he gets to lead the field to green with clear track in sight, albeit on the outside of the front row once again, but still, it's a pretty place to start from, much prettier than from Dutch Westbrook's view. At the tail end, we'll keep tabs on the number 33 to see how far up the board he can go on lap number 1. Here we go, 8 laps, pre-final action, Micromax.
And hands in the air, will go around again. Green. It looked a bit quick, and oh dear, that's not what you want to do. The number 40, the number 93, well, that's Leo Sabino in the Fox and Son 93, and Grayson Kennefick in the Velocity Racing Sony kart. And that's a breakage. Look at that great camera there. Where's the track rod? It's gone. And the wheel is just floating about freely. Don't park it on the grass, because I was watching Nelson from the Velocity Racing. He went over every millimetre of that chassis, cleaning it this morning. And now Grayson parks in the dirt. Well, he's probably not really concerned about that, because his race is over before it has begun. Has Sabino got any damage? Does anybody else have any damage? Looks okay. And there's Sabino. Now Sabino, he's starting towards the back, but he does move into his correct position before the red cone there on the side, the left-hand side of your screen.
And he might owe.
Come on now, Leo, get into line, get into line. Now you haven't got a choice. He'll be upset. Liam Estala's probably thinking, well, I don't want to let you in. So Liam Estala's there, the most inexperienced driver in the field. You know, you could forgive him a little mistake. I think afterwards the Jay Howard team probably say, listen, you know, when that happens, they'll explain to him. And he'll go, okay, but I didn't want to.
Well, I would say also, you know, you're trying to keep things as simple as possible for your young drivers here. These kids are 7 to 10 years old, and what you're trying to explain to them is, okay, on the start, you need to be right on the bumper of the car in front of you. The concept of, well, let so-and-so back in line, but after the cone, you don't have to, and strategy and all that, Henry. I don't know if Liam on day 15 of driving a go-kart understands that quite yet. I think what he's probably been coached to keep it simple from Harley Keeble and Jay Howard under there is, see the start, you need to be right up to the guy behind, or the guy in front of you, and he's obviously let him through, but
yes,
it's after the commitment line, so that does trigger a potential penalty.
Well,
but either way, your front runners look good.
Yeah, exactly. Now, the pace looks a lot better. Here we go. It's a great start from Goubert, who sweeps across the front, but Burgess round the outside. Zane Burgess takes it high, wide and handsome. He has got his shopping and checked out. He's 5, 6, 7 kart lengths in front at turn 5. More than that now. And that's an incredible start from Zane.
Zane Burgess last night somehow must have tipped the cashier or given her a wink and a smile to get onto the rental carts, because he was out here playing with a bunch of mini Max and Junior Max drivers on the racetrack, and he couldn't even see over the wheel. Barely could see over the wheel in a cadet kart here. Yeah. But he was racing, trading elbows with them, had no issue sharpening his racecraft toolbox. And we just saw it on full display right there with his start, Henry. And he's already built a massive gap from where it was even 3 corners ago, because Albert Farrow, Bernardo Goubert, they cannot decide who should lead the charge back up to him.
Now look at the setup of kart. They have changed the setup on that Velocity Racing Sodi kart. The only thing that concerns me is that Burgess has an insane amount of grip right now. He's seen that. Will the kart start to bog down as the race progresses? Will everyone else come back to him? Or can he build a big enough advantage so that when the setup does go off, hey, he's so far out in front it doesn't matter. They're battling behind, and that is Murilo Dominguez. Oh, what a difference a day makes one win. Murillo looks like a different driver already. That wildness has gone, and he now leads the charge, but they're a second and a half behind Burgess. You can't do that in Micromax. Pity no one told Zane that. Hudson Howard makes a move, passing Zev Godchalk.
Yeah, he did thread of the needle there, because that pack was tightly bound. No real gap, and he was able to just barely slide in front of Zev without clipping the car in front. Now, finally, a moment of solidarity, it feels like, for this group is going to benefit them. They spent still the beginning half of that lap allowing Zane to get a bigger gap, but with Murilo Dominguez winning yesterday, maybe he's earned the confidence or belief from the drivers behind. They definitely don't have it in each other, as off the road goes Dominic Viraroa, the number 1, into the dirt. He was squeezed. Middle was Albert Farrow. On the outside, nowhere to go for the AKT Energy. He goes from 5th across the line back to about 10th, but for Bernardo Goubert, trusting Murilo Dominguez. Would he have done it yesterday if he didn't witness Murilo win the main? I don't know, but he's definitely believing that Murilo can lead him to the front of the field, and that has at least allowed them to get away from the mess behind.
Yeah, Dominguez and Goubert have now broken away, and they have got trust in each other. They're signaling between themselves. Dominguez isn't defending, Goubert isn't attacking. They've 8 wheels working in perfect harmony at the moment. And do you know what? Burgess is still pulling away. 1.9 seconds the last lap. They complete lap number 5. It's 2.1 seconds now. This could be the most significant drive of the championship for Zane Burgess, because Godchalk is only 4th. Viraroa, after that off-track excursion, is only 11th.
And he might be worse. Look at that top of the screen. They're fighting again still. As Hudson Howard trails Zev Godchalk. That kind of end of the top 10 scrum has once in just a few corners changed all the order of what you're seeing on the left-hand side of the screen. That only updates when they hit the timing loop on the front straightaway.
Alex Searle called this Strategy Sunday, and I think that the Burgess team have gone, okay, look, we're not going to win it in the pre-final, but let's get as close as we can to make the main event as less stressful as possible. You know, let's alleviate as much stress as we can. There's still going to be stress, but let's minimize that by throwing it all at this race. And it's worked a treat. Now, the battle is on for second, and it's going to be on for fourth and fifth as well. Gottschalk and Hudson Howard are making their way forward. Oh, no!
Three of them.
That's the 63 of Brody, of Yusuf Addy.
It's the number 3 of Hank Lai as well.
Yep, and there's the Ayrton Senna crash helmet of Nolan Goulart. He's been in the wars this weekend. All drivers absolutely okay. Bodywork, not quite so.
Yeah, that side pod is destroyed, speared right there on the side of the number 70. So the Mike Doty Racing crew, they've got some work ahead of them during the break. As we watch this group go down the backstretch, though, we will probably see some movement once again for second. It's been stagnant for a couple of laps. Alex.
Yeah, I mean, something funny to note here. I don't think we really have a good camera angle of it, but on the catwalk, Lucas Nogueira actually had Diego Ramos on his shoulder trying to tell Murilo Dominguez to open the flap on his radiator there, the guy in P2 for the PSL karting group.
Well, Murilo is locked in on driving forward, and granted, message received. He's opened that flap up now, so thanks for the quick update there, Alex. Too funny. On the way after podiums yesterday, Diego allowed Murilo to have his helmet as they walked to the tent, and then everyone, Lucas and Morgado, were posting on their story saying it was Diego, teasing, of course, the Brazilian about being a couple inches shorter than them. But Murilo Dominguez and Bernardo Goubert, they're getting a gift and a half right now. Hudson Howard and Zev Gottschalk, these two collided yesterday. Remember, they were second and third in the pre-final, and in this corner right here, Zev Gottschalk was getting passed by Hudson. Zev ended up slamming into the outside wall. Hudson went off in the dirt and lost about 10 spots himself. There's been a few mini kind of schoolyard rivalries that's been forming in Micromax. Hopefully they stay a little cleaner today than what yesterday was, but I think just that alone may have cost a pair of these two young men a shot at second, because we're already now headed for the final lap.
Yeah, you know, school playgrounds, you know, difficulties, but look, you know, this is what happens in primary school. You have little tiffs. No one's been sent to the naughty table just yet, although we're now on the final lap. There is still time. Here goes Dominguez, now beginning to defend. Goubert will start to ask questions. He swings wide going into turn number 6. Can he get the undercut? No. Dominguez looking over his shoulder. Howard and Gottschalk are there. Gottschalk has got to try and make something happen. Burgess is away at the front. Gottschalk had an outside chance. It's now disappearing in front of his very eyes because of the outrageous pace of Zane Burgess. It's been a superb drive. 2.5 seconds up the road. Francisco is now at the P6. Howard defends. Here comes Howard and Gottschalk, Mark II. Gottschalk's going to try and get the run. Drag race for fourth. Is Zane Burgess going to make history later on today? After that performance, it looks very likely. What a win in Micromax.
And not only, again, would it be massive for Zane to be able to get the ticket, this is the only micro championship on the U.S. kind of national tour last year he did not win. He won every other division's or series' title, from the Superkarts USA Pro Tour and Winter Series to the Super Nationals in Las Vegas months ago, to the U.S. Pro Kart Series, to the Star Series. The one championship he couldn't quite pull off, the first one that concluded at the beginning of the year, is this 2-week mini championship. Dominic Villarreal, of course, sporting that #1 plate, was able to snag it. But this year, call it maybe the end of a rookie season in a month, Zane Burgess is on the cusp of that with a great pre-final.
And why has he come back? Why does it mean so much? Because this is the only event where he can put the Jamaican flag on, and he wants to do that so much. He has tested a Mini-Max kart, but he's not old enough to do that at the grand finals, and his dad Kevin goes, he likes the power. Of course he does. There is shake of the hands.
Sign of respect here, sign of sportsmanship for sure from Hudson Howard there to Zane Burgess. All these drivers here yesterday, they were able to at least contend with the 55, but they could not let him get away the way that he was able to in the opening couple of circuits. So for your top 5, some lessons learned. I'm sure they'll look at the video, the data, and hear the extra bit of intel. Maybe for Murilo Dominguez, it's look up at the catwalk when Lucas wants to signal to you so he doesn't have to, well, probably violate any OSHA standards or, you know, put Diego Ramos at risk of getting some workers' compensation from PSL Karting. Of course, having a lot of fun here. It's behind the paywall. I think he's okay, and we didn't catch it on cam, so didn't happen. But this did. The Coastal Link recap here from this one. First with a false start that sadly collected a couple, but when we did get going, well, look at this. Bernardo Goubert, as he went low to defend, he had no belief that anyone was going to be able to go around the outside, and Zane just, well, he hit the gas.
Did you see the kart control there going into turn number 1? That was magnificent. The back end stepped out not once, but twice. And Burgess caught it perfectly both times. Albert Ferro was the pole sitter briefly and didn't really feature in the front. In fact, I don't even know where Albert finished. He's dropping back there. Also, bad race for the number 1 plate. He's fought hard to defend his title as Dominic Vieira Roa, but his title defense is now all but over. Gottschalk getting sideways as he's not giving up without a fight. But you know what says a lot about Zane Burgess is that even though he has given the rest of his Micromax rivals a spanking, they're all still happy to see him at the end of a race. That's significant, you know, because all these kids want to win, and some don't take losing very well. But if you lose to someone that you get on with and you play soccer with in the paddock, that's okay. That's okay. Drag race to the line, not for the win.
That was back for P4 with Hudson Howard, Zev Gottschalk, all 2 seconds and change behind. We've got the gap now. 14 minutes until the Masters Max, DD2 Max, DD2 Masters Max, and Mini Max drivers will go green. So there's a short intermission in the action. It keeps us on schedule. That's one thing that, again, this event has done very well, is make sure that the posted timetable is, you know, realistically achievable. At the end of the day, you know, it's a bit of a rigged system, Henry, but the perception is reality, and the perception of being on time is absolutely worth it. So make sure to be realistic of how much time you need to get the allotted amount of laps and not fall behind. And as the timer starts, let's go down to Alex Searle with Zane Burgess.
Speaking of short,
Thank you, Xander. Zane, wow, well, that was a pretty simple race for you. How would you kind of describe it, bud?
I mean, I went around the outside on the first lap in the first corner, and then I just got away with it.
I know all the kart chaser guys, we had fun yesterday watching you in the rental carts. Did you learn anything in the rentals for today?
I mean, a couple moves, and that's it.
Is it fun, though? You have a good time bullying your friends a little bit?
Yes.
All right, lastly here, going to the main event, what's it going to take to get it done?
Just a little bit more power, and that's it.
Thank you, Zane.
No problem.
Back to you guys.
That might be the biggest smile I've seen out of Zane Burgess, and we've interviewed that kid many times here, Henry. He's in a great spirit to try and bring home a massive opportunity this year.
Karting is a hard sport. It isn't always fair, and it can break your heart. But then, when you see a smile like that, you realize that's why we do it. That's why we do it. Let's go for a short break while we prepare ourselves for the second half of today's pre-finals.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Kart.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead-follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Ready to elevate your racing game? Introducing Apex, your 24/7 personal karting coach. Apex is your ultimate racing companion. Get expert advice anytime, anywhere. From setup tips to mental strategies, Apex has you covered. Fine-tune your car for peak performance. Get personalized advice on adjustments like tire pressure and chassis settings. Apex helps you master the track, from overtaking strategies to wet weather driving techniques, and to resilience to perform under pressure. Apex keeps you focused, confident, and race ready.
Using Apex is simple. Sign up, ask a question, and receive instant advice from top-tier coaches. With Apex, your personal karting coach, you're never alone. Get instant expert advice on everything from setup to technique. Unlock your full potential with Apex. Your journey to victory starts here. Happy racing.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 toothbrush sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today. DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the U.S. and the 2-time world champion DPK Alonso Kart factory team in Europe.
In partnership with Team Binnick, they offer drivers a complete career path from the Americas to Europe that allows them to continue their driver development on both sides of the world, all underneath the DPK umbrella.
For more information, contact DPK Americas at max@drivensm.com to take the next step in your driver development journey today.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Roberts Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are,
whatever we're here for. Racing is who we are.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are, countdown to green, hitting 0. Well, we're not at the green flag moment quite yet, but, well, we will be in about 1 lap as karts retake to the Orlando Kart Center surface here, Henry.
Yes, indeed. Max Masters. And you will notice that Rubens Barrichello, for the first time in this year's Winter Trophy, is not on the front row. Daniel Costa will start from pole position alongside Mundi Loya. Mundi now the only driver standing between Rubens Barrichello and a 4th consecutive Winter Trophy title. Dominic Legrand will start from P4. He failed to finish the final yesterday, but his chain came off. Fernando Hernandez will go from P5 alongside Simon Protur. Yevgeny Panenko from Ukraine and Brian Hannon, the podium finisher yesterday, will go from P8. Michel Legrand, Sylvain Chenard, Martin Gilbert are your remaining runners. And it was such a shame that Daniel Costa had a chain come off on the rolling lap of the final. It ended his title bid. So now it's just, out for wins. Can Mundi Loya take some points off Rubens Barrichello? Barrichello has 800 points, Loya 735. It's not over yet, and Mundi can just create a little bit more stress for Rubens by finishing ahead of him in this race. And of course, Barrichello burned his second new set of tyres in the final yesterday. So has Rubens played his ace card too soon? What can a 58-year-old Peruvian driver, Mundi Loya, the red helmet, green and white Tony Kart, what can he do? Spoke to him this morning. It's been a thankless task for Mundi, but he has stuck at it admirably.
There's 2 classes of our 7, Henry, that, 6 that have had decent amounts of competitors that we thought were all but clinched. The first of those 2, a mechanical failure, and it's wide open now. And Rubens Barrichello, yes, all he's got to do is ride around at this point. Do what he's done, stay in the hunt, stay within the shouting distance of the top couple contenders. But there's always room for catastrophe, and we've witnessed one. Hopefully we don't witness another for the sake of Rubino and the PSL karting crew, but at the same point, we know anything can happen. 10 laps for the Masters MAX pre-final. Daniel Costa on the inside. Mundi Loya moving over quick and trying to bring the fight to turn 1.
And Loya trying to get to the inside of Barrichello. Barrichello squeezes him out wide. Yevgeny into P4 on that CKR machine. The Yevgeny Panenko making a good start again. There's the back of the field. That's Pro Tour and Michel Legrand, but Barrichello to the inside coming out of turn number 6. That's going to leave him on the outside line for turn number 7. Can Mundi Loya get his nose in front of the 611 kart? Not yet.
Down the back straightaway, Rubens Barrichello lost a little as he tucked back into line before the sweepers, so he's going to be more fearful of Mundi. But at the same point here, he did get a great exit, even with the defense. Move him now a car length back away and a car length closer to Costa. So all evenly gapped. 1 down, 9 to go. Daniel Costa leads his first laps of the weekend.
During the round 1 final, Mundi Loya did pass Barrichello. The rest of the time, he has sort of spent trailing him and just following in his wheel tracks. He now has to get more aggressive. It's go time now for Mundi Loya, and Barrichello is now piggy in the middle. He's sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Coming through turn number 7. Again, great news. And through turns 8 and 9. Loya right in Barrichello's wheel tracks. If he's brave on the brakes, he can potentially do something. That nose cone looks a little bit on the wobbly side, Xander Clements.
I don't know. I'd have to imagine that must have come from a curb pop there. Rubens Barrichello, a pushback penalty now all of a sudden makes that points hit a little bit deeper. Now,
potential pushback.
Potential pushback.
It is wobbly.
That's about as cut and dry from what we can tell. Obviously provisional, we're eyeballing it, but I don't know if I've seen one more loose than that this weekend. Rubens Barrichello, that's that's a different, well, now what do, right? You know that you've got a lot of speed. You know Mundy does as well.
You take the lead of the race, Sandra.
Evidently you do that, yeah.
And try and clear off. And Loya follows him through. Smart move from Mundy Loya. Costa goes from first to third. Loya just has to stay within 5 seconds of Rubens Barrichello, and he will take points off him. Now the critical thing is how many of the trailing drivers, Costa, Panenko, Dominic Legrand, etc., how many of them can stay within 5 seconds of Rubens Barrichello? That will determine how many points Loya gains. If he's just 1 place in front of Rubens, it's 5 points. 2 places, 10 points. We will see. But yes, the last time I saw wobbling like that, I was rubbing my own stomach after Christmas dinner.
Oh, no. Henry?
Look, if Alex Searle can't come back at me after all the short jokes, then I'm going to have to do it myself.
Well, viewers, we apologize for that disturbing image just described to you, but thankfully at least we're behind our paywall when you've done this so far, Henry. In all fairness, Rubens Barrichello, he's not making it easy for us to try and make it entertaining for you. He is putting on a clinic, driving away. He is added from what I can estimate, maybe another 10th. It's not much, but it's just been that extra little bit he's had over Mundy Loya and Daniel Costa. A big shout out, though, to Panenko on that Kart Freedom CKR chassis. The 677 is having his best run comparatively of the weekend right now.
He's running on his own as a true independent. He wasn't here last weekend, and the Ukrainian driver is having a good time. He missed the grid gate for the final yesterday. Lesson learned. Saw him this morning. He sort of shrugged and smiled, but hey, having a good time and setting off after Daniel Costa. Now, I haven't come across Evgeny Panenko before. I can't imagine he knows this track as well as Daniel Costa does, because Costa works here, virtually lives the circuit, and yet there he is, just about 10 kart lengths behind. Hernandez in 5th, Hannon in 6th, then Dominic Legrand, Sylvain Chenard, Michel Legrand, Mr. Gilbert, Martin Gilbert doing a much better job of hanging on at the front to the rest of the pack today, and Simon Protour bringing up the rear.
Now, to your point, Henry, Lewis Goff mentioned, we got a warning flag going for Simon Proto. I don't know what he might, maybe that was for contact with Gilbert, as he just obviously has traded that spot. But what I was going to say about Panenko, well, he is from, I believe, Alpharetta, Georgia, so that's about 6 hours up the road. But there's been a decent contingent of Georgians coming down from the Atlanta Motorsports Park Club to Orlando Kart Center over the last 2 years, as Andre Martins and the Orlando Cup local championship have continued to build on the community at this racetrack. It's hard to fathom, but it was not all too long ago, not long before the inception of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy, that we didn't really see a lot of major events go into Orlando Kart Center. For about maybe a 5 or almost maybe 7 or 8 year period, this fantastic facility that is hosting now racing series for every single platform this year didn't host hardly anything owner kart racing wise, was strictly a rental track. But Andre, like me and you, has been bit by the racing bug. You can't shake it, and while you try and deny it, eventually you just cannot deny the love that you've got for this sport, and he's got them all back here again. And in that window again, they've brought more and more drivers from the neighboring states in. So Panenko, yes, not as many laps as Daniel Costa. No one's got him beat, but he, I believe, does know this circuit at least a little, and he looks like he does for sure.
Now, last time they went up Scrapyard Straight, Rubens Barrichello looked down at his radiator and the airbox. He hasn't looked back, but the gap to Mundy Loya has shrunk. Not trying to create drama where there is none, but we haven't seen Rubens Barrichello look down at his engine. Generally, drivers don't do that unless they're wondering, is there a problem with it? But here we go, into lap number 8. Well, he completed 8 laps. Now, we're on lap 8, sorry. Loya, 0.8 of a second back. It does speak to how well the rest of the field have got their packages together. Barrichello would suddenly drop to 5th. So it wouldn't be just a 1-2 place, drop with a 5-second penalty. Panenko, Costa and Hernandez, all within 5 seconds of Rubinho at the moment. Still a few laps to go, but it's not a case of they're 20 seconds up the road. It's competitive.
It is. It is. It is close. It's just. It's a bummer because again, it's what the closeness that we witnessed. The exact same story. A half-tenth to a tenth. The advantage to Barrichello. It was this way in the final. It was this way in yesterday's pre-final. Like you mentioned, there was at one point, one session, where Mundi was able to really take the fight to Rubens and get ahead of him. But the spotlight was, not his. It was that of Danilo Romalo from weekend one with the dominating performance he had been putting in over the course of those 4 days. For Mundi, maybe the main event will be a little different. That's the one kind of sliver of hope that he has even with this pre-final. Rubens burned up a new set of tires yesterday, his second set, because he knew it was better in his eyes to maximize a day where he started from pole than to try and balance things out. But the standard strategy, or the alternate in the case of Mundi, is to save the rubber for Sunday. So maybe that extra bit of mojo freshness could help him get that last 10th.
Yeah, and we talk about, Barrichello having won this event every year since its inception. He hasn't walked away with it once. Every year, he has had a different threat. In year one, it was his fellow Brazilian and ex-Formula One driver, Antonio Pizzonia. Then in year number 2, Pizzonia again, but plus Lourenço Mardan. Then, last year, it was Nicola Pico and David Laplante all battling. This year, it's Mundi Loya. So, Rubens has been kept sharp. He hasn't just turned up here, waltzed around, and dialed it in. He can't do that. He hasn't been allowed to by his rivals. And he has done enough every single step of the way. And now, on the final lap, Costa, Panenko, and Fernandez are hovering around that magical 5-second marker. Here we go. Great drive from Barrichello, great drive from Mundi Loya. We'll find out how, well, I'm sure we'll have the camera down at the scale section. Barrichello wins, Loya second, Costa third, Panenko and Hernandez round out the top 5. Oh, and on the last lap, Barrichello puts everybody except Mundi Loya more than 5 seconds behind him.
And he put a blistering lap down to do that, Henry. A 54.645, 2 tenths better than anything Mundi had in that race, 3 tenths better than him on that lap alone, and nearly 7 to 8 tenths or more as the field goes down on the entire grid. That's a huge, huge delta that Rubens just opened up. And hopefully, even on used tires, he's got that pace to continue into the main event. Mundi will have a bit of an advantage on him as we look down the rest of the top 10 here. This concludes your Masters Max field for the pre-finals. DD2 Masters Max have probably the closest, if not one of the closest championship fights, and one of the protagonists is standing with Alex.
Thanks, Xander. Matt Taskinen here. I mean, Matt, you showed pace on Friday. Yesterday you were quick. Do you kind of regret maybe not going for the move there for the win?
Yeah, I was just trying to break away from the pack. I didn't feel like I had pace to get in front and pull away from Nick, so I was kind of back to Briggs racing when I was a kid, just stay in a line to the last 2-3 laps, then we could battle it out. But yeah, I was kind of beta mentality there. Should have just done it when I had the chance, and hopefully him and Savaggio could have duked it out instead of me and Savaggio.
What's it going to take today to get it done?
Just kind of do what we've been doing this week. We had pace this week. Last week we were off at the beginning there, just kind of wearing off the rust from the winter. But this weekend I feel confident, feel like I have pace. Just stay calm and do our race. Not try to think about the championship. Just try to go out there and win.
If you get it done, though, we're going to keep the mullet now. Is good luck?
Oh, yeah, she's going to stay. Mullet and stash are staying forever.
All right, thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
Honest interview, beta mentality, no cap, 0 cap.
Oh,
not even
no.
a remote bit of cap there from Matt Taskinen. Minimal cap, negligible cap, not an iota of cap. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, DD2 Masters, DD2 and DD2 Masters up next. Calm before the storm here in Orlando. The track is cooler than yesterday. That will help the Mojo tires and will help will it help the Mojo tires? It'll help the Rotax engines. Will it help the tires? Will those drivers, on older rubber for the finals be as much of a disadvantage as if it were baking hot?
Hard to say. I mean, we're still kind of in this, I would say probably peak track condition, temperature-wise window. So, yeah, when you're in that spot, I don't know if new tires really make a bigger difference. To be honest, Henry, the Mojo iteration, the newest, I don't really have many laps on. We've listened to them, at least from what Jensen Burnett's described, some of the other drivers that have given some great intel and analysis of what these tires are like over a cycle. They've opened the door a little bit to what they're seeing. I still don't know if there's really a consensus, though. I mean, and you see that with the differing strategies, Henry. I mean, there's drivers like Diego Ramos. He looked phenomenal. Ramos looked great on scuffs in that pre-final. On the same point, Caden McQueen putting new tires on in yesterday's main. He was a rocket ship. Looked leaps and bounds better than everyone. So you got some believing that the scuffs aren't a big detriment no matter the conditions. Some that think the new tires are. One driver that's got to go forward will be Gianluca Savalio from the rear. And, they're gearing up. They're gearing up here to go green in DD2.
Before we go to our next commercial break, you can just see on the right-hand side of your screen there, we're talking about the Rotax Grand Finals. Congratulations to Scott Campbell there in the black cap with the sunglasses. 12 times Rotax Grand Finalist, former winner, and one of the latest inductees into the Canadian Motorsports Hall of Fame, class of 2024. Congratulations, Scott Campbell.
To the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Cards.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead-follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Ready to elevate your racing game? Introducing Apex, your 24/7 personal karting coach. Apex is your ultimate racing companion. Get expert advice anytime, anywhere. From setup tips to mental strategies, Apex has you covered. Fine-tune your car for peak performance. Get personalized advice on adjustments like tire pressure and chassis settings. Apex helps you master the track, from overtaking strategies to wet-weather driving techniques, and to resilience to perform under pressure. Apex keeps you focused, confident, and race ready.
Using Apex is simple. Sign up, ask your question, and receive instant advice from top-tier coaches. With Apex, your personal karting coach, you're never alone. Get instant expert advice on everything from setup to technique. Unlock your full potential with Apex. Your journey to victory starts here. Happy racing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. DD2 MAX, DD2 Masters MAX, ready to go green. Henry just leaving the grid, and we will definitely be talking, I think, for every lap of this session, I would imagine, if not every lap of the main as well, about the DD2 points fight. Let's give a little bit of love here on the outlap really briefly to our DD2 Masters MAX drivers that have come out here to the Rotax Winter Trophy.
Absolutely. Tyler Joie in Kart 585 has won every single race. He's the only driver at the event this year that is currently undefeated. What can Martin Janssen and Sebastian Choquet do about Tyler G. They're in a race amongst themselves. They're not fighting for a ticket. They're here having fun, trying to be as competitive as they possibly can, and just enjoy the sport, as well they should. Up at the front, though, why will we be talking about the championship with every change of position? Because every change of position matters.
Oh, no. Oh, Preston, no. Preston LeBreton.
He missed the final yesterday after suffering a brake failure in the pre-final. He's worked hard to rebuild the wagon, but maybe something wasn't quite tight enough. The good news is I'm sure he will get help to get out for the main event. Nicholas Ambiado, the man of the moment. What an emotional final that was yesterday for the young Chilean driver, Matt Taskinen. He will not want to make the same in his
alpha mentality
he needs
today.
Alpha mentality. He needs extra aura. Does Matt Taskinen. Ludovic Saborin, a sleeper. Samuel Rojas and Antoine Lacharit. Third, fourth, and fifth the grid, not title contenders, but they will play a role. Then Lucas Pernod, Lucas Nanji, Brandon Carr, and Gianluca Savaglio, the title contenders. Ambiado, Taskinen, Pernod, Savaglio, and points leader Brandon Carr. But there's a bunch of others in the mix that can play a part.
Indeed, Brandon Carr, a points lead that, well, it started to seemingly slip out of his fingers as the day drew on yesterday. Not a great quali effort again to start from the day. And I think the most unpredictable part of this class, Henry, is while again, there are some, it is stacked with talent and it's not massive. It's probably the hardest one to tell who actually can march through the grid. You'd think, okay, well, so-and-so has new tires, so-and-so was fast, they're going to go. And I thought that yesterday with Carr at points, thought that with Lucas Pernod, and he got shuffled off, eventually got going. So whether or not 8th and 9th are going to move forward, they fought for wins. They're back on rows 4 and 5 with Derek LaRoche there in 10th. LeBreton, a heartbreak still rolls on for him. And then at the bottom of the screen, although not competing, Alan Isambard, one of many that have been struggling with the ribs and the physicality of this Orlando Kart Center circuit, what it takes to be fast. After dominating and sweeping the weekend at rounds 1 and 2, he is not on track and out of the points. But that kid on the left has a great shot at it. Nicholas Ambiado, Chile, trying to go back to the Rotax Grand Finals. Matt Taskinen on the outside. Henry?
To the line, green flag goes up, Ambiado comes across, and Taskinen and Saborin make contact there, wheel-to-wheel contact. Taskinen fades back, there was a lucky escape there, and here comes Antoine Lacharit into P2 on the Mac Minarelli. Well, Taskinen, that's the first sort of heart-in-mouth moment, and he's got his hand in the air. I wonder if there's any damage. Could that be a spanner in the works for Taskinen before the first lap is over? Now, Brandon Carr was nowhere yesterday. He saw a 90-point lead become a 10-point lead in the championships, but he was fastest in warm-up this morning. Have they fixed the issues with that HM propeller Kart Republic? Only time will tell, but look at Antoine Lacharit. Are we going to get a Mac Minarelli leading this race? You know what? He might just do that because he is now all over the back of Nicholas Ambiado. Here we go. What a move. Put the 4-2-1 in P1.
Now here's my question, Henry. Did Lacharit go to new tires? I know Alex Searle's been great about keeping eyes on who's moving to their alternate set, their secondary set of Mojo tires, and going back and forth. Ramos, obviously, that senior Max main, went back to his primary set. The alternate set of tires, you can deploy at any point, you can undeploy, go back to the primaries. So did Lacharit say, you know what, I'd rather have a better starting spot for the main and pull the pin on new rubber in the pre-final? If he didn't, everyone else should be worried about his early lap pace, because at the end of 2 laps, he is rocking away from Nico Ambiado, who has been the driver to beat so far this weekend. Let's go back to that start here with this quick AKR replay. You could see as Saborin followed Ambiado across and kind of maybe forgot that Taskinen was there because Matt did not get a good start. He just was chasing him over. Nowhere extra for Matt to go. I mean, he just squeezed in the grass, and Saborin just again, I think kind of eyes towards Ambiato's rear bumper.
Yeah, Ambiado was aggressive right off the bat. He was already squeezing Taskinen. Now, if Ambiado's moving offline, why didn't Sabarin just go to the inside and try and take the lead? But Alex Searle has some news for us.
Yeah, guys, just want to confirm, Antoine Lacherie does, in fact, have brand new rubber on the tires. So brand new sticker mojos on that green and black machine. That's why he's so quick right now.
Thank you, Alex. Great intel once again from Alexander Searle down on pit lane, picking up where Caleb Vieska led us off into with rounds 1 and 2 last weekend. Sticker tires, trying to make the most of it. Now, if you're Antoine or if you're the SAAS karting team, you're signaling to him and saying, okay, yes, get the win, get away, but do not burn those tires any more than you have to, because there may be some drivers with new rubbers saving up for the final. So you've got a second gap. Hold station, because the drivers behind, they're fighting. They know that they're not going to get to you at the pace disadvantage they have.
Do you know something? I'm looking at the points, and Antoine Lacherie, he had a DNF yesterday, which was, he's down in 8th in the points. He is only 120 off the lead, still mathematically in with a shout. So if you're the team, think, okay, put the new boots on now, maximise our score, just go into the final race, still in with a shout, because then anything can happen. And that's exactly what he's doing, because all the main contenders are taking points off each other. Brandon Carr is still only 8th. As things stand, Savalio will be your new points leader by 5 points. And Lacherie will move to within 80 points of Brandon Carr. 80 points is the difference between 1st and 9th. How many karts are in this class? 10th. It's therefore still a possibility. That's all Antoine can hope for, because hey, if it's a possibility, who knows what might happen. But the Matt Minarelli chassis, part of the Ridolfi Rigoli family of cars.
Rigetti Ridolfi.
Yeah, Rigetti Ridolfi, Spaghetti Spaghetti. But yeah, so doing really well. It's a family-run team. Hey, there might be room for more drivers here. This is a great advertisement for SAAS. Stefan, Stephanie, Antoine, Arnaud.
So, talking about the drivers where it was hard to tell who would go forward and who would not. Brandon Carr on screen, still an 8th. No improvement. Gianluca Savalio, on the other hand, up to 5th on the REM Cosmic and charging for more. I think he may be on the cusp of being able to pull a move off against Carr and Lucas Nanji and the Black Helmets teammate Ludovic Sabarin, and there it is, right on cue. Savalio moves up another one. That's P4 now.
And Lucas Pernod following Savalio through. This champ, if things finish as they are now, then the points are going to be in. These drivers are not helping my blood pressure, because it's going to get closer and closer and closer. Ambiado, there in 3rd position. Taskinen has recovered remarkably well from that. You know, he didn't make a shocking start. He had a big shock at the start. Saboyan is fading as well, not as you thought he would. He's raced for Canada in the grand finals before, just hasn't quite got the pace this weekend. But 3 laps to go. Antoine Lacherie, I've lost count how many different race winners we've had over the last 2 weekends. But we could have a new one coming up. It's been outstandingly competitive through all the divisions.
Big wiggle in the brake zone for Gianluca Savalio going down the backstretch that time. He did not look stable. And I don't know if it's more so tire fade or if his balance in the car is starting to go away. 3 laps to go now, 7 complete. And is there new life for Lucas Pernod to maybe shuffle Savalio back down? Again, that's a great move if he can make it stick to benefit his teammate Matt Taskinen, who is still holding off and actually pulling away from Nicholas Ambiato there in 2nd.
Taskinen would be your new points leader, not Savalio, as things stand. Ambiado would be moving much closer to the top 4, maybe even above Pernod.
Again, though, it's such a bummer for Nico Ambiato, that 1 DQ in the pre-final, and then the 5-second penalty in the main. I mean, that has destroyed the improvement he's been able to make, because barring a similar DNF, he's been faster than the rest of the field up until this point. I mean, there's just not anything more he can do to make up time or make up ground. You know, he has not had a field of 30 or 40 or 50 like Senior Max, where you can bank on 5 or 10 drivers splitting the points up. Here you've got one, maybe two like this. Lucas Pernod doing everything he can to try and shuffle Savalio back. Maybe bolster that margin for Matt Taskinen going into the final and help himself get a better starting spot as well. This is a change from row 3 to row 2, but it was not successful.
And of course, they're battling and swapping positions. Every one of these drivers know a tiny mistake, one bit of wheel-to-wheel contact, it's game over. Not just for the race, but for the championship as well. Mentioned about, Ambiado suffering that exclusion. Look at it this way. It probably lit a fire under him and has sent him to a place as a driver that he didn't think he could go to before that. Sometimes, out of adversity maketh the man. Sometimes just makes him sulk. Here we go then, battle is on. Pernod and the Savalio with Samoin now coming back into play. And yet, Nanji and Carr just trapped 7th and 8th, going nowhere fast. But this driver is, I'm about to call him Matt Minarelli, winning a race for the first time since the 2005 NKRA Grand Finals at Landau. That's been a while, and Antoine Lacharit is one corner away. There we go, the green and grey. Top of the pile. Taskinen unofficially a new points leader in P2. Ambiado still in there swinging in P3. Savalio and Pernod also gaining ground in 4th and 5th on Brandon Carr. And on the last lap, Brandon Carr's teammate Lucas Nanji let him through.
It helps the points a little, but it still is going to be another bleed of that gap and allow Matt Taskinen to move up to Gianluca Savalio to gain some more on Brandon Carr as well. This troublesome second weekend for the Brit is not looking all too easy to try and snag a ticket here at the end of the weekend, which is what he said was going to be one of his big goals in karting in 2025. Now for Nico Ambiado, that race was probably the biggest test of his grit and heart and determination to this point of rounds 3 and 4, because he was watching Matt Taskinen drive away from him, and that alone is something that can really take away motivation and ruin your spirit, because when you start a race, when you lead it, well, it's easy to stay motivated, even when sometimes it gets a little hairy like that off the start with that big moment for Saborin and for Matt Taskinen. Who knows if that affected the Kart Republic at all, because he slid down the leaderboard as the race drew on. But Lucas Pernod making quick work there of Lucas Nanji to drive forward. Then Gianluca Savalio, same thing, getting by Saborin. Pernod following. He gave the fight to his fellow countryman Gianluca Savalio. Couldn't quite make it stick, though, in turn 6, and Gianluca was able to just defend enough later on in the going to hold that spot. But as Matt Taskinen drove away from Nico Ambiado, the young man, the youngest in the top contenders, had admitted earlier this weekend the ribs had really been bothering him. And it's one thing when you're pulling away. It's one thing when you're hunting down another driver. You can let the adrenaline pull you forward, like what Enzo De Janeiro was able to do yesterday, driving from dead last onto the podium after that pre-final. But it's another when you watch and your heart breaks as the cars in front pull away. Alex?
Yeah, guys, just a couple things here down on the grid. You're looking at your front row starters, Enzo De Janeiro and Vicente Aguilar. Vicente's on new tires here. He's one of 2 drivers here in this Mini-Max class that's rolling off on news for the pre-final, himself and the 148 championship contender, Parker Ives. A couple other things to note here. Out of the top 5, speaking with Harley Keeble, William Vitor's driver coach, he says he feels like and he believes that he is the only driver left with new tires in the main contenders that will have news for the main event.
We know that's a big deal when it comes to the full-size classes. How beneficial will it be for the cadets? The pack racing that has been the name of the game in Mini and Micro Max over the years didn't so much play a factor in 2 of their 3 mains thus far. Maybe it will once again today. But Like you said, a new day, Alex, for them, a close points fight. Henry, you've got a bit of a quick recap before we close the chapter of the morning on DD2. And, well, it is very, very close.
Yes, unofficially, Matt Taskinen, 704 points. Gianluca Savaglio, 697. Brandon Carr, 692. Lucas Pernod, 682. Nicholas Ambiado, 665. That is less than 40 points between them. 40 points in a final is the difference between first and fourth. Every position, every lap will count in DD2.
4 minutes remain before the Mini Max drivers hit to the racetrack, folks. When they do, they will be the last session before our lunch break for the hardworking officials and track staff. Then at the top of the hour afterwards at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, and I believe 6 p.m. GMT. We'll be going green with that last chance qualifier for Senior Max. As you can see, the young drivers are ready to go, but they've got to wait a few more minutes. We'll take another break to step aside, and we return. Enzo De Janeiro, Vicente Aguilar lead the 31 to green.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 toothbrush sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today. DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the U.S. and the 2-time world champion DPK Alonso Kart factory team in Europe.
In partnership with Team Binnick, they offer drivers a complete career path from the Americas to Europe that allows them to continue their driver development on both sides of the world, all underneath the DPK umbrella.
For more information, contact DPK Americas at max@drivensm.com to take the next step in your driver development journey today.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Roberts Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
One minute has been signaled to the grid. Engines are firing and coming to life now here, Henry. Let's keep a close eye on the grid. Pointing out again that Vicente Aguilar, Parker Ives, sticker tires for the Sunday pre-final. William Vitor's got a sticker set waiting for him in the main. The rest of the field are more than likely about to enter their 4th heat cycle, assuming that they would have saved a new set, put it on yesterday's final, and then we'll use that for a second time in the Sunday final. So either 4 or 3 session-old tires for the majority of the field, new tires. Parker Ives, Vicente Aguilar.
Yes, best start of the championship for number 121, Christian Sanguinetti on that TB kart. Championship leader, James Roots, starts all the way back on, I think, the 6th row of the grid. Roots comes into this with 708 points. Arthur Farrow on 665, Parker Ives on 632, De Janeiro on 610, and Matcha on 604. They're the 5 realistic remaining title contenders. there are many, many more realistic race winners, which will make the title chase a bit more interesting.
So the outlap will begin, and we'll pull the grid up on your screen for your Mini Max drivers. These drivers, again, aged 9 to 12 years old. It's the first leap upwards from the Micro Max field. And as we take a look down, Enzo De Janeiro, Vicente Aguilar, again, Vitor Sanguinetti's TV Kart. The lone TV Kart in the entire event here at the Rotax Max Challenge Winner Trophy. Christian has it inside the first 2 rows for this pre-final.
Maxwell Matcher and Arthur Farrow on row number 3. The Franklin Motorsport number 110, Cameron Johnson, goes from row number 4 alongside title contender Parker Ives. William Rossetti and new D2 Motorsport signing Luke Conjanapatak round out your top 10 ahead of William Dion, and then it is championship leader James Roots. All 4 of his title rivals start in front of him. So work to do. The Roots will need to be on fire. Lucas Britania and Mateo Pai, Melville dos Santos, the Goodwood Kartways driver, Mr. Malbonet, Mateus Dominguez on the podium yesterday. Can he go one better and match what his younger brother did in micro by winning the final? Massimo LaRusso, Kai Park, Hawaii, Nicholas LaRusso round out your top 20 on what is a 31 part grid.
We'll flip the page back to page number 2. Eric Wojciechowski on the inside of row number 11 alongside Kai Abelera. Moving back to 21st and 22nd. Back to 23rd and 24th. Raymondo Ibarra and Ethan Miller make up that 12th row. Roy Chang and Charles Teo back on row 13, Henry.
Yes, then it's Alonso Gonzalez, Matisse Lacroix, Blaise Diniz, Samuel Veria, and Salvatore Nasca, rounding out your field. Oh, Marshall on the grounds. Now that Marshall is a legend. He is poised like a spring behind that barrier every single lap, just waiting, dancing like a boxer, just moving out of the way, waiting for a go-kart to crash. And then, when there's a full field of them driving towards it, he falls over. Fantastic. Love the Marshalls, the most important people in racing the Orange Army. He hobbles off, but he will assume position, duking it out behind that barrier next time we see him. Right, what can we get served up? The last pre-final before lunch. This is the appetizer. Here we go. De Janeiro was magnificent yesterday, and the green flag goes down the back of the field. There's chaos. De Janeiro leads. William Vitor slots in the second. And there's a couple going off. The title leader's off. Roots is in the dirt.
Manosi, Farrow, Moore. That looks to be, is that Dominguez as well in the 103?
2 of our title contenders. Yes, it is Dominguez. 2 of the 4 title contenders, both Brits, already in trouble. And, well, everything's been turned on its head. They won't know. These leaders won't know what has happened. They are just getting on with things now. But it's De Janeiro from Vita, from Maxwell Matcher, Johnson, and up into the top. That's the Ben Cooper Racing entry of William Rossetti.
William Rossetti with an 8th off the line. Let's see where he cycles out of that last turn. Any changes? There was a change behind him. Parker Ives got another one. Rossetti will still stay 5th. Ives to 6th. Looks like Ives got by maybe Dion. No, yes. And, well, let's see, yes. Parker Ives, 6th. Dion, 7th. De Janeiro, he's got maybe a little bit of an axe to grind after yesterday having to go all the way to the rear following his pre-final win. Today, trying to right the wrongs.
Yes, indeed. Sanguinetti drops to 10th. Conjanapatak up into 9th place. So, let's mark them out. Farrow and Roots are not in the top 10. There's another move from Ives. Ives has got to start making things happen now. Just get the non-title contenders out of the way. You've got a chance now to close the gap. So 1st and 2nd in the championship in the dirt at turn number 1. Now, I'm assuming they would have continued, although I can't quite see where yet. We've only got the top 20 on our ticker. We'll come around at the end of lap number 2 and try and give you an update as to where Pharaoh is stone last and Roots is 29th. So neither of them would score points. You only score points for finishing in the top 15 in the pre-final. Oh, 1, 2, 2.
Blaze Deniz has gone around at the outside of turn 1. So the RPG driver off and into the grass. De Janeiro starting to pull a bit of a lead now out over William Vitor. Keep in mind, Parker Ives is trying to maximize those new tires. Another spot for the 148. Ryan Perry Motorsport and Nitro Kart. Cody Johnson has him tuned up here this weekend. And Parker now moves himself securely, comfortably into third with the top 2 still well within reach.
It's going to take a minor miracle for Pharaoh, for Pharaoh and Roots to even trouble the scorers here. It's going to open the door for Ives, De Janeiro and Matcha.
As they go through turns 1 and 2, here we are, Enzo De Janeiro with about 5 car lengths back to William Vitor. Parker Ives still third. Maxwell Matcha back to the 5th spot as Aguilar's gone by. Parker Ives now another spot up. P2 for the RPM Nitro Kart on lap number 4.
Yes, indeed. But all the time, you've got William Vitor fighting his way through. Ives, smart driving. Oh, there's a move from Aguilar. He is now into P3. Maxwell Match has just been struggling for struggling for waft on that velocity racing, so he can't. His dad Peter, he works hard on that go-kart. He doesn't want anyone else working on it. It's just him and Maxwell. The whole team Velocity are, supporting them as well. And Maxwell's going to pull something out of the bag here. And it's not over by a long shot. And that was Johnson making a move. No, Maxwell shuts the door.
That was still not a big loss, at least time-wise, to the gap behind or the gap in front to Vitor. But William Rossetti, he's still within reach. If he can get a good exit out of turn number 9 and 10, the Ben Cooper Racing Academy Bureau Art, along with Christian Sanguinetti, along with Luke Kenjan-Apatak, who we talked about last week as an independent this week with D2 Motors, into the top 10 for Luke on the 106. He's closing up also, but halfway in, halfway home. That benefit of the new tires, Parker Ives needs to at least start on the front row. I'm sure he'd love to start from the inside of it. He's got one more driver standing in the way.
In the morning show, Alexander, Searle and myself were saying to each other, Ives has been really smart, but he hasn't won a race. He needs to get that win to keep himself realistically in the title picture. Is he going to get one at this very, very critical moment? Made even more critical by the fact that the two top 2 in the point standings aren't even going to score in this race. Now Ives getting emotional, trying to get Enzo De Janeiro out of the way. Aguilar, the outlier, the outsider. Ives is going to get a good run up Scrapyard Straight, but Enzo De Janeiro is not going to make it easy. Matcha is now 4th. Watch for the cutback now from Aguilar.
Oh, I don't think he got it right. He clipped the curb there in the hairpin. He's going to try and close off Ives, and Parker is going to make the wise decision to bail there and then just go in the next turn. And that's exactly the right mentality. There are so many passing opportunities at nearly every karting circuit we're broadcasting from and everyone we go to that it's okay. Live to fight another corner, because usually in the next one or the one after that, you can easily reclaim the spot. And Parker did just that, didn't lose at nearly as much time, and more importantly, didn't lose the race with a crash. Now the flip side of that, Aguilar, same exact mentality. Turn 5, he retakes a spot that he lost at the end of the last lap and reasserts himself in second. Let's check back in here with the middle group of the top 10. 4th in the black and orange Sodi, there is Maxwell Matcha. Cameron Johnson, he's on that chrome, white, and lime green Franklin Motorsports machine. Vitor there, and a big off at the back of the group.
Abelara on the leading edge, Motorsport car going over the edge there, but just bringing it back. And Vitor now struggling going backwards there in the thick of the action as well. So this on your screen is 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th.
Across the line, 1 lap to go. And Vincente Aguilar just set fast time Previously, he picked off another 0.3 to Enzo's lead the last lap around. Here he goes for the lead, Vincente Aguilar, and he nearly goes off at the exit of the corner. Enzo finds a hole down low in 6. Over-under from Aguilar. We're back to 3 karts nose to tail in a dogfight with half a lap remaining.
Outstanding driving from both drivers. Aguilar went in. De Janeiro saw him, allowed him to make the move, then came straight back at him. Now, can they keep it clean coming through turn 10? Watch Ives, we're 3 wide. De Janeiro snaking under braking. Ives takes P2. Will the win come in the last gasp? Matcher is now there as well. Can Aguilar take a win on the road? Ives has got him. Those new tyres will give him a bit of a run. Not enough. Aguilar wins. Fantastic.
Enzo De Janeiro, P3. Macha, Johnson into the top 5. Rossetti gets by Vitor on the last lap. And in a mad scramble at the top of the screen there, that group, you can see him 6th down to, 12th. Less than a second and a half to Kai Park. Another second from Massimo LaRusso. The twins, a couple tenths apart.
Unbelievable. Half a second cover the top 5. Another 1.2 seconds covers 6 through 12. Brilliant racing, clean racing there. Obviously unfortunate what happened at the start. I'm going to need to lie down before I try and calculate the points here. But Parker Ives, P2. So that will be 70 points. Provisionally, of course, Faro and Roots, nil point. They do not add to their earlier tally. Enzo De Janeiro, 65 points. That puts him onto 675. Ives goes to 702. Just 6 points separates James Roots and Parker Ives, with Faro 10 points behind De Janeiro in 3rd and 4th. Matcher is also still in with an outside chance as well. Just when you thought it was safe to go to the kitchen and grab yourself a sandwich, it all goes off again. You cannot miss a lap of this event. But luckily, we've got a Coastal Ink Printing race recap for you. Let's try and see. Now, what happened there? There is Faro on the outside. Oh, it was somebody
looked like
bounced into Sanguinetti.
Kind of ended up on the back bumper of Aguilar, and he just kind of skated, almost like, rode across it, because there was no tires touching the ground. He was a passenger, and that just body slammed Faro, and then there was nowhere to go as the pack kind of scrambled to avoid for a few more that piled in. Now, this march forward for Parker Ives matches up with everything we've seen, as there was the heartbreak for Blaise Diniz, but that first third to first half of every session, when those new tires will matter the most, he capitalized. He drove straight forward to the lead, got into the fight, but played it smart as well. He didn't go over the line. Vincente Aguilar, nothing to lose with the way he was attacking at both of them. First got by Parker with an over-under. Parker went in on him in the last turn. Vincente said, no, I'm going right back, and I will not be happy with anything less than at least a neutral finishing spot to where he started. This was the crazy moment for Kai Abelera's LEM Tony Kart, but the lead, well, right as we look back, it got crazy itself. De Janeiro, Aguilar, back and forth with some great racecraft amongst the pair. Clean between them as well. And then here, the last hairpin, Enzo, just a bit too dirty on the inside of the racetrack there in the brake zone.
But he had to do it. He had to try. You know, he's a fighter, is Enzo De Janeiro. Drag race to the line, but hey, Chenzi Aguilar, great result for Vincente. Started from pole in yesterday's final, but went backwards. I don't think he'll go backwards in this afternoon's final. Very quickly, unofficially, James Root 708 points, Parker Ives 702, Enzo De Janeiro 675, Maxwell Matcher, Arthur Faro 665, Maxwell Matcher 664. 5 for the title in Mini-Max.
That makes it 2 classes, the 4th and the 5th seeds in the main. That'll be very close. Senior Max obviously didn't look close, has turned out to be, well, still in the air. Masters Max, still possible, but it will take a lot. And then, of course, we've got Micro Max that should be decent. Junior Max, very, very interesting as well. 6 fantastic mains on top. You can see the schedule down below, but one of them still has 6 more starting positions to be awarded. That's Senior Max. That's the only last chance qualifier, slated for 1 p.m. And 10 a.m. Pacific. And then, of course, main events at 1:20 kick things off with Junior Max. Here's a look at what 4 consecutive weekends of racing and previously probably a weekend of testing, proper testing with hundreds of drivers here at Orlando Kart Center does. It rubbers up the racing surface, and with 2 weeks of Mojo tires laying down rubber here, the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy has certainly upped the grip level at this facility. It's a beautiful day, a beautiful weekend to give out some grand finals tickets here, Henry. So this is weekend number 2 on the year. Now, where can viewers and racers be able to find out where all those tickets are and how to pick the right events that they can be eligible to score a spot on the grid in Bahrain?
Well, the next ticket event is actually in the United States. It's in Phoenix on February the 22nd and the 23rd. There are 6 tickets available, 1 for each class: Micro, Mini, Junior, Senior, DD2 and DD2 Masters. And significantly, they are international tickets, which means that you don't have to be an American driver to get the ticket. At national level races, the Rotax challenges around the world, say the Greek Championship, the German Championship, you have to be Greek or German to win those tickets. But the Phoenix event is classed as an international event, so anyone can enter. And if you go to rotax-kart.com, you will find out where in the world the road to Bahrain leads next. We started in Thailand, now we're in Florida, then we go to Phoenix. But first of all, let's go down to the pits with Alex Searle.
Thanks, Henry. I'm with Vicente Aguilar from Argentina, so I'll have Maura from Rotax as well to help me translate this interview. Vicente, what a race. New tires. How would you kind of sum up that race for you?
Dice que muy buena carrera, que tenés las gomas nuevas y que cómo la fuiste viendo y qué puedes decir.
Bueno, largamos segundos. Se nos hizo difícil la largada, pero sabíamos que con las gomas nuevas íbamos a ir para adelante y bueno, una última vuelta muy apretada y bueno, la pudimos ganar.
He said that he started second, rough start, but he knew he had new tires. He pushed through all the race and well, he ended up winning it.
Lastly here, Vicente, AM Engines and a couple other guys have had a big say in this. Who do you want to thank for this?
What?
Who do you want to thank for the win?
¿A quién le querés agradecer por tu carrera?
A toda mi familia, a mi mamá, a mi hermana que están desde atrás de la tele viendo, sufriendo, siempre apoyando. Bueno, a mi papá que es el que me lleva a todos lados, que me banca siempre. A todo el equipo Cronos, a M, bueno, a Nacho que es el que nos ayuda siempre, por eso estoy acá. A mi mecánico Lucas y bueno, a todos los que me apoyan desde Neuquén.
Lots to remember there.
He wants to thank everyone. His dad is always with him, his mom and his sister that are behind the watching the TV all the time, his team Kronos, AM, his mechanic as well, and everyone that's watching from his city.
I'm impressed with the memory there. Vicente, congratulations, buddy, and well done. I have one more driver to bring in here. Parker Ives, Nitro Kart driver. You can make your way around the fencing here. And Parker, what a run. Parker and Vicente both put on new tires for this race. And again, usually in this class, new tires maybe not as much of an advantage, but this weekend it seems like it did pay off. So Parker, first of all, I know you started further back in the field. Walk me through your decision to put on new tires for the pre-final.
We just kind of went for it because we were starting a little farther back. So we just needed to get up spots and get a good finish for the final.
You're a contender in this championship. Are you thinking about the championship right now or just taking it one race at a time?
I mean, I'm thinking both. I want the championship, but I have to make good decisions.
You saw the new partnership with Ganassi and Nitro Kart there. How cool does that feel?
Pretty cool.
Lastly here, the pace looks good. You're not going to be on new tires for the final like a couple other competitors like William Vitor, but do you feel like you still have enough to go out there and get the win?
Yeah, definitely. We have pace. We just need to keep it up and make good decisions, have a good start, and we can win.
All right, congrats, Parker.
Thank you.
Parker arrives there, P2 finish. Vicente Aguilar, P1. So new tires for the both contenders here in the Mini Swift Mini Max class.
Thank you, Alex. As you can see on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, the countdown to green is on. Last chance qualifiers and main events. When that hits 0, top of the hour, we'll let the hardworking crews around the facility that make it all happen get a moment to catch their breath and take a break. Henry and myself will be ready to bring the action when we return. rolling. We're ready to go to set the final 6 starting spots of the final Senior Max session of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy. Sadly, Henry, not all of the drivers on our screen are going to get to race with us later on this afternoon. This will be the end of their road, but for 6 of them, they'll get one more.
Yes, indeed. And of course, the main talking point is the fact that our championship leader, the erstwhile indestructible, unstoppable force of Aiden Ingrata, was stopped in his pre-final. He goes from grid 13. He has to negotiate his way up into at least the top 6 to make it to the main. And then, once he's in the main, he has to finish in the top 7 to assure himself of the title. But it's Salvador Della Vecchia and Luca Posic on row number 1. Savannah Callis and Alexis Vaillancourt, row 2. Branson Gourdet and 2-time Rotax Winter Trophy senior champion Eduardo Barrichello on row 3. Rafael Imbert and Yanis Ilias on row 4. Michael Boyadzis and Chase Kovac, Nicholas Vega, Brandon Comerford. Then Aiden Ingrata, the King twins, Derek and Brett, Liam Gray, Wrigley Keys. We're not going to see Brandon Carr. Hopefully we have Rylan Crosby. We do have Vitaly Lanesky. 20 drivers, 6 spots, and including 4 drivers who have been to the grand finals before. Della Vecchia was the inaugural Winter Trophy Minimax champion. Barrichello is a 2-time champion, and Ingrata hoping to become a 1-time champion later this afternoon. It is going to be a very tense moment. Why? Because Aiden Ingrata is not used to racing the likes of Boyadzis and Kovacic and Ilias and Imbert. He is normally ahead of them. That is no disrespect, it's just a fact. They don't care. They're just trying to make their own main. For some of these drivers, they haven't made a main event in the entire championship, and this is their last chance. Anyone who's got fresh tyres in this group, they're on them. If you've got any tricks up your sleeve, you're using them. It's desperation time, and Ingrata is going to have to show his class. He's going to have to show, why he's the championship leader, tiptoe his way towards the front. And of course, they're not all bugs. Judo Barrichello, he's all right.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point, too. If you were Aiden Ingrata, you've got to put extra laps on the tires that will obviously, one way or another, do you gamble on yourself to stay on the more used set of rubber that you've probably run in the pre-final today, yesterday, and in qualifying, or do you go to that fresher set just to ensure that you've got a little bit of an advantage or no disadvantage to race your way in and then suffer the consequences of being maybe a little bit behind in the main? Let's find out how this one turns out. 10 laps and a big swing around the outside. Della Vecchia's turned in front of the field. Ingrata is stuck behind him. He gets turned. Around he goes. Aiden Ingrata spun around at the start of the LCQ as he watches his championship hopes drive away up the road.
We thought it could happen. We feared it might happen. And our fears were realized. An incident not of any of his making has potentially cost Aiden Ingrata everything. However, he is still in the race. Where he is, we'll find out. What damage he's got, we will find out. But, Posic is off. Both our front row starters are out of this contention before the first lap is done. We talked about desperation. Yeah, everyone is desperate. There's Ingrata. There's moves going in left and right. And I can't wait to see a replay of that first corner. Aiden Ingrata did everything he possibly could to avoid getting collected. But collected he did. Okay, who have we got left in the front?
This is the U-Race, Tony here's the replay right here. Watch this. Barrichello around the outside. Della Vecchia clipped the barrier, and there was nowhere for Luca Posic to go. And then Ingrata got turned around by Chase Kovac as Ingrata got squeezed at first there with nowhere to go, locked up, jammed on the brakes, didn't quite have enough room to go. At the last second, he bailed to the right, and then Chase Kovac trying to stop in time, didn't stop in time, and raked underneath the RPG driver's rear bumper. So here we go again with the leaderboard on the left side of your screen, 2 complete. This is Michael Boyadzis right on screen. Bronson Gaudet in the U-Race orange and blue and white colors. Then the pushed in, or at least crushed in, Tony Kart front nose cone of Nicholas Vega, and then Liam Gray. That's third, fourth, fifth, sixth.
And to add insult to Ingrata's injury, it was his own teammates to the inside of him that, Gray was trying to avoid the incident. Ingrata then was squeezed, and he had two choices. Sort of hope that no one runs into him behind or crash into my own teammate. He didn't want to crash into his own teammate and got run into from behind. Aiden Ingrata is 14th. He is 9.5 seconds off the lead. He is 6 seconds off a transfer spot. Is the dream over? Now we'll find out what Aiden Ingrata is made of. Does he have a nose cone penalty? Well, he did everything he could. I don't think he hit the two karts in front of me. He may have clipped Posick's rear bumper, but we don't know if that's dislodged the nose cone. Aiden, drive it like you stole it. It's gone wrong. Just do what you do. Let's have a look. It's not looking too wobbly. He may have got away with one.
If anything, it might be a bit on the left front corner, but we're not going to really be able to see that until it fully dislodges. So obviously there's still some spacing from the front bar to the bumper. He didn't crush it in. It would have had to be at really the perfect angle because there was not a lot of force, as you mentioned, Henry. He did everything he could to keep what was in his control, at least out of the penalty office, and that was there just off the start, not making contact with anyone in front. Now the drive really gets tested here. On the flip side, Henry, if he's able to secure a ticket, if he's able to secure this championship at the end of today, it will come down to the heart and grit and never give up attitude that he's got to put on display right now.
Yep. How much do you want it? And of course, other drivers were involved. There could be penalties in front. Branson Gaudet getting passed by Liam Gray. Boyadzis running in fourth place. There's no guarantee that all this lot are going to finish the race, judging by the way they're carrying on. There is Nicholas Vega in the 3.58, crashed out of the pre-final in the late stages. Barrichello leads by 2 seconds over Savannah Callis.
So still 6 seconds away from a transfer, but this group, as they fight, are making it easier. And again, you can see definitely crushed in front nose on that U-Race Tony Kart. So we could, and this won't help at all. Straight up spun it into the wall. About as point blank of a punt as you can see from Nicholas Vega. So that's probably going to draw a penalty, if not already pulled a bumper in. Liam Gray's going to put a bumper to him. All of this is going to make things easier for Aiden. At minimum now, he goes from 6 seconds away to 4.5, because now you're looking at Lanevsky.
Let's look back. There are one of the King twins, the 370. Brett, and he is in 7th place. So this is 7th, 8th, 9th, and now Ingrata is 10th. There is Aiden Ingrata, ahead of Vaillancourt, ahead of Ilias. He now has to make up a second on this group of drivers. Derek King, Brett
King there. He's in the second spot in that line. Vitaly Lanevsky is the one at the front of it. So the two blue suits and orange and white go-karts, hard to tell the difference. You have the Fox and Sun colors at the front of it. Brett King's just going to put the bumper to him, and again, and now he's going to swerve a little at Brandon Comerford's D2 Motors machine. So it's getting nasty. This is desperation hour. If you don't make it, you're going home and you're done here. And I think some of the drivers said, you know what, I'll just lay at the risk of the stewards, because here's a look. I mean, again, this is, they're making Manuel Blanco's job, Christian Parrott, the rest of the entire stewarding crew, led by, of course, SRA Karting, pretty simple.
Nicholas Vega, number 358. Well, we'll come back to that. Now Ingrata's got a whole bunch of them.
So that's Vaillancourt, he's gone by. Derek King gone by. He's got 2 more, potentially Comerford and Brett King. Still, he has time. 4 laps. It'll be 3 to go at the line. Eduardo Barrichello leading the way. Long gone. 2 seconds and counting. Savannah Callis looks safe. 5-second pushback or not, she's more than enough above the red line. Now it's Liam Gray, his teammate Vega, who we saw, we would imagine probably has at least something coming of a penalty, whether it's this pushback dislodged or, definitely.
I don't think we need to worry about Nicholas Vega being in the final one way or the other. What would Liam Gray do? Would he move over to let a teammate in for a title? I would probably say yes. Michael Boyadzis, He doesn't care. He's been driving really well. He made the main event yesterday, wants to make 2 in a row. Victor Levski, he started right at the back of the field, didn't even go out in the pre-final, so he's on good tyres. He's giving away a lot of experience, however. Here comes Ingrata.
Aiden Ingrata now has 2 drivers in front, and then it's the transfer spot. 2.5 laps to get it done. They know how fast Aiden is, but do they care? Do they even consider how fast he is? And the points, Brandon Comerford onto the bumper, puts the bumper to King. That is, to Lenevsky. Oh, Ingrata, can he pick up the pieces? Oh, he's going to get blocked right here. Let's see it. Got to be smart. He's got to have faith that, again, he can get by them and get away.
King has been to the Grand Finals before. He's represented Ecuador. He's got nothing to give, though, as Ingrata continues his drive forward. Now, we have to look to see if Ingrata has a nose cone. He's got to get 5 seconds up the road within 2 laps. Impossible?
Well,
no.
that wasn't King.
Unlikely,
He's still,
maybe.
Well, so sort of, right? Nick Vega is, if we're assuming he's out, that was Lenevsky that Ingrata got by. Brett King's still up the road. So by the provisional results, he'd be out. If we assume Vega would more than likely get a penalty, he's in as the last man in. Wow. If there's no pushback. If he's got a pushback, then he's in a whole different ballgame. There we go by the line. 1 to go. That's Brett King. Provisionally last one in. Ingrata provisionally first one out, but we know at least there's probably 1 pushback, if not more, of the drivers in front of him.
And Liam Gray's nose doesn't look too clever either. I wonder if Liam Gray will suddenly have a mechanical issue and pull off to the side of the circuit. I wonder. At some point, you've got to do what you've got to do. Well, but we'll see. But yeah, Vega is third. That's not going to stay that way. He's not within. He's not within 5 seconds. But here we go. Ingrata's not going to catch him. Is the story over? I don't think it is. Brett King in P6.
Meanwhile, Eduardo Barrichello to the line, should be safe. He will score his ticket to the main and make up for that pushback he suffered with a brake check in the pre-final. There goes your provisional 6. Ingrata 7th. But again, we caught one pretty cut and dry incident on camera, so there may be even more that go. Could Alexis Valancourt maybe also transfer? He's within 5 seconds of Brett King.
The only driver Aiden Ingrata is within 5 seconds of is Brett King.
Is that the harshest that they can dish out? Only 5 seconds?
For a nose cone penalty, yes. For contact on track, that's at the steward's discretion. Okay. I'm not sure what the rules say. But Michael Boyadzis, Boyadzis 4.9 seconds. A 1/10 of a second, not the good.
So he's only got to worry about Ingrata if he's got a pushback. Yeah. If Boyadzis does and Ingrata does not.
If the only issues for Vega and Gray are pushback bumpers, they would still finish in front of Aiden Ingrata. There is a chance the championship leader will start last. Right then, there is a pushback. That's Yanis Ilias. That doesn't matter. He is out of the picture. Where is Aiden Ingrata? We need to see him.
So that's Brandon Comerford. Yep. He's got a left front pushed in. Takes him out from 9th. Ingrata is going to be further up in the scale line. We're going further backwards, so wrong direction here. We'll go back forward and check in with him. We had our results on screen, I believe, when they were checking through. You can see Aiden's pulled all the way to the front, and, well, kudos to him. He's safe. Pushback bumper not deployed for the RPG Cosmic. As for Nicholas Vega and the rest of the drivers in front of him, any other penalties? Let's see what number plates are handed out. Savannah Callis, all good from her end, at least on the left front. Looks like the same on the right front. So the Kart Republic's going through. Barrichello, I mean, he had no one in front of him the whole race. Of course, he's going to be good. Yep. No issues there at all for Eduardo, and thankfully no one in front to brake check him here in this. What we understood, it may have only been Vega that might have had it pushed in. The other one that we were worried about was Liam Gray right there in the 393. Yeah,
Liam Gray, but he finished more than 5 seconds in front of Ingrata. Oh, this sport is cruel, but yet we keep coming back to it. Somehow it gets into your skin, into your blood. Ingrata right now is probably wishing he'd taken up cricket.
Let's take a look back to the recap here, Henry.
Yes, indeed. So, in towards turn number 1. Barrichello gets to the outside early, and luckily for him he did. Delavetcher and Posick come to grief. And there's Ingrata getting turned around. And he went back to 14th and then had to fight his way. He fought and fought and fought. Barrichello, easy win. Callis, Vega, Ingrata continuing to fight. That was out of order by Nicholas Vega. And, well, I mean, if I was in Rollison Performance Group, I'd be protesting that for an exclusion. Just give the steward something to worry about. But Ingrata had to negotiate drivers. He doesn't normally have to. They're almost crashing in front of him, so he had to be so careful. He passes Comerford. King wasn't making life easy. He gets past King just before Comerford and King came together. And just couldn't quite get to the second of the King twins, Brett King. Our two-time champion, Judy Barrichello, will make the final. Will our current championship leader? We do not know. And, well, of course, let's prefix this. Ingrata still has 780 points. Lewis Goff has 709. Lewis Goff has still got to score 100 odd points. You know, he's still got to finish in the top 10 as Goff. So has Pernod and McQueen. They've got to finish higher up to eclipse Ingrata's total. If Ingrata is not in the final, we need a camera on him. He will be having kittens for 16 laps.
Well, as we can see, though, we've got time for the stewards to take their look through all the results. Obviously, again, we do imagine probably something for Vega. The rest unsure. That should put Aiden in. But again, last row, Charlie. Junior Max is on deck here still with a massive points fight on the table for them as well. But before they do, we'd like to ask that all please rise and remove your hats for both the playing of the Canadian National Anthem and remain standing and at attention for the playing of the United States National Anthem as well. Time to fire up. Time to get after it. Junior Max getting set to go green here as the last bit of commands are being given and the last bit of advice given to these young drivers. 16 laps on the board. It'll be a long one once again. And who knows what we're in store for. Round 1 of the championship saw a runaway. Ryan Gandor dominant. But after that, we've seen plenty of other drivers take their turn at the front of the field, and it is anyone's guess who's able to pull it off here. This also has a very, very close championship battle. When you take a look at entering today, they were close already. Well, they've only gotten closer to Ryan Gandor, who managed a decent result in that pre-final, but ultimately P4 still surrendered a little bit of points to his competitors. Riley Cranham has closed the gap to 43 markers back. Davin Roberts still enters with this at a massive chance. 29 back. He enters second. Beyond them, it's going to be a little bit harder. Hamish Campbell had the hard luck. He'll be having to drive from the back of the field. 30th, a DNF. He was almost late to the grid. Made it out. Broke down. Takes him out.
Well, here's your starting lineup. Ecuador's Julian Rivera will start on pole alongside championship leader Ryan Gandor, who was promoted to second after penalties in the pre-final. Nathan Dupuis will go from grid 3 alongside Riley Cranham, then Davin Roberts and Alexis Baerjon, Edward Kennedy and Felipe Benito, followed by Isaac Malcook and Victor Alencar. Malcook getting a penalty as well. Then we have Walcott, Arthur Cordiero, Medeiros, Saar, Porter, Morley, De Silva, Kidd, Guzman, Sepirko, Chassé. Olivier Chassé is 11 years old, the youngest driver in the junior field. However, he's a very tall driver and simply won't fit in his mini kart, and he does turn 12 this year. So, there was some Ryan Gandor, 744 points. Davin Roberts, 715. Riley Cranham, 681. Gandor still needs a top 2 finish. The gap is 29 points. 25, 35, 45. Yes, 29 points. The difference between first and third is 30 points. So, if Roberts wins, Gandor must come second.
It's going to make this one very interesting to watch for sure. Unfortunately, just as in Micromax here, Mr. Cordero, who rolls off from 10th, Arthur Cordero, had a great starting spot yesterday as well as the only driver that, for whatever reason, I apologize, not showing on our graphics. But again, keep your eyes on the 232 Speed Concepts Racing entry of Hamish Campbell. Alexander Savage didn't turn a single lap in his pre-final either. Long way to go for the pair from 30th and 31st. They've got 16 laps to get it done and join the likes of Julian Rivera and company at the front of the field. Ryan Gandor will be fun to watch as he tries to secure a title here. P2 actually in the pre-final, not P4. Was P4 across the line? Let's see P2 with official results here after all the penalties were sorted in, which puts him again in a great position.
Well, it's advantage Gandor at the moment. But at the moment, and one moment can change everything. Junior Rotax comes into turn number 13. 31 drivers. Ryan Gandor stands on the edge of the biggest result of his career to date, but has to tough it out over the next 16 laps. The flag goes down, we're off and racing. It's a good start from Gandor. Rivera leads, now back in the pack. We're at Cranham and Roberts. They're safely through as well. Luckily, no issues, but it's Julian Rivera leading the way. Gandor looked like was he making a move for the race lead? Has Gandor got the race lead? Yes, he has. So now Ryan can control things to a point. There's Rivera, he just wants to win. Dupuis is desperate for a win and putting a whole day together without an issue. Gandor looking over his shoulder. No, they're the other side, Rayan. Don't defend, don't defend. Here comes Dupuis. That was the risk that Gandor was running, and now Cranham is up to second. Cranham and Gandor are not best friends. And look at Davin Roberts in fourth. The cream is rising to the top already, Xander Clements.
1 lap complete, 15 to go. Ryan Gandor, is he trying to white line all 16 laps? I mean, again, low at turn number 1. He's got a little gap here. I don't think it's big enough to give him confidence to open up, and he will not. Everyone will stay on the low side. Heads up move there from Martin Saw. How about the Kalkev Racing Group? New team, debut championship for them here in the States. Fourth with a sneaky move up the inside on Davin Roberts.
Yeah, Roberts did a good job. So, in this battle, you have Alexis Baerjon. He's just a tough little fighter from the Epiphany in Quebec. The reigning Minimax champion. He will not win the title this year, but a win would go very nicely. Martin Saar does not care about the championship. Oh no, the 208, that is Achilles Superco. The Achilles heel has struck.
No, I believe that was the 288, Ahmed Mustafa.
Oh, sorry.
Racing Edge Motorsports driver. Achilles Superco on the Kart Republic seems to be okay. 2 down, 14 to go. Ryan Gandor still leads the way. Now, Riley Cranham and Baerjon, obviously teammates by chassis manufacturer, have not at least opened up. Having to Baerjon maybe just back up a tick, allow Riley to try and set up the leader. Teammate or not, it's something that third place could do to maybe break up this kind of block party here at the front of the field, because we're 7 deep, stacked up at every break zone, and there's at least one move that'll split them apart. Roberts versus Kennedy at the end of turn 10.
Why is Ryan Gandor defending so early, I hear you ask? Well, he knows that if Cranham gets in front, Cranham is just going to back him up, slow him down, and create an unpredictable and awkward situation. Cranham needs Gandor to finish about 5th or 6th. Here we go. Gandor defends again. Cranham's going to get the crossover. Cranham's not going to give. They collide, and Gandor down to 3rd. Now Cranham has control. Alex Searle has some information for us down in the pits.
And Roberts on the back straight last time around there. Roberts visibly frustrated with some of the drivers around him, just saying, listen, we need to move forward. Davin Roberts knows he needed 29 points of an advantage over Ryan Gandor to make anything happen here in this one. I talked to him about setup. They said, listen, we just threw everything at the go-kart, and he said he's not thinking about the championship, just treating it as any other race.
Well, as we went to you, Alex, Davin Roberts got the bad end of the stick, and now he's stuck behind a massive gaggle. 4 cars, 3 of them stuck together. Kennedy, the 241 of Dupuis, the 210 of Martin Saw. More are going to fall back as well. Nate Dupuis, for the 2nd time this race alone, has been driven off at the end of the back hairpin, and he goes from 5th down to outside the top 20. Roberts now moves into 7th, and Ryan Gandor 3rd, Baerjon 2nd, and Cranham with the lead.
Somehow Davin Roberts avoided that accident. Flight or fancy, he squeezed his way through. Reaction times unbelievable for Davin Roberts. The Ryan Perry Motorsport team, they're the little guys. They're not a little team, they're a fantastic team, but compared to the resources that Prime and Rollerson Performance Group have got, Davin Roberts is just doing his thing. He's the little engine that could. Can he? Well, it's looking tough at the moment, but Davin Roberts is one tough cookie. We know that. However, the other 2 are now beginning to ease away. Cranham from Baerjon and Gandor. Gandor stands to score 170 points. Cranham stands to score 200.
As they run, here's what you got here, Henry, as you're doing the math. Ryan Gandor, 33 up over Cranham. Roberts behind them both by a good bit. He was 8th across the line last time. It moves him down to 3rd, 73 back. So Ryan Gandor, as things sit, with a 2nd up the road to Riley Cranham, with 2 seconds back and counting to this gaggle here, he's safe. He's in a great spot. Yep. Riley Cranham needs to back him up. And right now, I mean, granted, Gandor's running him down, but he would have to back him up a lot to get to that group there, 4th and 5th. Yeah. Day Allen Carr and Benito.
Yeah, then you've got Medeiros, Malcolm, Roberts in that hornet's nest. I have to say, I'm quite pleased to see Riley Cranham not backing him up. It's tactical, and he's got every right to. But I think that there was a bit of a sour taste in the mouth yesterday between Gandor and Cranham, and Riley Cranham's decided in his own mind, look, I'm going to win this race. What will be, but I'm going to make sure that I win on the track, at least in the final.
I want to talk about one kid that's very impressive, and our cameraman's already ahead of me. Pick that up. How about Hamish Campbell? The kid from Down Under's up to 12th. The SCR Red Speed started dead last after a mechanical failure, and he's at the end of this group. He is on the cusp of getting a whole lot more. He might have already gotten 1 or 2 this lap alone as he charges towards that AKT energy in front of him of, I believe, Julian Rivera. Looking low, inside, got him. That's another one for Hamish Campbell. Move him in the top 10.
You know, I think it's
that's
206.
Might be Guzman.
It was Rainy Guzman.
Yeah.
And Julian Rivera, our pole sitter, is in ninth. And what's this? This is Ryan Gandor going for the race lead. Bajerjon gets him back. Didn't see what happened there, but Gandor caught and tried to pass a pair of Birrells. Well, he's now, now Ryan, Alexis Bajerjon is not going to cut you any slack. However, he's now in P2. You can see Manuel Blanco signaling saying, I'm watching you, and
I wonder if Cranham backed him up off camera, because he and Bajerjon, they didn't all of a sudden just have something go wrong or Gandor be that much faster than them. Ryan was closing in, but Riley Cranham might be doing exactly what you mentioned here, Henry, knowing how close it is, and that first for him and a third for Gandor will not cut it to get that ticket.
And, you know, if you're watching this and thinking, well, that's not really sporting, oh yes it is. It is part of the game. Every driver knows that it is part of the game, and if the situations were reversed, Gandor, who gets a warning flag, would be doing exactly the same to Cranham. It is part of this 75-mile-an-hour chess game with 31 rapidly moving pieces. Davin Roberts is still battling. He's back in 7th. He now needs a Hail Mary, but long, long way to go, and knowing how the rather fractious atmosphere between the two camps at the front have developed. Look at Cranham slowing him down. Okay, Rayan Gandor makes the move. Just pin it, Rayan, and get away. That's all you can do. That's your last move. Just pin it. Cranham is going to bring the heavy artillery. He's going to try his best. A double Kart Masters Grand Prix winner is Riley Cranham. He knows how to win on the big stage. Does Rayan Gandor? We're going to find out in 6 laps. And don't count Bajerjon out, because he doesn't care.
Yeah, Alexis Bajerjon, this is just about making his presence known on his first ever championship in the Junior Max categories, at least the first time running it in the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy, an international level event. P3 right now, but look at this. Here comes more of the group, exactly what Gandor does not want to happen. Victor De Alencar on the way there in the AM Racing Team, all white X-Prix. Cranham will dive him again. Gandor to the outside, inside, over, under, but he's in the bad spot now. If he doesn't pull the move off, he did that time at least. And he'll block low in the last turn as they all back up again. 6 laps to go, and we're 6 deep up front, and this kind of white lining could allow a similar, fantastic, unprecedented drive from last to first for the likes of Hamish Campbell, like what we saw with Enzo De Janeiro yesterday.
Now, Davin Roberts in 8th position is just hoping to get to this group. If you're in the lead group, then who knows what might happen. There's Hamish Campbell now into the top 10 from 30th. Gandor is not defending, he is just going for it. And Cranham is harassing him. There we go to the inside. Gandor gets out of the way. Now Cranham defends. Careful, Riley. You can make one move. Now Gandor's going to try the crossover. Bajerjon is blocking him. They're millimetres apart, but they don't. Bajerjon on the grass. That gives Roberts a place. Cranham has the lead back. Here comes the number 207 of Cole Medeiros. Countryman, yes, to Gandor. Oh.
Now, Davin Roberts here, if you see all this, you need to understand that the best thing you can do is just keep your head on. Ryan Gandor is unfortunately going backwards again with another move there as Riley Cranham continues to back the field up. 4.5 laps to go. Roberts across the line up to 7th. Knocking on the door 6 as Gandor goes back for P2. Inside, Medeiros tried to hang on tough. He'll lose 2 more spots and slide in right in front of Davin.
That was a risky move from Ryan Gandor, but my goodness, he pulled it off. Julian Rivera is now back into P3. There is the Allen car, Medeiros. Roberts picks up 2 at one corner. We said that Roberts needed a Hail Mary. Oh, this is going to be tight.
Bailed into line at a perfect time there, but now the leaders have gotten away again. So Medeiros back in front of Roberts in the middle. Rivera on the HRT Motorsport machine, but Davin is up to 5th, clawing for more. He needs more. He needs Gandor to back up to him again. Let's see what Cranham does. 4 to go to the low side again.
Yep, Gandor just trying to not trip over himself. There goes Davin Roberts. That young man has pulled off half a dozen really good moves and 2 unbelievable avoidance moves. And Hamish Campbell now joins the party. The Aussies are in town. Yeah, nah. Oh, now Cranham's turned to white line. And Gandor's going to get the inside. Oh, no, just be careful. 2 wheels on the grass. Rivera on the outside. Gandor holding his nerve.
Oh, by Arizona again. This time, who was that? That might have been with Benito. That's given Davin Roberts a huge gap out back. And now you've got 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in the title fight. 1, 2, and 4. But again, Cranham needs more than that, so he'll continue the block fest down low. Rivera, the only driver without really a dog in the fight. He falls back to 4th. Roberts to 3rd. Davin Roberts can almost taste that ticket to Bahrain if he can get around these 2 who are going at it.
Well, what would happen? Cranham and Gandor get penalties for whatever, I don't know. They've been at it. Roberts ends up winning. Oh, and 2 in the barrier.
Bayerjon and Medeiros.
Well, there's the third time's a charm.
Oh, no, not Medeiros. Sorry, the 219.
Yeah.
Which REM driver is that as Rivera?
Leo da Silva. Right. Okay, 2 to go. Cranham has now got the required number of drivers in the lead group. Well, to be fair to Riley Cranham there, he was looking the other way. Gandor back to 4th. Roberts to 3rd. Manuel Branco is not.
Gandor looking, Roberts blocking him now. This is perfect for Riley Cranham. He's got basically another championship driver trying to back up Ryan Gandor. 2 to go. Cranham looks forward. Rivera points forward. He'll open up as Roberts covers low, and now Ryan Gandor. He has to stay here. If he stays here, he's safe. Goes further back, he's in trouble. Or if that happens, he's in big trouble. Medeiros, this time it was him. Oh, the REM boys just lost both of their drivers in the top 10 in the last 2 laps.
Let's not forget, if Davin Roberts wins this race, Gandor must finish 2nd. He knows it. What a move from Ryan Gandor. Through goes Benito. Rivera is pushing Riley Cranham along, pushing him away. Roberts could taste it. You can almost smell it.
Oh, who's off there? Another one. That's Kennedy. Kennedy got put in the dirt that time. So Benito, Gandor now back into the 4th spot. Cranham at this point, I think he's just going to have to hope that something else happens back to Ryan Gandor. Gandor 4th, Riley Cranham doing everything in his power to bring this ticket back to Team UK.
Well, do you know something? Cranham did what he had to do in the first 3 quarters of this race. And now he's just said, well, I've done what I can. I'll just go and win. That is good. This is the final lap. There is Gandor in P3. Roberts in 4th. Here comes Julian Rivera on Cranham. If these 2 collide, then Felipe Benito will be quids in. Oh, Cranham's trying to squeeze Rivera. He does the crossover.
Look up top, look up top. Here comes Roberts with more company down to the inside of Ryan Gandor. Gandor's in all the way on the high side. He'll stay on track though. Should be okay. To the S's. Last time Riley Cranham played the game, did what he could. He'll win the race. What will the last turn do as they head to the line, Henry?
Riley Cranham has the victory, and Gandor and Roberts cross the line side by side. Ryan Gandor has P3, and by our calculations, before any of the insanity that was the last 16 laps comes into play. Gandor has done it. Cranham is happy. He won the race, and that's all you can do. Roberts drove the wheels off that thing. He's with Ryan Perry. Ryan Perry doesn't do a nitro chassis for the big karts, only the small karts. Or I'm not sure he does, but Roberts doesn't use it.
No, an OTK base team, the nitro kart with the cadets, and again, Rotax not their current forte. But check this out, Davin.
That's
pure display of sportsmanship. Great stuff.
Yep. You know, I was going to say, I know that Ganassi Racing got to deal with nitro karts. Ryan Perry run the nitro kart. Ganassi Racing need to look at Davin Roberts. He is a talented, wonderful mannered, polite, engaging, and blinking quick young man.
Well, the officials definitely have a lot to check on. Here's again just the provisional results. You put it all on the line. You keep everything in your power to be the first one across the line. And in the case of Riley Cranham or Davin Roberts, push your championship contender down to cost him points. Got to give a real tip of the hat to Ryan Gandor. Not once did it seem like that young man lost his cool. He did have to get aggressive at points and make moves, but he never, at least from anything that we saw on our cameras, do anything egregious where it was him losing his head and putting himself at the risk of a penalty. I mean, there was definitely a lot of close calls from his perspective, but nothing, I think, that would send him down the order. If anything, it would be the drivers around him.
And I can tell you this, rest assured that the officials, Manuel Branco, the stewards and the marshals, will do their jobs now. They were visibly all over that race. Manuel Branco, extremely demonstrative. He had his eyes on the leaders, and they knew it. They knew it. They knew they were being watched. So, what will be, will be. But on track, Ryan Gandor, he will look back at this, provided that everything goes smoothly, and that is your final result, and Gandor goes to the grand finals. He will look back at this race and think, this really helped. It really helped to race under that pressure in that situation. He was aggressive when he needed to be. He was defensive when he needs to be. He was brave when he needed to be, and he was cautious when he needs to be. And it was all worth it in the end. And I do hope on the podium that there is a show of sportsmanship between Cranham and Gandor. Julian Rivera, though, what a result for the Condor from Ecuador, P2. Well done, Julian Rivera. Roberts fourth. Let's try and run down some of the other non-championship contenders, because there was an awful lot of strong performances there that we understandably couldn't focus on.
Yeah, first and foremost, Hamish Campbell catching that late group. Granted, again, we know they were not going for hot laps, but to get up and into the top 10, the Aussie was fun to talk to last week, fun to watch in that main event as well. Edward Kennedy, another bit of good pace for the energy driver. He had the fast lap of the race at points. The ultimate honor went to Julian's HRT X-Prix, but Gandor, another good run. Rivera, first podium for him in junior for the RMC Winter Trophy. And Victor de Alencar, I believe a best of the 4 rounds for him in 5th. Kicking things off, though, with the start. The leaders got through okay. It was a bit treacherous, it looked like, further back. And how about Rivera being the only driver having the guts to try maybe an over-under or go to the outside multiple times on that opening lap. He paid the price for it in a way, but still he was able to stay in the fight, where sadly we could not say the same for Canadian Nathan Dupuis. He got pushed off there once and does again later in the race as well.
Yeah, Nate Dogg was not to be a factor for long at the front, sadly. Gandor defended early, backing the pack up, because he knew that if Riley Cranham got in front, then his life would get very, very difficult. Davin Roberts making moves, he never quite got to a position where he could control things. That was potentially the most contentious issue, just a bit of contact, but they continued on. Roberts on the grass there. Look how far Davin Roberts dropped back, and yet he fought his way back to the front. Now, Gandor had problems there. That was the end of Nate Dupuis and Martin Saar's final. Dupuis on the outside again, just getting cannoned into.
There was still a few more moments left in this Coastal Link Ring recap. A lot of them, actually, here as we play it all the way through. First with Gandor down the inside and then falling back. Here, Riley Cranham able to get away for a moment. But anytime he'd get away, he'd end up back near Gandor because he knew if he just drove away to the win, well, it wouldn't be enough. So let's go down here with Alex as we continue to watch the rest of this recap here from this Junior Max main.
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Riley Cranham. Wow, what a race. I mean, not the championship winner, but the race winner. How good does that feel?
Yeah, it was amazing. Obviously, it was a long, tough race, so it's very good to win it.
That was as tight as it gets. I mean, back and forth between you and Gandor and a couple other drivers as well. What was the approach to this race?
There wasn't really an approach. I mean, obviously, I've always wanted to win it, so I tried my best.
The last couple of laps, you and Gandor really got into it there side by side, defending into the corners. I mean, kind of describe those last couple of laps and what was going through your mind.
I didn't really know it was the last lap until the last lap. Obviously, I got a gap at the end with the person behind me. We pushed for a lap and then had a good battle at the end, so, yeah.
All right, thanks, Riley.
Thank you.
I'm going to bring Ryan Gandor here. Ryan, for Team Canada. Buddy, you are a Rotax Grand Final ticket holder as it stands provisionally. What does this mean to you?
It means a lot to me, especially like with all the teams supporting me and pushing me to my limit.
As far as I'm concerned, this is your first major championship, title. What work has gone into this?
A lot of work's gone into it. Like I've been training multiple times a week, driving a lot, and yeah.
Through that race, I think a couple of times there was probably some moments where it was a bit hair-raising for you. What was it like inside the cockpit?
It was really stressful, and obviously it's a complicated race. Obviously, I didn't get to drive off like this time.
Lastly here, there's got to be some people you want to thank for this. I mean, who made this all possible?
My family, all of RPG, and just KR Sport as well.
Thanks, Ryan. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, we'll send it on back to you guys. Ryan Gandor, provisional Team Canada holder for Junior Max.
Thank you, Alex. Let's switch gears here quickly here, Henry. Already over to the Micro Max field because they're on the racetrack for the starting lineup. We'll talk championship points as we go, but let's first set the table of where they'll roll off from. Zane Burgess on the Velocity Racing. Sodi rolls for the pole alongside Brazilian Bernardo Goubert, who made it to grid on time for today's pre-final. Made the most of it. He'll start from the outside of row one.
Zeb Gottschalk from Curacao and Dutch Westbrook. Gottschalk's better teammate go from row number 2.
Moving back to row 3, Lincoln Lima with one of his better starting positions on the championship thus far. P5 for the number 11. Albert Farrow, an up-and-down pre-final, has him slotted in the 6th seed to roll off for this main event. Then it's Dominic Viraroa, last year's champ, the number 1 plate holder, lining up to the inside of Hudson Howard, who got a feel-good win last weekend across the line. The number 49 would like to taste the checkered flag first once again. He has to do it from the outside of the 4th row.
Yes, indeed. Then it is Jaden Francisco and Brody McDonald, Jack Clem and Corey Lyons, the young Irishman there. P12. Alex Pelletier, Luca Minosi, Liam Estanas. 15th day driving a go-kart, and he's on the 8th row of the grid. Hank Lai, Liam Compatiello, also there, even though he's the John Cena, you can't see him. Nolan Goulart, Yusuf Addy, Grayson Kennefic. Round out your 20-strong starting lineup. You don't have Cam Becker, obviously with an injury. So, Zane Burgess leads the point standings. He has 767 points. Dominic Viraroa has 668. So, by my calculations, Burgess just needs to finish in the top 11.
That makes things a little bit easier when the field only goes up to 22 with Cam Becker gone. Murilo Dominguez will be a driver to watch. The Beryl Art, the red and white at the top right-hand corner of your screen. Yesterday's feel-good winner has to go from the rear after issues and hit the pre-final. He was also kind of at an outside shot to really make up some ground in the championship fight, but he'll have to start from a little bit further back to try and get up there with the rest of the drivers he sits around in the current standings. Great stuff again from Zane Burgess thus far. We touched on it in the pre-final. He has won every title there is in the micro divisions in the United States across every major platform except for this one. Came up just shy last year to Dominic Villarroa. He's in a spot where, again, as you mentioned, Henry, 11th or better from what we can estimate. All results provisional, of course, should clinch it and notch that last hole in the belt for him before moving to Mini.
Spoke to Villarroa and his family during the lunch break. It's been a valiant, valiant fight. He has kept the title fight alive till the last race of the championship. But can anyone stop the Sony velocity powerhouse that is Zane Burgess? Well, how about Bernardo Guber, who makes a great start? How about Zev Gottschalk, who goes P3 to P1? Now Burgess has a job on his hands. He's normally so strong in the early laps as Zane Burgess, and this time though, Gottschalk has beaten him at his own game, and there goes Lima over the dirt.
Lincoln Lima from 5th on the grid is going to end up just around 9th or 10th. Now update from the pit lane. Bernardo Guber, only driver up front on Sticker Mojo tires, of course. Missed a session yesterday, so save that alternate set for right now. He's going to use it to push Zane Burgess through to the lead and himself to second as Curacao will fall to third. Zev Gottschalk finds a hole just in front of his teammate Dutch Westbrook, who was trying to follow the two in front, did not, and ends up losing a spot in the process. Great opening lap from last year's champ, Dominic Villarroa. Exactly what he needed to keep his hopes alive. He needs a major run forward. He needs to get up to that yellow, black, and white Sodi.
All it will take, though, is for Burgess to hit one wrong curve, get in one incident, and it's game over, game on. If you're going to go down swinging. That is Dominic Villarroa's mantra, and judging by his run in the first couple of laps, that is exactly what the youngster from Chia in Colombia is going to do. There's Albert Ferro coming back into the picture, and Bernardo Guber trying to make good use of those new tyres. He goes past Dutch Westbrook back into P3, but the pint-sized Zev Gottschalk, who turned up, and Lincoln Lima again. That was, let's have a look. It was another Birol ART. Was that yesterday's winner, Murilo Dominguez, getting involved?
I believe it might have more been Youssef Adi.
Okay.
I think Dominguez should be okay. By the way, he's up to 17th as of last time by. He is still going across the line here, so he's good. And yes, Adi. Youssef Adi, unfortunately. So the Prime Power Team teammates, Lincoln Lima, Youssef Adi colliding there after Lima got turned. More movement in the front. Dutch Westbrook's going to go for a wild ride. He'll lose a lot of time as he gets pushed into the dirt there at the exit of turn number 5. Mark him about 5 or 6 spots further back. He'll fall in behind Corey Lyons, so P9 for the 33 as his teammate still shows the way to Burgess, Guber, and a little gap to Albert Ferro, and then Villarroa.
Hudson Howard runs in P6, followed by Jaden Francisco. Let's have a look back here. Lima loses it all on his own. He just missed his braking point, slammed on the anchors, and there is Adi thinking, and just as Lima turns the kart sideways, luckily that was side pod to side pod contact, not nose to nose, because that really going to hurt. So, Zev Gottschalk, Curaçao's own Zev Gottschalk. Both these two have very, very passionate reasons they want to qualify. They want to be the first. They want to make history. Alex Powell never qualified for the grand finals for Jamaica. Zane Burgess wants to be the first. Nobody has ever done anything in motorsport from Curaçao until the Gottschalks come along. And while Wynn is doing his thing in Italy, Zev trying to make his own little bit of history as well. And the history aspect of it is not lost on these kids. Here we go, 3 wide, Ferro, Howard, both past Guber. And Zane Burgess is now escaping up the road.
Big move for Hudson Howard to the inside the last turn. He'll go by Albert Ferro. And now the number 49 that rolled from 8th. In the last lap, he's gone from 6th to 2nd. Still a good amount of racing left. But we need to put our differences aside, boys, and we want to keep sights of the 55. And for Zev Gottschalk, he's the only one that doesn't have to play by that rule set if he wants to keep his hopes alive. He's got to get back forward a lot First up, getting by Dominic Viraroa, and then next getting to the next group. Viraroa will lose another spot here as Westbrook gets by, but Hudson Howard, Albert Farrow, if they want any shot at a race win, now is the time to push and not pass.
There's more moves going in than a dance class on fast forwards. You cannot catch your breath, but Burgess is beginning to break away. 1.1 seconds up the road. Now, Hudson Howard and Albert Farrow have got to work together. There is Westbrook coming back in. He passes Zev Godchak, his teammate Godchak, back to P6. I think it's a bridge too far for Godchak. It is now all in Zane's hands.
I don't know about that, Henry. Hudson Howard just knocked about 4/10 off the lead last time by alone. He's well within the draft window, and that white and blue JHDD Kart Republic is hauling the mail. Hudson, of course, had an issue earlier on in this championship run of 3 rounds. He enters today 10th in the points. No shot, mathematically locked out. He just wants to stand on the top step of the race podium, and what will he do when he gets to that Andretti Global Sodi? Down the backstretch, the gap out back is huge, and it's only going to get bigger if they pass right here for third. Let's see if they do. Goubert, Farrow, and back to Westbrook. Nothing yet. They're still at least trying to keep the belief and the hope alive of catching the top 2, but Howard's on a mission. Here he goes, over-under from Zane, and he'll take back the lead.
It's like we're rolling it back to last Sunday between Burgess and Howard. That was fantastic. This is shaping up to be just as good, even though the stakes are so much higher. Howard has got a taste of victory on the national level. He wants more of it. There he goes, to the inside. Burgess, hey, he'll allow you through, then he'll come back at you. They're crisscrossing over, checking out where each other are, and do you know something? All the side pods and nose cones on those 2 karts are absolutely spotless, because they, the youngest drivers here, are managing to do what all the older ones can't, and that's not crash into each other. Unbelievable. These are stars of the future. The older ones should come and look at the younger ones as role models. Who's going to make the next move?
I don't know if we'll see one. Look at the launch. Hudson got out of that hairpin. He's already pulled a car length on Zane. And while Zane Burgess has been best of the rest, no one's been as fast as the number 49. Curious about any other new tires. We know Bernardo Goubert is on sticker mojos. He picked up a little bit on the leaders with the trading of positions they had. Here's a chick in back with Jaden Francisco's RPM Nitro kart. Albert Farrow in line. The LN kart does not seem to have the pace he needs to charge back forward. He's been on a backward slide and just lost another one. Dominic Viraroa into 6th behind Francisco now.
Zev Godchak has retired. It will not be history for the nation of Curaçao this year, but your time will come. There's the move. Burgess back in front. You said that, Hudson Howard pulled off an outstanding move coming into this corner a couple of laps ago. Zane goes, hold me be patty man. He's going to pull off another one. And look at them, they're almost smiling. No,
he's checking out.
What is a problem with Burgess's kart? What can he sense? The drivers have got this innate feeling. They can have a sixth sense of something maybe not right. Is it nerves or is it something real? Hudson Howard will capitalize, and will Goubert, Westbrook, Francisco and Viraroa come back into play?
They're catching up. They picked up another couple tenths that time. Goubert was at 1.6, 1.7 seconds away. He's 1.29 now. I don't know if it was an issue. Zane looked like he was maybe just holding his hand there for a minute, but more so adjusting the radiator flap, trying to keep an eye on the engine temperature. He's pointing to the heavens now like it's all good, and Hudson will give him a big shove down the backstretch.
Zane says thank you very much.
But this time by, 5 to go, and championship hopefuls are probably out of the picture. Viraroa, you can see back of the screen, the blue and red energy. Albert Farrow behind as well. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to do anything to rip the ticket away from the newest Jamaican sensation. Across the line, 9 complete.
Well, Inside Edition were here on Friday filming a little documentary on Zane Burgess. Apparently that will go out tomorrow or Tuesday. should have come back today, because they were hyping Zane as the next big thing, and then they left before he did his thing. And he has done his thing, but he has been challenged every step of the way. He has taken the best that Howard, Goubert, Westbrook, Francisco, Villarroa, Gottschalk, Dominguez and Ferro can throw at him, and he has just tossed it back with a huge teethy smile that he is now becoming so famous for. I said earlier on, he enjoyed last Sunday's final, where he finished third, more than he enjoyed last Saturday's final, which he won. Why? Because I got to race with my friends. He's got this simple outlook. He loves to race, he loves to win, he loves to represent Jamaica, and he just loves driving go-karts with his mates.
He's got 4 more laps of just that here, Henry, to book a ticket to represent Jamaica in Bahrain. There are 10 complete now. The only thing that could throw it away is any big major crash or DQ. Again, 11th or better was all he needed. He wanted to put an exclamation point on this one, though, for the kid that was winning everything and did win every championship but this one in 2024. 1 spot left to get, and as long as he doesn't get roped into the fight, he'll have it. But he's a racer, like you said. He enjoys the battles. With Hudson Howard now taking over the lead, different story. His journey just really kicking off this year. A handful of major starts last year, a couple of good runs, and a big-time race last weekend. Now, the chance to do it again. Here we go with 3 laps left on the board now.
Goubert inches towards the rear bumper of Burgess's kart, as does Westbrook. 9/10 of a second separate the top 4. Villarroa is 4 seconds back in 5th position. Then it's Ferro in P6. Dominguez, it won't be 2 in a row for Murilo Dominguez. He is 7th. Francisco is 8th. Minosi and young Corey Lyons in the top 10. McDonald, Pelletier, Kenefic, Clem, Lai, Compitiello, Addy, Sabino, Astalis are the 19 drivers still running.
And you got to give a big nod to Murilo Dominguez. 15 spots gained and counting right now. Great drive from dead last for the PSL Karting Bureau Art driver, our winner from yesterday. He's got Jaden Francisco on his heels. They're trying to hunt down Albert Ferro and Dominic Villarroa just behind this lead group of 4. I don't know if they'll get there in time, Henry, as they trail by a little over a second, but this has the spotlight, as it well so deserves. 2 laps to go. 4 young drivers between the ages of 7 and 10 with one last shot here during the RMC Winter Trophy to get a checkered flag.
Through turn number 5, separated by inches. Howard soaring away at the steering wheel of his Kart Republic chassis. Burgess looking so calm and collected. He's almost holding the bottom of the steering wheel. There he goes over the curbs. Goubert and Westbrook watching, waiting. Will some crumbs fall their way? I have to say, the respect between these two up front would probably suggest not. But you never know. You don't want to count your chickens. Whatever the result of the next 1.5 laps, these young drivers have been an example to us all. They are the role models of a generation, and now they've got 1 lap to sort it out. Hudson 1 lap away from a second win. Zane 1 lap away from a little bit of history from his beloved island of Jamaica. And Goubert and Westbrook are just privileged to watch and learn. Howard defends into turn 6. What have we got? Have we got 1 more trick up our sleeves?
Bernardo Goubert, high and low. I don't know how much he wants to watch and learn. I think he wants to execute. Let's see if he can pull off a major over-under here with a big swing for Zane. He'll get alongside, but he made a little contact and it scrubbed momentum. He's still got a push from Bernardo. That'll give him the nose out front. Goubert, though, 3 wide, to the inside. Burgess gets put into the marbles, and Howard crosses over the pair of them. He's got 2 car lengths. Final time. Last weekend, he was able to be first to the line as Westbrook goes to second, Burgess to third, and Hudson Howard will do it for the 2nd time. He wins round 4 of the Winter Trophy.
And Zane Burgess makes history for Jamaica. The yellow, black and green flag will fly in Bahrain this year, and it will be held by a young man with a monstrous amount of talent. His merchandise says, "In Zayn we trust," and you should, because he, and in fact all four of those, are the real deal. Well done. Welcome to the Grand Finals, Zayn Burgess. Welcome to the Grand Finals, Jamaica.
Dominic Viraroa did everything he could. P5 for the AKT Energy. And beyond him, of course, Murilo Dominguez from dead last up and into 6. Hudson Howard is fired up, though. Jay Howard, Driver Development, and Kart Republic stand atop and victorious here in Micro Max. And you can see what it means here. What a last lap move he was able to pull off. It was a great masterclass of defense last week. It was full-on offense for the number 49 on the last circuit around. And there it is. He gets the number 1 plate. How about it for Dutch Westbrook as well? Another podium finish for this budding superstar that Team Bennett has. And he's got a lot of wins that are headed his way. Today wasn't the day for it, but it was a great drive to get there at the 11th hour, at the last second, and pick up the pieces. And, well, Zayn Burgess, it may not be a top step, but third is enough.
Oh, yes. Look at them. They just look like they've had a little trot round the park. You know, nothing phases them. They just put on a show, and that was a show. Sometimes karting can be frustrating, it can be heartbreaking, but sometimes like that, it can be glorious. How could you not love it?
And I think the scales are about to roll. Let's take a look at that Coastal Link printing recap. Here we are, down to turn 1 off the bat. Bernardo Goubert trying to learn from his miscue in the pre-final to crowd and stay on the gas into the first turn, but he still faded back, and by playing chicken on the brakes with Zayn Burgess, it let Zev Godshock get through. And behind on the other end, or the wrong direction for Lincoln Lima, the beginning of what was a main event of woes.
But look at where Hudson Howard is right now. He's not even in the league group. He had to fight his way up there. There's Godshock and Zayn. He lived dangerously. Viraroa, so impressive in the early going. Like I said, if you're going to go down swinging, and he did. He left it all on the track.
Big spin here for Lincoln Lima. This was a scary moment. Thankfully, he and Yusuf Adi were cleared and okay, but it ended both of their days here, at least the run at a good result. This could have almost ended badly for Zev Godshock, Bernardo Goubert, and the championship leader and eventual provisional champ, Zayn Burgess, but they gathered it up, kept it clean, and then there was some infighting further back. But we were now switching focus forward again as the 49 caught up to the 55. Hudson Howard, first attempt didn't stick. Second one did, and it did for a while. But Zayn didn't want to hang there forever, no. Henry. He went back to the lead just 1 lap later.
But this is fun. This is what they want. This is what they love doing. You know, this is why they went out and terrorized the older kids on the rentals last night. But they have to be careful because Goubert, he wasn't going to play. He wanted to win, and now the crossover. Oh, that was a whisker of a touch there, and Goubert committed, overcommitted. Burgess had nowhere to go. Howard took the win and handed on silver platter. But Zayn, he thought, well, I'm going to make one more move. If I can make one more move, I will. It was a drag race, and he will stand on the podium for this, the final round. Behind them, battles all the way down the order. Wonderful. They came from the UK, they came from Curacao, from the UK, from the USA, from Chinese Taipei, from Brazil, from Ireland, from all over the world, and yet they fell just a little bit short against Jamaica.
I'll look back again to Lincoln Lima and Zev Godshock, who end up being the only DNFs in that main. 2 more, of course, there, Cam Becker and 1 more as well that were not able to make it out for this one. But for Hudson Howard, it's a main event win interview number 2. He's with Alex.
Xander, Hudson Howard, what a run, dude. What a last lap pass. I mean, walk me through how this feels for you.
It just feels amazing to just have the feeling going across the finish line and just having this opportunity to win.
How did you make that pass happen?
I just try to get on the outside and see Zane and Bernard fighting for it, and then I see Bernard go a little deep into the corner, and Zane was on the outside of him, and I just try to get the switch back on them.
Lastly here, who do you want to thank for this win?
I would like to thank my dad. I'd like to thank KR Engines. I'd like to thank my mom, my whole family, and God for giving me this opportunity.
All right, thank you so much, Hudson.
Thank you.
Lastly here, I'm going to bring in his dad, Jay Howard. Jay, really quickly, one question. What does this mean to you to see your son just continue to progress, and especially for your team?
Yeah, obviously pretty special for me. I've been in this industry all my life and running lots of different kids, and I love what I do. I'm really fortunate to do what I do. This is a whole different level of stress for me. I don't know how much longer I can keep doing it, to be honest. But super proud of him. I know he's been working really, really hard. I love watching all the kids race. I mean, the lessons he's learning and all the other kids, I mean, it's incredible. And these kids here can race with anyone in the world. So, glad to be a part of it. And we got a great team. It's starting off really well, and we just got to try and keep it going.
Thank you. Congrats, Jay.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, send it on back to you guys. DD2 getting ready to go out.
We'll speak, of course, with more of the drivers from each of these events as we have time. There is a short intermission following the DD2 main event as well, but, well, they've got just as much of a chaotic point fight as any of our 7 divisions. Antoine Lacherie took the gamble in the pre-final to go to sticker tires. The SAAS karting Mac Minarelli Righetti Rodolfi, black and green, will lead us to the green flag here with Matt Taskinen's PSL Karting Beryl Art on the outside. And he was able to get past Nico Ambiato, who needs a Grand Slam weekend here for rounds 3 and 4 to make up for some hiccups at round number 2. He rolls on the inside of the second row alongside another championship hopeful, Gianluca Savali, who had to overcome a 9th place quali effort here this weekend.
Lucas Pernod and Brandon Carr go from row number 3, then Lucas Nanji and Samuel Rojas, Ludovic Saborin and Derek LaRoche. The only driver to be undefeated in his class, the 585, Tyler Juvorg, Martin Janssen, Sebastian Choquette, and hopefully Preston Le Breton. Yes, I can see the 423 cart out there. I had almost forgotten that they had rejigged the order, because I'm so glad that after that Micromax battle, we've got the stress-free race that is DD2. 5 drivers, 1 title, separated by a gnat's whisker. It's Taskinen versus Ambiado, Savalio, Pernod and Carr, with Antoine Lacherie leading them all. Rotax's ultimate class. Are we about to see the ultimate race? And we are go, and it's a great start from Matt Taskinen. And following him through is the 448 of Ambiado, with Lacherie down to 3rd. So the positions, the championship destination could change every lap. Although Taskinen on 704 points leads Carr and Savalio, who are on 697. Pernod 682, Ambiado 665.
Antoine, again, these are guys fighting for a title. You've got to keep that in mind. They're going to be a little bit desperate to keep each other within reach, and he tried to fight it on the outside. He got caught sleeping off the start there by Matt Taskinen, and now Brandon Carr has sent him to the weeds. A much-needed good start for the 428 HM Propeller machine. Savalio putting the heat on him for P3. Matt Taskinen, your leader at lap 1. Alex.
Yeah, guys, really quickly, Zane Burgess, you just made history. You're going to Bahrain representing Jamaica. How does that feel?
Really good to be in Europe for the first time in forever.
Lastly here, Zane, what a race, right? Side by side with your friends. I mean, how cool is that for one, and how tough was it?
I mean, it was tough because they're all battling, so I get the fun, but it's also really hard.
And then one more thing, your parents are on watching here. Sodi's on watching as well. Who do you want to thank?
Sodi by Velocity, Andretti, Gamebridge, the whole entire team, my mechanic, and my mom and dad.
Well, Zane, congratulations, bud.
Thank you.
Zane Burge is the first driver to ever represent Team Jamaica. Back to you guys.
You can never look away from a karting race here, and you can definitely not look away from this one. Nico Ambiato and Matt Taskinen just went to blows there in turn 6, and now the whole pack is back together again. 2 down, Ambiato into the lead, and Taskinen down to 7th now as the Masters drivers are on the edge of it. Here's Brandon Carr to the inside. The points leader finally decided to wake up, Henry.
Yes, Brandon Carr now leads the championship again. We briefly saw, I wasn't sure if there was a problem for Taskinen's kart. Oh, and Taskinen's gone wide again. Oh, actually, I think that was Taskinen going back in on Ludwig Saboin, possibly. But yeah, it's all kicked off. With 200 points for a win and 180 for second, the winner takes all between Taskinen, Carr, Savalio, Pernod. Ambiado needs a little bit more help, but not much.
And what you were looking at, Henry, was just when you get out in the marbles, you talked about it, how many races are here. Well, the biggest pain is if you end up on the outside in that long sweeper in front of the scale line. Taskinen was that guy a lap ago. Pernod was that guy last lap. So now at least Matt is back to 5th. He needs the front two to fight a little more, though, if they go as they run, with Nico Ambiato ending up in 2nd and Brandon Carr winning. It'd be Ambiato moving up to 3rd in the standings here, actually almost getting to Matt Taskinen as he rides at 5th.
Now, I think Brandon Carr can afford to finish 2nd to Nicholas Ambiado. He's the only driver that, doesn't meet the... If Ambiado wins and Carr 2nd...
Indeed.
Yeah, Carr still takes it. The others are Taskinen as well. But only one driver can finish 2nd, and it's not over yet. But Ambiado, do you know something? A clean sweep the 2nd weekend. He'll miss the ticket, but he'll have done himself, his own career, and Chile proud. But Brandon Carr, they make them tough in Sheffield. He's come from the depths of despair yesterday and this morning. He's got it right when it matters most.
We're waiting on him to be able to show why he has been one of the best racing drivers full-time here in the U.S. for the last couple of seasons. And now finally it's on display as the gap opens just a little bit out of turn number 10 back to Ambiato. For a split second, Henry, I thought Gianluca Savalio was closing in. The best he was able to do last lap was match the top 2. The REM Cosmic needs more. And Ludovic Saborin, how much is he playing blocker to Matt Taskinen right now? The HM Propeller boys are 1st and 4th, and Saborin does not have a shot at the title. Unfortunately, again, this is at the detriment of his own countrymen here. 2 Team Canada representatives over the years fighting it out. And he's not going to, I think, get involved at least yet. No blocking, and Taskinen gets through pain-free.
Yes, I mean, they're not their countrymen first at the grand finals. They're team drivers first trying to get there.
Yes.
But smart, careful driving, good driving from Saboin. Fight hard, fight fair.
I don't know if we could ask this right here, the best driver, though. The further back group, I think Antoine Lacharit just got a full-on bump and run from Lucas Nanji in turn 10. We were these. I mean, you can see Lacharit's got the full left side pod blackened from tire rubber. Lucas Pernod's gone through. Nanji's through. And as we watch the leaders, Savalio appears to be visually closing. He picked up 2/10 there. Alex, what can you tell us as we keep our eyes on the front of the field?
Guys, I have an update on the Senior Max drama. Aiden Ingrata, after a disqualification for the 358, Nicolas Vega, the last driver in, through to the main event.
There you have it. We suspected it, but we were not 100% certain. Alex, thank you for staying on top of that story. So from 37 to 36, by the skin of his teeth, Aiden Ingrata will get a chance to fight and have at least a say in whether or not he ends as a Senior Max champion. And if it's anything like what we've seen so far today, that'll be a fight indeed. Whew. DD2 only at the halfway mark, and not even. Next time will be halfway. 7 down, 9 to go, Henry.
Long, long way to go. We are now in a slight lull. Everyone's letting their equipment cool down. We've had the opening salvos. Everybody now knows what their rivals have got in terms of kit, and everybody knows where their rivals are in terms of track position. This is where the big boys play. Carr checks over his shoulder. Ambiado, he's been closer than this, but Carr had this. Oh, Carr clashed the curb there. Ambiado could sense through the way that Carr was positioning his kart that he wasn't just going to let Nicholas Ambiado go. Rather than get drawn in to a scrap early stages, he thought, okay, let's sit. Brandon is fast. Taskinen is coming back in a hurry. What has Scott Campbell said to Matt Taskinen? And I've got to say, Taskinen, he's this laconic, quiet, sort of, it's almost like semi-chilled figure. But he's got to get the tiger in him out there now. If he wants to go to Bahrain, he is going to have to dig deep, find some mean and nasty.
Brandon Carr and Nico Ambiado aren't losing any time by battling, but they're losing a lot off pace here. You're right. Taskinen's closing in. Fastest, though, was Savalio, 52.43 to a 79 for Brandon Carr. A 3.5-tenth swing. Does Gianluca go here? He won't yet, but he's almost ready to, I think, start making some moves, just like he did yesterday. Again, that deciding position change for second on the last lap behind Ambiado to get by Taskinen. Does that end up being one of many factors that play into Gianluca Savalio being able to take the championship and the title? He's got a great chance at it now with the speed he has and 6.5 laps to do it. Here we go, P2.
Savalio wastes no time. Picks him up, puts him down into P2. Then says to Ambiado, don't even think about it, mate. Let's go. It looks like we are down to 4 contenders. Pernod back in 6th. It has just not happened for him in this race. Ambiado needs help. He needed Pernod to finish second, realistically, so Ambiado is your outsider. However, Carr, Taskinen, Savalio, whichever one of those three crosses the line first, should and probably will take the ticket. That's what you want. You want it all to come down to the last lap of the last race after you put it on the line for 2 straight weeks. HM Propeller and the Kart Republic team with Brandon Carr, Joe Turney here helping them out. Racing Edge Motorsport, Cosmic Chassis, Gianluca Savalio. And then Birrell Art, PSL Karting, Matt Taskinen with Scott Campbell helping out. 3 different setups, 3 very different characters, 3 very different styles, but one goal, and of course, that's before we get to Ambiado, who is just driving his heart out.
Yeah, Nicholas Ambiado, again, trying to just make it all the way to the end of the 16 laps. Such a big heart and so much effort he has put forth over the last 2 days to truck it out and try to keep those hopes alive. And, well, as long as they're fighting in front of him, they will be. Savalio has arrived at the doorstep of Brandon Carr. He'll go to the high side. Carr to the low side. Crossover, and we're door-to-door for the lead and a potential major point swing. Here we go with the launch out of the corner. Savalio's got the lead.
And Savalio now has the ticket in his grasp. 4 to go. It's closed them back up. Now, Taskinen. He had words with Ambiado earlier on. He was not aggressive against Ambiado yesterday. He has to be aggressive now, and now Ambiado passes Carr. Carr's gone from winning the title to being 2 places out of it. This is Savalio's race to lose now, and he will certainly not be shy about defending his position.
Who knows how many scenarios the SLA kart racing team went over with Nicholas Ambiado, or did they just tell him go out and win it? Because right now he's throwing caution to the wind as they fight behind Taskinen versus Carr. It'll swap the spot for vice champion, but it doesn't pay a grand finals ticket like the championship does. It has cost them valuable time, and now all the hopes for both of those 2 drivers in 3rd and 4th rely on the Chilean in 2nd to make some magic happen with Gianluca Savalio. 3 laps to go at the line, and Nico got a great launch out of the back hairpin.
Yeah, now Gianluca knows that he can afford to lose the lead to Ambiado. Well, he should know, because they should know the points at this stage. But will he want to? Discretion, valor, However, if he doesn't keep Ambiado behind him, Ambiado is currently Gianluca Savalio's rear gunner. That's his safety net. He wants to keep that safety net there, because when you've got Taskin and the car right behind you, oh, it's like dangling your legs into the water while the sharks are swimming. And the sharks are circling the rear bumper of Gianluca Savalio's kart, and he begins to defend on this lap 14 of 16. You can throw a paperweight over him. Taskinen for the lead. Yes, no, Ambiado for the lead. Taskinen now has the ticket. No, Carr has the ticket. No, Savalio has the ticket. The championship has swung 3 ways in 2 corners, but Chile are possibly now going to win this race. The battle is on for second. Whoever finishes first out of these 3 goes to Bahrain. Simple as that.
Nico Ambiado already getting away as Savalio begins parking it on the inside. Here comes Ludovic Saborin. What can he do to play spoiler into this? It'd be a first podium of the Winter Trophy for Ludovic, as down the inside goes Savalio. An over-under from Taskin, and has a nose on Carr. Brandon Carr to the outside. He'll have clean tires. Savalio low. Taskin in low. Saborin goes through it. Savalio stalls it. Savalio pops it into neutral. Carr had nowhere to go. Matt Taskinen into a championship spot now as Carr sent it on Savalio.
And right, Saborin is going to play spoiler. 1 lap to go. Taskinen has the ticket. Brandon Carr's got to pass 2 of them. Here comes Lucas Pernod. 1 lap for Lucas to make a miracle happen. There is Taskinen. Park it, Matt. Absolutely park it. You said yourself, beta yesterday, alpha today. You have to be that person if you want the ticket. Ambiado is going to win. And here we go, down the back straight. Saboin, let him go, Matt, let him go. Don't get involved. But there is the man of the weekend, Nicholas Ambiado. Could this be the man of the season? Matt Mustache Mountain Taskinen.
He's got the gap. He looks to be good. Nicholas Ambiado out of the last turn wins it, sweeps the weekend, but Matt Taskinen is going to Bahrain as he wins the title.
Wow. Wow, that's all you can say. And they're still battling, and Tyler Givois remains undefeated. That young man from Chile, he will, I am sure, get a ticket in his home country. He's got too much talent not to go. But when you see the entries, oh, there's only 11 of them. Yep, imagine if there was 23 of them or 30 of them. That would be unbearable. 11 is plenty. Taskinen. At one point, the championship lead changed 3 times in 2 corners. They're shifting gears. These are brutal karts. Alan Isabard had to withdraw because the chassis just beat him up so much. Now, there will be discussions.
And you can see, obviously, Brandon Carr, Gianluca Savalio.
I think now, Savalio, you said he stalled. He got moved. You know, you can't apply the brakes when your rear wheels are 6 inches off the ground. But that was a chain reaction. There may be some choice words. You can understand that these are adults, and sometimes, emotions get the better. Right, Taskinen. We haven't even mentioned, have any got any nose cone penalties? That could change everything.
I believe, that's, I think, what Carr may have gone up to Savalio about, is the frustration there, because coming out of the corner, the way that it popped, it just looked like it went to neutral for a second on corner exit, Henry. Yes, Savalio was on the outside, was getting shuffled back. It was getting definitely physical amongst all of them, knowing what was on the line. But for Brandon Carr, he kind of was boxed in out of that hairpin. We'll see all that on the official replay package, but for Nico Ambiado, this is a dream result after the way last weekend ended. Talk about a roller coaster of emotions, and still, I'm sure it's going to feel bittersweet because he will end up with the dust settling if all the results hold 24 points shy.
Now, there's the results as things stand. Ambiado, Taskinen, Saborin, Car, Pernod, Lacharit and Savalio. 5.4 seconds separates everybody. 3 seconds separates second back to 8th. If Taskinen gets a nose cone, but Saborin doesn't, Saborin comes second, Brandon Carr would be third. That could make it very interesting. Ambiado's chances aren't over yet. We need to do nose cone watch here because a penalty for Taskinen, Carr, Pernod or Savalio, that could change the destination of the ticket.
Yeah, we played scenarios of how they'd cross the line. Yeah. There's scenarios as well of if there was any extra penalties there. If Taskinen got one, that would be the biggest swing. It would then go to Carr, and then Carr would need one to knock him out and go to potentially Ambiado. And if Ambiado had anything, well, then it would go to Savalio. But as you can see, the SLA kart racing boys are headed to Tech. Alexander Searle's getting intel. It buys us a moment to relive what was a hectic, a chaotic, and a dramatic 16-lap final. Kicking things off with Antoine Lacharit getting a very rude welcome to the front of the field in DD2.
I hope Matt Taskinen didn't jump the start.
That too.
I hope he didn't jump the start. Now, that's where it got tasty between Ambiado and Taskinen. That forced Taskinen back to about 6th or 7th on the marbles. As you said, Ambiado led briefly, then Brandon Carr took over. There is Lacharit again. Thanks for coming. Enjoyed your win. Now, bye-bye. Ambiado, though, just doesn't know how to quit. He doesn't know how to quit. You said he would be heartbroken about last weekend. I think he's found something within himself. But this move was great. Back to the lead goes Savalio. The crossover move. Now, this was good. This is Ambiado into second. Savalio controlling things, and this was also good. That was Savalio losing a place. Carr coming across. This may not have... Oh, no, that was good as well. 3 wide, that was the way it changed hands 3 times.
Right here is the moment where I think Savalio stalls. So again, yeah, it looks like going in the corner. It all of a sudden he stops. Matt Taskinen, I'm sure, was on his bumper, but I don't think he moved him. And then Carr, out of the last turn there, sends it down the inside. And I'm not sure, again, he may have thought that Gianluca was trying to just fully stop and maybe brake check, maybe deploy the pushbacks to Taskinen and Carr. Whatever the thought process was, they obviously didn't seem to be in agreement when we were looking at them in the scale line. But it was just a really awkward moment, and it wasn't the first time we've caught something like that. Savalio had another weird shifting issue just for a split second in yesterday's main as well. But either way you shake it out, Nico Ambiado, like you said, never gave up. And the part where I say it's bittersweet is after all that fight, and you go, yes, I've proven it, I've dug deep, I've won both days. You realize how close he does end up. That literally 1 or 2 more spots changing hands would have given the title to the Chilean, as well as a sweep of the weekend if one thing goes different. But again, you could argue the same for every single driver in that fight, and I hope as we continue to watch more and more join our live broadcast and join the line at the catwalk, that realizing we're only halfway through these mains, this stuff is only going to continue to ramp up. This has been incredible watching the fights come down to the wire.
The ultimate class gave us the ultimate race. We're only halfway done. 3 down, 3 to go, and Alex Searle has a whole bunch of drivers with him now.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. Starting off with the man of the hour here, Matt Taskinen. Everything's all provisional, but so far, you and the Mullets going to Bahrain. How does that feel?
It feels good just to get it over with this early in the year. I can chill out, go to a bunch of races this year with nothing really hanging over my head too much. So, yeah.
Through the race, Henry was talking about who was having the ticket at all times. I mean, you, Brandon Carr, Ambiado, Savalio, at one point in that race held their hands on that ticket. What was going through your head during that race?
Well, I went all the way back to 7th or 8th place at the beginning there. Me and kind of had a little collision there, but I just kept my head down and saw Savalio and Carr starting to fight, and I just felt like I had a chance, and they just started battling, and I was just hoping I would be the one that got lucky and ended up leading. But I wasn't too sure out on track if I won or not. I thought it was whoever won the race. So hearing that is actually kind of new to me. But
You're a little more aggressive today, I'd say, than yesterday. Is that just because you kind of learned from what you did yesterday, maybe being too patient?
yeah, like I said earlier in the pre-final, that was not the right race strategy. Like, you should always just be going to try to be in the lead or moving forward. And I felt like I did that in the pre-final and in the final there.
Lastly here, who do you want to thank for this?
PSL, my mechanic Scott, Joey from Overdrive back home. He built me a rocket of a motor this year, and my mom and dad for coming down here with me.
Congrats, Matt, representing Team Canada.
Yeah, no, thank you.
All right, let you send over and go celebrate with your team. Nico, make your way over here, bud. 17-year-old sensation here in the DD2 class. You won on track. You won the race. Didn't win the title, unfortunate from last week's penalties, but how good does this feel for you?
Yeah, for me it's very sensational. I saw my experiences go more by this a race. I had that complication for take the ticket, but I'm very happy. I had 2 wins. Congratulations for testing him. He's a very nice driver. Just for go take the ticket in my country, Chile, in the championship. That's the idea. Just I need thank for my team, my family, my friends. That support give me when I started in go-karts. I just take thanks.
Thank you, Nico.
Thank you.
All right, let's bring in Brandon Carr. Brandon, come over here, bud. You had the championship at one point during the race, lost it, got it back a handful of times. How would you sum up the last couple of laps, really?
The last laps was just hard racing. We just needed to race a bit smarter till the last lap. Like everyone, I'm here for the win. I'm not here for second. And I hope everybody else is like that as well. So when we started racing for second, it was a bit annoying, but at the same time, it was for the championship. So got to just deal with it a little bit. But it was a good race. We found the speed that we needed at the beginning and got to the front and tried to hold it off as much as we could. But yeah, we were just trying extra hard, just me for the team, because they put so much effort in to try and make us fast, because we were good last week. We struggled a little bit yesterday and struggled a bit today. So it was nice to be able to get to the front and being able to stay at the front for a while.
I saw you and Gianluca talking a little bit after the scale. Is that just kind of emotions after a hard race?
Yeah, definitely. It's just one of them things where you come in and you're racing for the win, and then next minute you're racing for fourth. So, yeah, emotions are high, but I still feel we could both do a little bit there just to try and make it a bit better for more races in the season.
All right, thank you, Brandon.
Thank you.
Lastly, let's bring in the other guy on the pairing of that one, Gianluca Savaggio. Yeah, you see a good job there from Gianluca. Just good sportsmanship here, but I want to hear your side of it all here. The last couple of laps, it seems like that championship slipped away from you. How did you see it?
Yeah, I felt like I had it. It was right at the tip of my fingers, but obviously it didn't go my way. 2 laps to go, I started feeling the rear slide, and next thing I know, I had a flat tire, so can't really do much with that. Just trying to hold on for second.
Talk about the frustrations there. You and Brandon Carr, you seem like you already got over it all, but how did you see it all?
Yeah, it was just water under the bridge. I don't really care. It is what it is.
All right, thank you, Gianluca.
Thank you.
We'll send it on back to you guys.
Thank you, Alex. A quick run-through of all the feedback from a crazy DD2 MAX championship fight that, of course, had us up in arms and confused as well and trying to catch our breaths from it all. We've at least got a moment, thankfully, in the timetable to do that. So 6 minutes away from Masters MAX. We'll take a minute here to step aside. When we return, we'll begin the prep for the final 3 main events of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy. It's been great. Should get even better here in a little bit.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it
all about fun. A chance to get away and leave it all behind.
Or do you chase your personal best, challenging yourself over and over again? Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are,
Whatever we're here for, racing is who we are.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Charlotte Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Polymass.
well, for the first race, that it seems like we might have a little bit of room to breathe.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
I'm hoping not.
No,
I'm hoping we have something to talk about, just like last week here in a crazy Masters Max main to close the weekend where Danilo Romolo had swept it all to that point. But who knows? You never know fully what will happen at a Rotax Max Challenge event. And well, at least for the Winter Trophy, Mundi Lawyer will line up on the pole. Rubens Barrichello had that pushback penalty in the pre-final. We caught that on camera, but he was able to outrun it for all but one. And that minimized the damage to just 5 points to his lead. He enters with 60 markers ahead. I think that allows him to fall pretty far back there, basically to about 6th, 7th, 6th officially for him to clinch. So an easy cruise it should be, as long as all the parts stay on.
Yes, this is pretty simple. Rubens Barrichello will win the title if he finishes in the top 6, provided Mundi Lawyer has to win and hope Rubens finishes 7th or lower. It's a head-to-head fight. There are 11 go-karts, 16 laps, and what will be will be. But Mundi Lawyer has brought it to the wire. Can't ask any more than that. If Romalo had not been excluded from last Sunday's second round for having some choice words with one of the officials, then we could be talking something different. But it is what it is. Lawyer v. Rubens, Max Masters.
Let's go down to Alex here as the field begins to form behind us for the final time this weekend.
I have to go out on all new tires, fresh rubber, fresh mojos for the 677.
There you have it. Fresh tires for Yevgeny Panenko on the CKR.
Well, there's one wild card.
Yeah, how about that? We could have a little bit of a shakeup here. Now, yesterday as well, we remember Rubens Barrichello did go through and ultimately decide to put the new tires on the Saturday main instead of the Sunday one. Mundi Lawyer, does he have a new set to run? Well, I believe in his case he may have done the same. But for Rubens, he maximized his Saturday. He's been decent on the Sunday. Lawyer in the 633 needs a lot to swing his way to pull off a ticket. Here we go, and a big jump for Daniel Costa as he goes to the high side in turn 1.
And Barrichello drops to 6th. Oh, he only needs to finish in the top 6. I didn't think he would be that far back, and yet here we are. Make that P5. Goodbye, Dominic Legrand. Thanks for coming. Now he's behind a driver who has got brand new bones on his kart, and the driver in front of that driver is Fernando Hernandez, who, as we saw, will make a lunge whether the move's on or not if he thinks a podium. But Mundi Lawyer is doing what he needs to do. Lead out, just reel off the laps. Oh, Hernandez having a nibble at Costa, but backs out of that one. Panenko runs in 4th. Barrichello 5th. That would give him 150 points. He would win by 10 points if he finishes 5th. If he finishes 6th, he would win by 2.
It'll be close. Close indeed here. Dominic Legrand still at the end of the pack, and as Rubens rides behind the group here, well, he's definitely not going fast enough to get away from the drivers on his heels. Hernandez there, that time try to move on Daniel Costa. It did not work. Now he's got Panenko, who nearly spun in front, and now he makes contact with Rubens, and he hits the wall. Rubens Barrichello shrugging. Does that draw the eye of the stewards? You think any incident would, and Panenko on new tires trying to hang on.
I don't see, I can't see how that developed, because Panenko was having half a spin. Barrichello dived to the inside. I think Panenko must just gunned it and still tried to hang on.
Pretty much. Yeah, he tried to hang it around the outside there, knowing maybe either that he needed to stay in the fight with the new rubber and maximize it, or that Rubens might be able to get away. Also update, Dominic Legrand, Michelle Legrand also on Sticker Mojo. So that's another duo that could shuffle Rubens back. But Barrichello in fourth with Panenko out. Gilbert fading away. Michelle Legrand, Simon Proto, so Sylvain Chenard, hard to say if they'll get there. All that dirt on the track as well. Mundi Lawyers, the snowplow, first to hit it. And the driver's behind as well. Getting sideways there under braking.
That is the patent. Oh, is that Barrichello? Oh, it's all going wrong for Rubinho. He collides with Dominic Legrand. And there's us thinking we were in for an easy ride. Hernandez using the patented dive bomb into turn 9. Now here's Pro Tour. Dominic Legrand again trying to make use of the best tyres. Michel Legrand is up at the P6. And Rubens Barrichello is 7th. At the moment, that driver there, Mundi Lawyer, is your champion. Long way to go, long way to go. But Mundi Lawyer, this is why he pushed so hard. This is why he never gave up. Because when it comes down to Ticket Sunday, anything can happen. And as we've seen, it usually does.
And unfortunately for Rubens Barrichello, he's got to take shoulder a bit of his own, issues there, because that dirt that had everyone sliding in the brake zone and going off in that hairpin came from Panenko going off and spinning and hitting the wall and getting all that grass kicked up and onto the track. And then they had no warning really of how dirty their tires would be until they hit the brakes and had no traction. The good news again for Rubens, as you mentioned, it's a long race. He has been significantly faster than this trio over the course of the weekend, and already he's coming into frame. And a pass attempt like that will help. Legrand unable to get by on Proto, and Rubens goes back into control of the championship as Michel, even with the new rubber, is trapped back outside the top 5. Barrichello to 6th, Legrand to 7th, and Rubens will take over 5th as well. He goes by Proto.
And Rubens says, thank you very much. Then he checks over his shoulder, almost as though just to make sure that Simon Proto doesn't get any ideas above his station. What you saw earlier was 66-year-old Michel Legrand diving up the inside of his countryman Simon Proto as if he were a junior driver. He absolutely loves this sport. Now Barrichello has got a bit of breathing space. Next up, Brian Hannon. Brian Hannon in P4. At the moment, Barrichello has a title by 10 points. We haven't mentioned what happens if there's a nose cone penalty for Rubens Barrichello. That would drop him back to 9th.
With the pass on Hannon, now I think he's got clear track. Probably won't pick up a nose cone penalty at the pace he's going. The only thing I think could sidetrack him, and this could again send everything to the appeals office, is any issues with the contact that we just barely missed with Dominic Legrand, or maybe with Panenko. He's clear and safe now, and he's just got to stay ahead of a sliding Simon Proto.
Out of the corner of his peripheral vision, Rubens Barrichello thought he was going back 12 months, and David LaPlante was heading his way, but it wasn't. It was Proto. Just missed Barrichello. I wondered if we will get a chance in the replay to see what happened between Panenko or not. It was a strange incident. And I can't imagine that Rubens had any fault, because Panenko had a spin, Barrichello went past him, and then somehow Panenko sped it around the outside. It was strange. It was.
Panenko definitely got out of shape, and he was spinning as he went by us, but I don't think he was going all the way around. He was sideways over that curb when he landed, and I think that's when Rubens saw it as a weak point and said, okay, well, I'm going to get past if I don't go like this down the inside and on by him. But instead, like you mentioned, Panenko tried to hang on, tried to fight the move, and he ends up tagging the wall.
Evgeny Panenko, the first time he's met Rubens Barrichello, he's probably grown up watching him. Well, not grown up, but he's probably, spent his years watching Formula One, watching Rubens. Suddenly he's racing against him. You can imagine, okay, don't take out the F1 driver. Whatever you do, don't do something stupid. Oh, no, there's a curb bang. And there you go. So he was thinking to himself, I wonder if I should ask for his autograph. Well, if you haven't got it already, Evgeny, the chances are slim to none now. Well, it depends. Rubens gets a ticket, all will be forgiven. Here is the man of the day, Mundi Lawyer. He is 2.5 seconds up the road from Hernandez. He's 4 seconds up the road from Costa. Even without all the chaos that has befallen Rubens Barrichello, I think this would have been the race that Mundy would have beaten Rubens head to head, because he's put it all together and he is just cruising. Apex, apex, apex. He's not looking around. He's not looking up at his team, Tio and Elio, to see where Rubens is. He's just doing his job, and he's doing a damn good job.
Yeah, there's just nothing, you know, everything in his control, right? That everything that he can do to score this ticket, to score this championship, he's done. And he's done so with class, right? We've watched a couple of different tactical ways to try and secure these the title over this 2-week championship run and these 3 main events that have preceded main event number 4 here in Masters Max. Mundy Lawyer could have, from the drop of the green, tried to back the field up, try to go to the inside and defend from lap 1 to the end of lap 16. And every time he'd maybe lose the lead, then dive bomb to reclaim it. But no, he wants to win it on the fact of his pure speed, and maybe, just maybe, the dominoes fall in his favor behind him. So kudos to for Mundy Lawyer to do so. And at the same point, for Fernando Hernandez and Daniel Costa, this is a nice ending to a weekend for the pair. Hernandez here, P2 on the cusp of a podium. Costa gets a bit of redemption for yesterday, and behind him, while his teammate tracks him down, Rubens Barrichello putting that PSL karting Birol Art, the Barrichello chassis, towards the front of the field after a myriad of woes. A part of that has been due to the fantastic power and the ability to get him a machine, a piece of equipment that can drive forward. We were able to go and talk with Lucas Noguera, our newest data analyst partner here at Kart Chaser, to explain a bit of what it takes to be able to make these Rotax Max engines fly.
To talk about how this engine is built. The Rotax engine has a power valve. Some of you don't know how it works, but this basically gives a back pressure to the engine on low torque. It changes the back pressure. So the way it's set it up is to allow us to gain some bottom power when we are getting out of the corner. And another thing about the Rotax is the ECU, that at 12,500 RPM, it changes the timing, giving us some more top speed. So knowing this, when we go through the data, we want to look at the specific spots. At 12,000 RPM, we look at when the ECU changes the timing. So every time we see a big difference between our drivers, at around 12,000 RPM forward, we know that's during what we call the boost, this timing change. And this could be an electrical problem with the ECU, it could be a harness problem, but it's most likely an electrical problem. Also, when we check at 7,500 RPM to 8,500, we know that's when the valve is open. So if we see that the driver is not coming out of a tight hairpin like the one we have in Orlando, we normally check the valve and it's stuck, or there's another problem with the valve. So it's always important when we are analyzing the data to check these specific spots where the engine has the power valve working and when he has the ECU changing the timing. And an easy way to look at this is through the EGT, because the EGT is the consequence of how the engine is burning the fuel. So if the timing is not being changed, the EGT will look very different from both your drivers.
Wonderful. Really insightful. Never seen that thing before. Kart Chaser breaking new ground there, having a tech guy, the Larry McReynolds of the karting world with a French accent. While we were away, Rubens Barrichello has done a very, very significant thing. He has put more than 5 seconds between his rear bumper and anybody else behind him. So, one potential post-race hurdle is no longer a factor. 5-second nose cone penalty doesn't affect Rubens' position. So there is something out of the way. The next problem that Rubens is going to face is, what do I do about Daniel Costa? So I'd quite like to finish on the podium, being an ex-Formula 1 driver and all that. However, I don't need to. Costa will probably lick his lips and think, okay, Rubens, we'll have a play. I don't want to play, says Rubens. I want to go home with a trophy and a ticket. But you mentioned a C word earlier, and it's the perfect word to describe Mundy Lawyer. Class. He is a class act, on track and off track. in every way that he approaches his Rotax racing.
And I will say, I don't know if Rubens is going to have to make that decision for you, Henry. You watch him into every break zone, and I think his mojos are just barely giving way a little bit. He was really out of shape going into that back hairpin last time. And while he's able in more of the high-speed sections, roll speed, use every inch of the track that he's helped develop, both of his boys helped watch his family grow up at, he still needs grip, traction, a good handling go-kart, and of course a fast power plant as we watch him now try to at least minimize the wiggling in the brake zone behind Costa. And well, Daniel looks like he's going to say, okay, Rubens, you know what, you've earned this one and you deserve a spot on the podium. And a class act move by Daniel Costa. It won't change the championship at all, but giving way and saying, you know, good job. You've earned this title, and I don't want to have anything that is in my control potentially take that away from you. Class act from Daniel Costa as well.
Exactly. And let's remember one person who has, after a couple of shaky moments, had an accident race. Fernando Hernandez. He's running P2. 4 seconds behind Mundi Lawyer. Well done, Speed Concepts Racing, because you don't normally see that team in this class. Let's take a quiet, relaxing Sunday afternoon drive in Orlando with 58-year-old Peruvian Mundi Lawyer. What have you done this weekend, Mundi? Well, I've battled an F1 driver. I've beaten an F1 driver, but for the 4th year running, I've come up a little bit short trying to get the ticket. But I'll be back next year because, like us all, he's been bitten by the bug. No matter how frustrating this sport gets, it gets into your skin, into your veins, and you just can't put it down. This is the performance that Mundi Lawyer has warranted. He's deserved this. And at one point, for half a lap, he was going to Bahrain. He may not have known it at the time, but hey, he was there. But he puts his head down, cruises into turn number 9. Even the Masters, the class we thought wouldn't have any drama or would have less drama, provided it. It's going to be a class act in P1, but it's going to be one of Rotax's world-class acts going to Bahrain again. Mundi Lawyer gets the win he so richly deserves. Hernandez is second. And now you can breathe, Rubens. Now you have negotiated those final few hiccups, pitfalls, and what I love to see, it doesn't matter if it's a stock car, if it's a Formula 1 car, if it's a go-kart. The love between Rubens and his boys will be there for all to see. There'll be tears, there'll be warm embraces, and yeah, who's it? It's only go-karting? Oh no, it's family time. It's family time. That's priceless.
And the best part of that is watching all of the reactions on the catwalk just above from where our camera is positioned, of course. This is such a team sport, even for each individual entry, and you can hear their cheers drown out the sound of engines on these cool-down laps. Fernando Hernandez, a one-off weekend. He'll have to come back and do them both next year. P2, Costa, Hannon with a top 5. He had a good little scrap at the end to fend off the hard-charging Michel Legrand. Proto, Sylvain Chenard, Martin Gilbert, and Dominic Legrand. Early on, it looked like he was checking to see if there were any extra issues that he incurred off his, well, up-and-down main event. He ends up 10th, and of course, Yevgeny Panenko, the only real heartbreak that we witnessed in that race. One lap and then a wall impact. But hopefully he'll be back for more next year. 11 Masters MAX drivers to close things off. One class that definitely has some room to grow to hopefully put us back up and over that 200 entry marker for 2026, Henry.
Yeah, you know something, there's a lot of people saying about how karting is no longer an adult sport. It's only for kids. You know, we must do more to keep the 30-year-old plus drivers in this sport, because they're the characters of the paddock. They're the fixtures and fittings of the events. They provide so much entertainment, and they're the people that the everyman back home could cheer for. They don't want to be superstars. Some of them were, some of them still are. They just want to have fun, go fast, and race go-karts, and the sport needs to do more to keep them in the top level of karting, because it would be a far poorer paddock without them.
We've got a short gap, a very short one indeed here. Mini Max is on deck to roll, and we've got at least one opportunity, one more, maybe two, to have a word with our partners, and then two main events to close out the afternoon. Interviews, of course, with the Masters Max drivers, Mini Max drivers, Senior Max drivers, and two more races. The Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy from sunny Orlando, Florida, rolls on.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop akr.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today. DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the U.S. and the 2-time world champion DPK Alonso Kart factory team in Europe.
In partnership with Team Binnick, they offer drivers a complete career path from the Americas to Europe that allows them to continue their driver development on both sides of the world, all underneath the DPK umbrella.
For more information, contact DPK Americas at max@drivensm.com to take the next step in your driver development journey today.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Robert Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from Orlando. 2 minutes away from the grid being released for Rotax Mini Max, our 5th of 6 main events on tap. And Alexander Searle is down with the scale line for the Masters Max field. They're still rolling on through. Provisionally, we've crowned 4 champions. There's still, of course, protests and appeals windows. So a lot of what we're talking about, what we're saying on screen, especially those close classes like Junior, like DD2, like Micro, was somewhat close as well. And then, of course, Masters Max, all provisional. There's a lot of hoops to go through before we get to the podium ceremonies at the end of the day today when those tickets are awarded. But from what we can tell, at least the probably most confident we could say of the 4 races that have run and the 4 classes that have concluded their on-track activity, Masters Max, we believe we've got our title recipient. Alex?
Yep, thanks, Xander. Rubens Barrichello, 4 Rotax US trophies here, 4 championships for you. How does that feel?
Well, I tell you, for me, it's what I tell my boys every day. Winning is part of the job, obviously. You work for that. But the pleasure of working on the go-kart and just having the fun of driving it. Obviously, I'm a little bit sad because there was a friend that just crashed. And but he turned on the outside and turned on me. There was no track in that. I hope we can see that. But apart from that, it's been, I just, you know, it's magic for me to be doing this with the kids. And still at age 52, I hope that I'm 53 next year, telling you that I'm still competitive, because one day definitely will come down. But I'm still driving it quite nicely, so I just have to thank the sky for that.
We all hope the same thing as you, Rubens. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll send it on back to you guys. Ready for Mini Max.
We talked about how the micro kids had put on a master class in sportsmanship on track with how clean they raced, and Rubens Barrichello, always a class act interview as well, Henry.
Yeah, and he was saying he called Eddie Penecco his friend. You know, he said he didn't know what quite happened there, but yeah, he's fine. And again, it's just about the family time. Penultimate race, Mini-Max. This is going to be a doozy. Vicente Aguilar and Parker Ives share the front row of the grid. Enzo Di Janeiro and Maxwell Matcher share row 2.
Moving back to row 3, one driver who enters 6th. Only 109 points out of the lead, but 6th. Cameron Johnson rolls from P5. William Rossetti a little bit too far back to fight for the title, but he's got a great shot to fight for the win from the outside of the 3rd row. And then William Vitor and Christian Sanguinetti. Remember in the pre-final, Alexander Searle mentioned William Vitor, one of only a handful of drivers we believe with new tires here still for this main. Does that play a factor, as we've got, sadly,
Ethan
one
Miller
that will not join us here. Ethan Miller's weekend ends early. So the Tony Kart off to the side. He was slated to start back down in 19th. Meanwhile, Luke Kenjan-Apatak into the top 10.
Now, there are 5 title contenders, Ives, Matcher and Di Janeiro. You're not seeing the other 2 on this screen. We'll come back to that once we've heard from Alex Searle again.
Yes, again.
Thanks, guys. Really quickly, Xander, you alluded to it a little bit. Vitor on new tires. Another driver, the only other driver in the top 15 on new tires, Luke Kenjan-Apatak. So those 2 drivers on new tires, the rest of them at least on 2-session old rubber. That's important information, because I got to tell you, this is as hot as I have felt the Orlando Kart Center be all weekend long. I actually put the sunscreen on because it got so hot out here. So with these Mojo tires falling off for the drivers around them, look for Vitor and Luke to make some moves.
We didn't mention the last 2 championship contenders, including championship leader James Roots. He starts all the way back in 28th place, but he's still better off than Arthur Farrow, who's 31st. Roots has 708 points, Ives 702, Di Janeiro 675, Farrow 665, Matcher 664. Roots is champion. If Matcher wins and if Farrow wins, Roots has got to finish in the top 4. If Di Janeiro wins, Roots has got to be 3rd, and it's head-to-head between Ives.
Cameron Johnson and Vicente Aguilar, don't count them out. They're mathematically possible as well. 7 drivers, and we're green with 30 of them for 14 laps here in Mini-Max. 7, sorry, Henry, mathematically possible. And it's not even out of the question either for your points. Round goes Matisse Lacroix.
I thought that might have been Roots there, but it wasn't. We'll catch up. There's James Roots in the 111. Look how far back he is. There's already hand gestures going on. Now, Roots and Farrow, they will come into play later on, provided they can get through the pack, and provided the rest of the field do what they do best, and that is go for it and battle hard. At the moment, it would be Parker Ives taking the title in 2nd place. Di Janeiro is also in contention, and don't count Matcher out. These 3 have got to try and get away. Get away before Farrow and Roots make their way through the traffic. Here comes Di Janeiro. Aguilar's not going to make it easy though, but Enzo Di Janeiro is simply irresistible. And now Matcher on the outside. Careful, Maxwell. Has he gone off? Yes, he comes back on. Loses ground.
Oh man, what a start, and another pass up front. Parker Ives almost got the move done on Enzo Di Janeiro, but the 2 championship contenders did not cut each other any slack, any room. He stays back in line. Cameron Johnson again in 3rd, outside run at it. Ran into his mechanic and driver coach, Jason Birdsell, who said, well, if there was any driver I'd want in the rain, it's Cameron right now. He was hoping they could sort out their dry pace. They look like they've got it. For the Franklin Motorsports crew, Jamie Saraki was absent last week, and I don't know if he's here this week. I haven't come across him, so that puts Jaybird in the catbird seat for that entire group. Only 2 Merlins here. One of them is in the top 3 in this Mini-Max main, but there is a long way to go.
There is William Vitor on fresh rubber up into P5. Luke Kenjan-Apatak on fresh rubber up to 10th. Di Janeiro leads. Ives goes for it. He tried this move a lap ago. Now he makes it work. Parker Ives has not won a race yet in this championship. And now De Janeiro straight back in, wheel to wheel, flat out through turn 7. And advantage De Janeiro, although this would put Enzo. Oh, here comes William Vita. Let me have a little think now. 200 points for De Janeiro. That would put him on 875. And it would give. Oh, Enzo would win the title by 3 points if things stay as they are.
Again, that's a big question mark here. Keep your eye on James Roots at the bottom. He got the 20th last lap. Arthur Farrow following him forward. Where have they ended up here at the end of lap number 3? Looks like Roots has picked off another one. That's the LEM Tony Kart of Alabama as up front. Oh, we've got a new man in third. That looks to be William Vitor taking the new tires to the field. Here's a look at James Roots trying to will his way towards the top. Arthur Farrow not as far up yet. Roots was 17th. Farrow still has not cracked the top 20. He needs to get going now. And Roots looks like he's still trapped a bit, but I think he just got another one to move up further in the teens.
As fast as Roots and Farrow are, you have to remember this is their first race weekend out of, well, their second race weekend out of Micromax. Speed is there, yes. Have we got the racecraft dialed in for this new class for them? Not sure. That's the big question. And both sets of parents and teams, they know that. They know that over the course of a 4-round championship, they're probably going to lose out a little bit of experience to Ives, to Matcha, to De Janeiro, who are second-year mini drivers because you learn so much so quickly. And Enzo De Janeiro now trying to show Parker Ives a clean pair of heels. Vitor is there in third, and there comes Aguilar back on Johnson to put the Merlin back to P5. Sanguinetti, Rossetti, and Matcha 8th. Matcha hasn't recovered from that moment. Oh no! James Roots is out, and his title dreams have just collapsed. He's okay, but it will not be a ticket to Bahrain yet for James Roots. And then there were 4 contenders.
Again, Henry, don't count out as well. If there's more fireworks at the front, Vincente Aguilar and Cameron Johnson have outside shots, mathematical chances to steal the title from our main 5. And again, we believe we're down to 4 as they run. Parker Ives would clinch it by 7 points over Enzo De Janeiro, but he can't fall any spot further back, and he's got a driver with 2 session fresher tires, completely fresh for William Vitor, and Ives on his second heat cycle with him as he went new in the pre-final. Here comes Vitor to the inside. He's through. That changes the title. It goes back in the way of De Janeiro, and Parker Ives slots in line there to third.
And you can see Parker Ives gesticulating there to William Vitor, but to be fair, Parker, William's got new tyres. He's got to use them. He's got to go get De Janeiro. But Parker, if William does go and get Enzo De Janeiro, that actually works in your favour. Co-opetition. Be frenemies.
It's early enough here that, again, if he believes William Vitor can get up to the race lead, first, as you mentioned, Henry, that would obviously take a 20-point swing back in the way of Parker Ives. It would give him back the title, but more importantly, it'd give him a shot overall if they fight for the lead. So either way, he ends up in a pretty good position after this. But for Enzo De Janeiro, he's got probably the biggest chip on his shoulder after anyone. You can only imagine what it must have felt like driving through the field from 31st to 3rd after winning the pre-final by getting DQ'd in post-race tech. And now he still has a chance, a small one, to get the championship and the ticket. But had things gone the way that were in his control as the driver, he would have already been leaps and bounds above the rest of the Minimax field. That's why this race is partly so close, is all of the different calamity and chaos and bad luck that struck, some self-inflicted. For Enzo, you cannot make that argument at all. He drove all the way from last onto the podium yesterday.
Yeah, Parker Ives has used racecraft intelligence to keep himself in contention. Enzo Di Janeiro, sheer bloody mindedness, and a very, very fast wagon. He has passed so many people. Max or Matcha, he hasn't quite had it when it mattered most, side by side further back. And where is Farah? Up to P16. Again, you know, maybe just one race too many. There's Kanjan Apatak making a move, and that is Kanjan Apatak, Nicholas LaRusso, and the 157 of Melville dos Santos.
Cameron Johnson, you can see now closing back in a little bit on Vincente Aguilar. Still, though, fastest kid on the track, William Vitor, putting those new mojos to use. Purple, last time by, down to 6/10 away from De Janeiro, as we check in with this long line of karts that goes all the way back to 8th place, Maxwell Macha, who also, again, entered and still does have a very solid shot. And not a great one, not a bad one at the championship, but he needs to get further up the grid, needs to get further closer to the cars in front. That Velocity Sodi does in 8th. Checking back in, edge of the top 10. Here's a look back to Farrow. Arthur Farrow keeping his hopes alive with another move forward. That would have been for probably either 14th or 13th. I believe it was for 14th on Cristobal Bonnet. And so if so, that puts him still buried, but not out all the way to the end of it. And if he gets anything up here that backs the field up, he's going to have a chance.
And of course, yeah, you're thinking it's getting a little bit spread out at the front. Vitor should catch Di Janeiro. I'm not saying he will, but with tyres, he should catch Di Janeiro, and then the field will open up. We will come back together. Matcha, we were saying he hasn't quite had it. He's 3 seconds off the lead, you know, on lap 10, but he just so happens to be in P8. And Farrow continues to chip away. He's not going to make it to the front, but it's been a good learning experience for both Arthur and Albert. Well, Parker Ives, you've been very, very consistent, but now got to find that extra little something. You've got to dig that little bit deeper. You've got to go to that place that you haven't been before if you want the ticket. You also need William Vitor to catch that pesky number 190 parallel kart of Enzo Di Janeiro and bring him closer.
That lap was not great for the hope of Parker Ives to get closer. He lost a lot to the leader, and in fact, the pack behind is now reeling him in. They are outside the draft window of Vitor. I mean, William Vitor, even if he goes and makes a pass on Enzo, even if he blocks for a little bit, or if Enzo does, or they trade the lead, I mean, they've got up to a 1.5 seconds and counting now. So a lot would have to happen between two drivers that have shown a lot of maturity. As off goes Ives, he drops a tire in front of the field. He'll fall to 4th. Love tap from Johnson. Did that knock his bumper in? I think it might have on the Franklin Merlin. And so 2 of your 5 remaining contenders, well, I guess 6 technically, now watch their hopes get a little bit slimmer.
And you called it perfectly, Xander. You said that it was a poor lap previously for Ives. The setup obviously going away because he just ran a fraction wide coming out of turn number 9 and then went off. So yeah, the setup is going away for Parker Ives. The destiny of the ticket is no longer in his control. He's not out of it, but he is not in charge of his own destiny.
Again, at one point in the race, there was 2 potential swings in the outcome, right, Henry? There was one where Vitor got to the lead, Enzo De Janeiro, and they battled, and they backed up to this main group here. Parker could really shuffle his one of the championship contenders backwards or get to the lead of it overall. Now, his only hope rides on the back of the 113 Kart Republic and on himself to be able to stay alive and fall no further than position number 5. Across the line here, we are now down to 2 laps remaining. Vincente Aguilar will block. Ives got tripped up off the rear bumper, pumped in the air, held on to it. Behind him there, closing in. Best of the 4 rounds for William Rossetti and Christian Sanguinetti. They want a podium or something close as they all close on in. Here comes Macha with the move at the end. He'll pick up spots, but it's all again at whether or not Vitor can get there, and Enzo De Janeiro needs to stay there.
Yes, he does. It will be a wonderful win for Vitor if he gets it, a deserved win for Vitor if he gets it. It would be a very deserved ticket for De Janeiro, considering how he's driven and what he's been through this weekend. Ive is going backwards. Johnson's definitely got a nose cone. Ives now fading. He's down to 3/4, but 6th position. And it looks like it may only get worse because Maxwell Matcher will be the next driver on the scene. It's going to be game on. Aguilar defends. What does Cameron Johnson do? Well, it's William Rossetti who could be on for a podium for the Ben Cooper racing team because of Johnson's nose cone. William has got to get past Johnson and then he's going to attack Aguilar, but he's running out of time.
Meanwhile, this fight here, again, it's just going to be a little bit too little too late for them all. Enzo De Janeiro has withstood the pressure, and in fact, in the last couple of laps, he's opened the throttle and pulled back away from William Vitor in the heartache off of a high ride of a wave of confidence after yesterday's pre-final. He now watches from way ahead of this battle. His hopes, his dreams of going to Bahrain, Henry out of the last turn, they're real.
24th a year ago in Sarno. He will undoubtedly do better in Bahrain. De Janeiro books his place to the biggest party in world karting, and Team USA finally have a pilot in the big dance. There will not be a repeat of the home nation lockout we had in the Asia Trophy, thanks to that driver punching the air with the cartoon dinosaur on his crash helmet, Enzo De Janeiro. Ben Cruttenden, the Paralympic team, have put some hard work in. Enzo has learned some hard lessons this weekend. Yesterday's drive was outstanding. Today's, that is what it's all about. Today's was the mark of a champion. That was mature, it was majestic, it was worthy of, it was probably worthy of a big cuddle from Dad. It's going to be a great interview with Alex. So look at the smile on his face. You can see the smile bursting through his crash helmet. Yes, a two-time grand finalist, Enzo De Janeiro.
He had to do it in spectacular fashion with all the chips on the line. He had to be flawless at a tire disadvantage, mind you, against William Vitor, and he withstood the pressure. He kept his cool. His margin provisionally will end somewhere in the neighborhood of just 20 to 30 markers to the likes of Parker Ives and company, and now I think, well, it's about to sink in for this young man that he's going back to the Rotax Grand Finals to represent Team USA, because that race made up for the hiccups of yesterday. That drive from 31st to 3rd made up for them as well, and it all totals up to a championship as father comes in to hug son, and they have a long plane ride planned in December, and it is real, and you can see how much it means to be representing your country, to be going to one of the biggest races in the world, the Olympics of karting. Enzo De Janeiro is champion, and the stress, it's over. The relief and the overwhelm of emotions for that young man. He has been through about every single one you can imagine over the last 2 days, Henry. Just incredible.
My son had the same reaction when he got picked for his country the first time. There was no jumping up and down. There was just floods of tears, because you then realise just how much he wanted it. They bounce around the paddock, but they want it so badly. He wins the ticket after having a disqualification.
Alex?
Enzo, we see the tears. You're now a back-to-back grand final ticket holder. What does it mean to you?
It means a lot. I mean, my team, the whole 2 weeks, we put in a lot of work, and I just gave it my all, and I did what I could, and it eventually worked out.
How tough were those final couple of laps? Because if Vitor had the tire advantage on you, how hard is it to stay consistent?
It is hard. I mean, if you're always consistent every lap, or if you're always 1 to 2 tenths off, I mean, you'll always be right there and on pace, and they'll never be able to catch you.
Tell me about the work that's gone into this team. I mean, how much have they helped you throughout the last year and then into this year as well?
They've helped me out a ton. I mean, Las Vegas was a horrible weekend, and they've transformed a whole driver into a grand finalist ticket winner.
And lastly here, I know you want to thank the team already. Anybody else you want to thank?
I would like to thank my mom, my dad, my mechanic, my dad. And I would like to thank all the teams that I've been, TFR and Paralyn Association, everybody, Marco Mastranzi, my coach, and everybody. And I would actually like to shout out Jake Manalio at home. He's been watching me, and Tom Manalio all weekend.
Congratulations, Enzo.
Thank you.
Enzo De Janeiro is going back to Bahrain, the grand final ticket holder. Enzo, congratulations. Back to you guys.
Dude has got the thank you speech nailed.
Every bit of it. He has been flawless, helmet on or helmet off in front of the cameras this week. Enzo De Janeiro, here's your provisional results once again, one more time for Mini-Max. You can see, obviously, they're starting to input a few of the adjustments. A heartbreak for Cam Johnson. He'll drop down to 10th with that pushback adjustment. But the rest of the top 10 look like they're okay with it. So Parker Ives, P6. It should clinch him to second in the overall final standings. Maxwell Macha, we believe, should slot into third. Arthur Farrow's heroic drive from the back of the grid ends at 12th. It'll put him fourth provisionally overall. Johnson fifth, Aguilar sixth, and what a heartbreaker for James Roots. It was so fun to watch on the opening couple of laps as he was making up ground. And a 28th provisional result, it'll put him just 2 points away from Vicente Aguilar. But at least he got to start the race. Sadly, we could not say the same for Ethan Miller. Hate it whenever a young man or a young woman is unable to get to even take the green flag. 30 of them did, though, and it was another main event for the ages. Kicking things off with that AM Racing Team black, white, and orange colors leading us to green of Vicente Aguilar.
Yeah, and Matthias Lacroix was an early victim, but this is where De Janeiro, he had to be aggressive at the start. Aguilar, he's defending, he's not concerned with the title. Ives using his race smarts, following De Janeiro through. And he had a couple of little dabbles at the race lead, but every single time, De Janeiro straight back in. Fastest corner on the circuit, wheel to wheel, ultimate respect between the two drivers. That's the moment. The dream ended for James Roots, but he'll be back. Now it was William Vitor's turn to make it the front, and Ives running out the setup, running out of tyre, and running out of time. He will have to wait to represent his country, and it all got, at the end of it all, Ives started to lose ground. I think, you can forgive us some of all the hard work, and then it's not going to happen. Head goes a little bit. Maxwell Macha made up a few places there at the end, and it was interesting. After Enzo's dad, the first 2 dads that were there to give that young man a hug were William Vitor's dad and Maxwell Macha's dad. That is beautiful to see. And, breathe.
Some moments here that make it all worth it. Every night on the road in a hotel and some foreign country or your own, but a foreign town, every long drive, every plane ride, and every long night at the racetrack all pay off in moments like that for Enzo De Janeiro and his father. And now they get to represent Team USA. Now Team Canada has another shot at securing one of the 6 tickets here to make the red and white colors be even bigger in force in Bahrain, but you can see the long road Aiden Ingrata has to go through to get there.
I wonder if we can just go back to that shot. I have a question for you, everyone watching. Do you believe in miracles? If you do, Aiden Ingrata is your friend, because the driver that came into today with the biggest lead in any of the 6 classes now needs a miracle. 35 other go-karts start in front of him. Aiden Ingrata has been through the mill. He doesn't know whether he's Arthur or Martha if it's been bad luck has been thrown at him. He's still standing though. He got into the main event because Nicola Fuca was excluded from the replica, from the last chance qualifier. Now, all Aiden Ingrata has to do is pass 30 other drivers. By our calculations, a top 7 finish will be enough for Aiden Ingrata. He has 780 points. Lewis Goff, 709. Timothy Pernod, 664. Hayden McQueen, 666. There is your starting lineup. Goff has to win and hope Ingrata finishes lower than 8. McQueen and Suarez on row 1, Hunter and Burnett on row 2, Ramos and Lemieux, Antoine Lemieux row 3, then Lewis Goff. It's not an easy job for him either. Savalio, Fernandez, Fox. The names of the stars keep on coming. Timothy Pinot, 16th. He has work to do. But what about some of the newcomers, some of the drivers we don't expect to see at the front? Casals is there. Then it's Lorenko is there. Fuca is there. Sorry, it was the other. It was Vega, not Fuca. They got a screw. Aidan Galway is there. The top 20. They're not as fast as Ingrata, but they're racing for a personal best. No one will roll over for Aiden Ingrata.
Well, and again, those drivers that you've mentioned, Cassell, Galway, and the like, I mean, this is the first day they have made it through to the main event on their own merit without having to fight through the LCQ. That's a huge, huge accomplishment. Paul Forhemen, Damian Baez, then back on row 11, Dominic Caray and Adriano Vera on row number 12. And while we close things off with the last few rows of the grid, again, Aiden Ingrata rolling for P36. I don't know exactly what heat cycle that set of Mojo's on. We know it's not new, but one driver we do know does have a new set. Jensen Burnett, the Canadian rookie, here 7 days ago, was 2 laps away and 1 position away from his first U.S. major win in only 3 months. And really, it's hard to count December. 2 active months of competing in the senior category. He's one of the youngest drivers on the grid, and he has already shown a lot of experience, a lot of maturity, a lot of professionalism, and he's got a great opportunity right here to walk off this Rotax Max Challenge Winner Trophy with a checkered flag.
He starts alongside Kai Hunter. You couldn't make it up. Now imagine the tension. We wait. It seems like an age, and still we can't even see Ingrata at the back of the frame. There he is. This is gonna be, well, Canada have 2 drivers in the big dance. Can Aiden Ingrata pull a rabbit out of the hat and make it 3?
What tricks does Caden McQueen have up his sleeve? The Energy Course America's crew on the inside. The AKT Energy of Xavier Suarez on the outside. 16 laps for Senior Max is green, and it's a great jump for the Brit as he leads us through turns 1 and 2.
Jensen Burnett didn't have a great start. Actually, he's dropped a couple of places. It is a McQueen. Hunter, Ramos up to 3rd. Where's Ingrata? There he is. He picks up 2 places. He hasn't made the best of starts, but he's just got to stay out of trouble and keep his nose clean. Pick them up one by one, then when things calm down, now we can open her up. Here are the leaders. Down Scrapyard straight. Suarez is in 4th. Now, where is Jensen Burnett? There is your answer. Is he?
Oh, Jensen Burnett back in that 6th position behind Lewis Goff. So a great and a much needed start for Lewis Goff to try and bring himself into the fight. He needs a win. He needs at least as many points as he can score to keep Caden McQueen from having a serious shot at it. Because with Caden McQueen leading the way, well, he's doing everything in his power to try and win this title and bring the Energy Course America's team a championship. The first one, the first opportunity they'll have together on what's supposed to be a full U.S. season for that young man. He leads Hunter and Ramos, and they've already, again, begun defending a little bit, and that stacked us up tight.
It's hard to believe Caden McQueen has never been to the Rotax Grand Finals, but he's usually raced X30. He's been to the X30 Warrior Finals a number of times and been on the podium in international events in X30, British Championships, podiums, race wins, you name it. Hasn't spent a lot of time in Rotax, And he did last year, and the last 2 years came very close. There's Lewis Goff. Well, he's not taking things lightly. He wants to, there's Ramos and Hunter. Good move, Diego Ramos. We flipped the script from yesterday. It's now McQueen ahead of Ramos. And I don't think Diego Ramos wants to hang about.
Jensen Burnett is getting shuffled all kinds of ways from Sunday. It has not been an ideal start for the Canadian off the last 2 laps here. Still trying to probably get those tires to come in. That advantage he'll have for fresh rubber is not materializing yet. He needs to stay in the fight, and with a great diver there on Santi Fernandez, he gets a spot, and Savalio's going to let him through as we see our first lead change. Ramos to the point, and Burnett hangs on there at the back in 6th, but there's a gap that's formed. 1, 2, 3, a little gap to 4th and 5th, and a bigger gap back to Burnett there in 6th with Savalio, who was very gracious and let his teammate get back in line.
Yep, and that is why Gianluca is there, to protect and serve. Oh, Paul Foucault, Sacre Bleu, the French are out. And the most experienced driver we have here will have to wait to get his ticket for his 7th Grand Finals. Game on at the front, McQueen, Ramos, Hunter, and here comes little Lewis Goff, first-year senior driver against some of the behemoths. Ramos, pro driver extraordinaire. Hunter has been to the last 5 Grand Finals, last 6 Grand Finals. And Caden McQueen, he wears silly glasses. But no, he's a class act and is 21 years old. Here comes Ramos, there goes Hunter, and Goff has to pick his moment behind Goff. Suarez, Burnett, Savalio. Oh, Xavier Suarez, I know you don't speak English, but you need to learn how to take some notes. And we are getting word that Aiden Ingrata has a nose cone that is wobbling like it shouldn't be. Always the risk, sorry Xander, of trying to make your way through a bunch of drivers you're not used to being round. You've only got 16 laps, and where is Aiden Ingrata? P30.
So it basically takes him out of control of his own destiny right now. Lewis Goff has a huge opportunity at stake, but let's set the storylines here for everyone else around him as he rides in 4th. Again, Diego Ramos won yesterday, his first win in a year. The year before, it was his first win ever in the Red Army colors for PSL Karting. Kai Hunter looking for a bit of redemption, and to be fair to Kai, last weekend had a moment that of course went viral in the way that it was not portraying really his full image, and a man who you will find as one of probably the last 10 or 15 individuals in the paddock with the lights on at night, building engines for probably half the grid that he's racing against right now, and all of them have been just as good as his to this point in the weekend, including Aiden Ingrata's power plant that was fast enough to dominate weekend 1. For Kai Hunter, this is a chance to really show a little more of who he really is, a hardworking 21-year-old trying to prove that he deserves to be here and he deserves to be respected as one of the best. And now he's cleanly picked the field apart to lead them out of the back hairpin.
I think unofficially at the moment the fight is between Goff and Caden McQueen for the ticket. Pernod is not where he needs to be. He's just the top of the screen in P8. Oh. There goes Jensen Burnett, and that's not going to help Lewis Goff. The difference in points between Goff and McQueen is 43.
And McQueen knows that, or at least he knows he wants to get a win. Let's talk about Caden as well, the number 95. He's embraced the extra bright lights here that we have shined on the U.S. karting scene like a fish to water over the last 4 race weekends, and he has quickly made an impact here in the paddock. 3 out of 4 weekends he's competed so far. He stood on the podium, but he has yet to get that first win with the Energy crew. Can he do it here as Hunter gets a little bit of a wheel from Ramos out of the hairpin? He'll let him in and quickly bail into 3rd, and Jensen Burnett trailing in 4th. There you have Lewis Goff right in 5th, Gianluca Savalio 6th, Ramos to the lead now in turn 1.
Meanwhile, Lewis Goff runs P5. If McQueen wins, Goff finishes P5, McQueen takes the ticket. Ho, how many of them are there in a line? 9. 9 in a line for a ticket to Bahrain. Thank you.
Gianluca Savalio, again, he has no dog in this fight besides, like you said, maybe helping out his rookie teammate in Jensen Burnett. Gianluca already probably a little sour with the way the DD2 final ended up, coming so close. Here comes Timothy Pernot further back as Hunter sends one on Caden McQueen for second. Pernot is wheeling himself up by his bootstraps right now to get into this conversation as well. As we watch down into the S's, more moves made side by side for Pernot and Savalio. McQueen's got Burnett looking and Goff all over his heels as well.
Advantage back to Goff. Jensen Burnett went round the outside of Caden McQueen going into the turn 11 and 12 chicane in a beautiful move. McQueen came back at him. This is good stuff. This is for the ticket. Oh, McQueen's over the dirt. His momentum's gone. His momentum has gone. He had a ticket in his grasp for about a lap. Now it's back advantage Goff and Timothy Pernot. Watch for Kart 351. He's not out of this one yet.
If there's anyone, though, that Caden McQueen does not want to lose this ticket to, it would definitely be Timothy Pernot. Talking about, again, so close to a race win and so consistent has the energy driver been yesterday. If Timothy Pernot does not even admittedly, as he said in his interview, try to make things difficult on Caden to give Ramos a gap, McQueen might have gotten a win. And it might have not only given him more points in this title fight, but it would have given his first win and a proof to the Energy crew that they picked the right driver to represent their brand in this extra push they're making once again stateside. So he does not want to let Pernot get any extra medals or hardware. And he's right on his heels right now as Pernot goes to work on Savalio.
Consider this. A year ago, there was no Energy Course USA team, really. The Energy Course chassis that were in the USA, they weren't running at the front.
No.
This weekend alone, we've had podiums for both Energy Course drivers. And Caden McQueen is taking the fight. Oh, there's Savalio going rally crossing. This is progress. Dean Keeble is very, very proud of, and the Kennedy family, should be very proud of what they've assembled in a short space of time. And in the words of D. Ream, things are only going to get better.
Keep a tab on the race up front as well as Oliver Marak makes a move now on Savalio. He'll fall further away. Pernot under fire. McQueen will get that spot as well. Caden McQueen moves back up the board to fifth. The downside is now, with just 6 laps remaining, Diego Ramos has 9/10 to the good on Kai Hunter. Another 9/10 to a second to Jensen Burnett. Then Lewis Goff, who's going to cruise right around in 4th at the moment. So Caden McQueen's hopes at both a win or a podium or a title or a ticket, all of them. He's got probably his work cut out for him more than even earlier in this weekend and earlier in this race.
Yeah, Caden McQueen's got to get 5 carts between himself and Lewis Goff. And it doesn't look like there's time and a possibility of it happening. McQueen won't give in. He doesn't know how to give in. All he knows how to do is fight. He spent years developing the Mad Croc kart in the UK, being a lead team driver and chassis developer. That makes him a very, very smart driver. He might look like an idiot, but he is very smart indeed. People underestimate Caden McQueen, and they shouldn't. And you're seeing why, because he also knows how to get his elbows out when he needs to.
Oliver Marak now closing in to 7th, picking up the pieces as Arnaud Saborin falls back. Laurent Legault, a silent run into the top 10 as he lines up behind Tuti Suarez on the AKT Energy or EOS kart that started on the outside of the front row. Across the line, 4 laps remain. Diego Ramos' lead adds another 10th to it. Burnett trying to pull off a stunner. He goes purple, but it still wasn't enough to really make up any inroads.
Just wondering, where is Aiden Ingrata on track? I'm trying to look at the ticker. There he is, mired back in the pack. Nose cone flapping in the breeze.
23rd across the line that time with a looming pushback that would drop him another 4. It would drop him all the way back to 30th still. It has not been an ideal main for the Canadian. You can see that the front bumper definitely crushed in and definitely deployed and loose. The 335 a heartbreaking finale to what has been such an incredible performance to the first 3 rounds of the Winter Trophy.
30th place would give Ingrata 29 more points. It would take his total to 809. Lewis Goff would therefore have to finish in the top 11. We're talking about this like Ingrata's out. He's not out because Goff can still have a problem on the last lap. That's why you should never give up in karting. Goff still has a job to do. He's comfortably in 4th place at the moment. How many times should a driver's been comfortable just before disaster has struck?
Yeah, 2 big talking points here, Henry. Timothy Pernod is closing in on Lewis Goff. He knows that he's 60 markers behind as they run right now. And also, Jensen Burnett is probably feeling a little bit of deja vu as he tracks down Kai Hunter for 2nd this time, with Diego Ramos up the road and safe there by about 1.5 seconds. 2 laps to go, 2 big fights on the way. Look at Goff, top of the screen. Here comes Pernod fighting to the inside. He'll get through. McQueen on the way in 6th.
Smart driving from Lewis Goff. Just let him go, let him go. Big picture. I think Kai Hunter and Jensen Burnett are going to have a fantastic scrap, because Kai does not want to be known as the kid who, throws his go-karts around. That's not him. And he knows that, and he's apologised, so he wants to show that he can race with anyone. Yes, he's aggressive. Yes, he wants to win. But he's a champion. He's a double British champion. He's got about 20 final wins in the British Kart Championship to his name. And,
listen, don't look now. There is something wrong, I think, with Lewis Goff's kart, or he is really struggling. Look at the gap Pernod's already pulled on him. Here comes Caden McQueen. 2 more on the way, and Goff is feeling the heat right now. And the more he drops, the bigger the window of opportunity opens. He'll lose another spot there. Here comes Oliver Marak to the bumper as well. McQueen covering low, and Arnaud Sabarin also there. So this is still just ever so slightly up for both Diego Ramos and Timothy Pernod as Goff falls to 6th. It is now 32 markers to Pernod, 42 to Ramos. Big over-under as McQueen covers off the inside. Meanwhile, in everything in his control, Hunter trying to fend off Burnett. Look at this, last run to the hairpin. McQueen, Goff, it'll be crazy there. Diego Ramos is going to make it perfect as he rounds the last turn. He dominates and sweeps the weekend. Who ends up behind him, and in what order?
Here comes McQueen in 5th, and Goff is 6th. Oh, at the top of your screen, we've got 2 of
Fox and Bedard, Olivier Bedard and Aiden Fox together.
And we wait. Ingrata has crossed the line, and
19th for Aiden Ingrata, but
okay, how many
again, assuming that a pushback, even a 19th, even without a pushback, he'd be banking on a penalty for Lewis Goff. So it does seem to be in the hands of the young Brit. The rookie should be your provisional champion. For Diego Ramos, you called it perfectly earlier here today, Henry, that for him, maybe just having that weight off his back of having a championship pressure for how fast that barrel art was the difference. But in any way you call it, he said it was a weird opening weekend. It's been a flawless drive this weekend. Diego Ramos, a sign of respect there from the field. He's one of the most respected in the pits. And he just put on a clinic. 2 seconds, and a lot of that he drove away on pure pace to double up here at the weekend finale. Again, Hunter 2nd, Burnett third, and then P4 with fastest lap. Timothy Pernod laid it all on the line to try to get there at the end of it all.
Goff, P5, yes, or P6?
P6 for Lewis Goff. So with the calculations here, Henry, Lewis Goff
851
would end up, 851. Timothy Pernod would end up 2nd, 32 points back. Diego Ramos with the win. Caden McQueen ending up in the 5th spot, leapfrogs Ramos with that pass he makes on Pernod for the bronze medal. So it's not just a podium on yesterday's main event for Caden McQueen, a top 5 here today if it sticks. We'll put him on the podium for the championship by 7 markers over Diego Ramos. 3 back from Timothy Pernod in a very close title fight. Aiden Ingrata. After that, I mean, assuming...
Well, he finished 19th on the road, yes?
Yes.
If he finished 19th on the road, how many points would that give Aiden Ingrata? It would add 58 to his total.
Yes, but it wouldn't be enough. 833 for Aiden.
Yes.
So he'd end up 18 shy of Lewis Goff. It would move him to second if that pushback didn't deploy. If it did, it'll knock him down somewhere around the top 5. But the main event, let's go back to it here. McQueen with a great jump. Xavier Suarez struggling a bit off the bat, and it also kind of hurt the chances of Jensen Burnett. It buried both of those rookies in the field here. Now, for Diego Ramos and Kai Hunter and company, well, it was a matter of just staying in the mix. You knew Caden McQueen wanted this win badly. He drove his tail off yesterday and was going to be at a tire disadvantage today. And so instantly he began to show that aggression and back them up. But Lewis Goff, Jensen Burnett battling back, opened the door for Ramos to take that pressure off and focus forward. And one by one, he picked him apart and began to try and pull away. Even at McQueen's best efforts, though, he could not hold back that virile art, and partly in help with Hunter going by.
Yeah, the respect shown between all these drivers was tremendous. Hard, but fair racing, and they all know how big the stakes were. But Diego Ramos, he backed them up and then eased away. McQueen paying the price for using the new tyre yesterday. Hey, sometimes the gamble pays off, sometimes it doesn't. But eventually that didn't help either. But McQueen ends up coming so much closer to the ticket than he could have dreamed of. Dreams, though, always come true, as we just saw with Aiden Ingrata.
That was a good catch as well by the crew, back-to-back. Savalio was the one that was really kind of giving the hip check to McQueen, then we caught McQueen doing it in the back hairpin there to say tit for tat.
What's good for Goose is good for the gander. And Ramos, cruise control, double win. We didn't see a big celebration further back. That's because when they crossed the line, I don't think anybody knew who won the championship. And that's what we love. Last week, obviously, it didn't end as nicely as this. That is what Rotax Senior can be all about. And that was a fantastic example of Rotax karting and karting in general.
It was. It was a classy main event with a lot of aggression, a little bit of, again, that kind of going over the limit, but it's quickly rectified by the experienced drivers say that's not how we play, and they'll give it right back. That ultimately, again, sorted it itself out, I think, pretty well. It was a fun race to watch, and I think there's a lot of positive takeaways from this weekend's Senior Max finale. And first and foremost, again, Diego Ramos, a tip of the hat to him to, again, rebound the way that he did after the disappointment from last week. We'll take a quick break here because there's a lot still to unpack from this one. Post-race interviews, podiums, of course, later on this afternoon, and more to digest from your Senior Max main event and the entire RMC Winter Trophy. We'll be right back.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead-follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Ready to elevate your racing game? Introducing Apex, your 24/7 personal karting coach. Apex is your ultimate racing companion. Get expert advice anytime, anywhere. From setup tips to mental strategies, Apex has you covered. Fine-tune your car for peak performance. Get personalized advice on adjustments like tire pressure and chassis settings. Apex helps you master the track, from overtaking strategies to wet weather driving techniques, and to resilience to perform under pressure. Apex keeps you focused, confident, and race ready. Using Apex is simple. Sign up, ask your question, and receive instant advice from top-tier coaches. With Apex, your personal karting coach, you're never alone. Get instant expert advice on everything from setup to technique. Unlock your full potential with Apex. Your journey to victory starts here. Happy racing.
I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 2/3 sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today. DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the U.S. and the 2-time world champion DPK Alonso Kart factory team in Europe.
In partnership with Team Binnick, they offer drivers a complete career path from the Americas to Europe that allows them to continue their driver development on both sides of the world, all underneath the DPK umbrella.
For more information, contact DPK Americas at max@drivensm.com to take the next step in your driver development journey today.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Roberts Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Welcome back to Orlando Kart Center. We've got ourselves a lot to break down from that Senior Max main event. It's still kind of processing, but well, let's send it on in to Alexander Searle down in Victory Lane.
Yeah, Xander, Lewis Goff, you were P2 last year at the Grand Final in Junior Max. This year was your first year in Senior, saying, you know what, let's give it a shot. You're walking out with a ticket. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels amazing since it's so early before the even season has started. It makes it so much easier and less pressure on me with the championships.
Sum up the weekend for you, because we went into this weekend thinking Ingrata, had it all to lose and the bad luck for him. What was going through your mind all weekend long?
It was a bit of a weird one because I had I think it was 162 points behind, so I just knew I had to try and get as much points as possible. But I won the championship with no wins, but it proves that you don't have to be a champion with winning everything.
During the race, you were getting pushed around a little bit. How did you kind of approach it, and how did you fend everybody off?
So I just kept it cool, you know. If they went in on me, I tried to go back and try and catch them, then try and go in. But I didn't really have much pace in that final. I thought my brakes was stuck on a bit, but you know, it was a really good race.
We touched on it earlier, but you're a driver that's competed at the Grand Finals before. You've represented the UK before. What does it mean, and how cool is the event in terms of just representing an entire nation?
It's a lot of not pressure, but confidence, representing your own country and showing what the UK are actually made of by winning.
Lastly here, obviously, there's got to be a lot of people you want to thank. Who do you want to thank for this win and this championship?
So I'd like to thank my mum and my dad, my whole family, my mechanic Tom, Kai for helping out with the engines this weekend, since it's not my team what I'm normally used to, Rawlinson Motorsport and Optimum Motorsport.
All right, congrats, Lewis.
Thank you.
I'll send it on back to you, Xander. Lewis Goff, representing the UK in Senior Max.
Thank you very much, Alex. Sorry, Xander. Mr. Kart Chaser, take it away. I'm getting all excited, see?
Well, there's a lot to break down, and you've got, again, a whole lot of information to bring to all of you viewers as we're slowly getting more and more results processed of who's representing their country in Bahrain in December. And Lewis Goff, a young man, again, one of many that have really represented the UK well here this weekend. We want to talk more about him and more about Senior Max, but you've heard enough from me and Henry. Let's go back down for a little bit more from Alex.
Diego, sweep of the weekend. That's got to feel pretty good going into the rest of the year.
Yeah, like you said, yesterday there was a great day, and then today we won the pre-final and won the no, didn't win the pre-final, but win both men's. Like I told you before, I felt really comfortable with the car, with the engine this week. Just didn't have the luck last week to fight for the championship. But I mean, we knew that the car was really fast, the engine was amazing, and I was pretty comfortable driving as well. But yeah, the final was a bit hard in the beginning, but really fun to race versus them. Always really hard, but like clean. Yes, really happy with the result, and we keep pushing for next week.
I got to say, I think the winning move of the weekend was, you know, going on your older tires for the pre-final, having a little bit fresher rubber for the final. What was the decision behind that?
Yeah, I think we did that last week and works well. And everyone, I think, in front did the same strategy. Old tires in the pre-final and save the good tires for the final. We know the kart was a bit better with the new tires than the old tires in the pre-final. Like I told you, the deal was just to try to finish top 3, because we know we had pace to win the final.
Different engine package, obviously, but we're still going to be back here next week. Does it give you confidence you can do it again?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, in the first round of Winter Series, we struggled a bit to find a bit grip with the MG tires. But we're going to work hard next week. For sure, we're going to do a good result again and try win again.
Thank you, Diego.
Thank you.
Diego Ramos, not the champion like last year, but the winner today in Senior Max.
He improves on his wins from last year. Won last year, doubles up this weekend. He said it was a weird last weekend. This one definitely wasn't weird. It was dominant.
Yeah, it was the situation reverted to normal. Diego showing why he is such a class act. Will we see him again representing Brazil in Bahrain? We don't know yet. I noticed a couple of little tears, a little bit of moisture in Lewis Goff's eyes there. That's not just the sweat and tears, it's the sweat and emotion. Speaking of emotion, a flash of lightning coming around soon. Caden McQueen is with Alex Searle.
Thanks, Henry. Well, right before this interview, you said it's too hot for this. The heat did pick up before that Senior Max event. Did you feel it at all with those Mojo tires?
Yeah, again, like it was warm, and obviously at the start we was racing very hard as well. We did end up obviously on an older tire to them, but I think we've done a good job considering what we had. Maybe a few mistakes from my side, which made me drop back a little bit, but yeah, overall really good weekend, and yeah, a huge thank you to Energy Course for providing the kart, KR Sport for the engines, and the whole team for doing a really good job.
I think it's safe to say the win for Energy Course and yourself is on its way at some point. Looking at the weekend as a whole, you continuously shoot out like a cannon to start the race, and then it kind of falls off. Why do you think that is?
Well, I don't know really. I think the pre-final was fast all the way through. Yesterday was quite fast all the way through. Today was more of a, you know, we was a little bit old on the tyre. I probably overheated it a little bit at the start, trying to race to keep everyone around me because I wasn't quite fast enough at the start. But yeah, I do think that we had a really good long race pace. I just think it wasn't shown as well as it could have been because we was always battling.
All right, thank you, Caden.
Thank you.
Not the result maybe he would have wanted, but we know Energy and Caden himself has the pace to get it done.
Henry, you've talked Mr. McQueen quite a bit, and he has been impressive, no doubt. He has been fun to watch throughout his stint so far.
But he also admits when he's made a mistake, which is not something that every driver does, and that makes him a little bit special because you know when he does blame something else, he's speaking the truth. It's not just a book of racing driver excuses.
Let's go down to Alex Searle for one more here as we begin to wrap up a little bit more of the post-race festivities, specifically from Senior Max. Still a lot to digest, a lot to break down overall from this weekend here with a massive entry count for weekend 1, a massive entry count that has come back and greeted us again for weekend number 2. Better weather for sure. And again, another great race. So we'll send it on down to pit lane, and Alex, we'll let you take it back away.
Aiden Negrata, your words to me before this interview were, it wasn't meant to be. How would you kind of sum up how you're feeling right now after entering today with a big points lead?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday, if you asked me if I was going to lose the championship, I would have said it would have been a long shot, and here we are. Got lucky to be in the final. And, yeah, disappointing to be the vice champion after a dominant last week. Yesterday wasn't great, and today was just terrible. We've been dealing with the same problem, and it's been getting worse and worse. And we couldn't figure it out at the end of the day. And congrats to Goff for winning the championship.
All right, thank you, Aiden.
Thank you.
Aiden Negrata, visibly and audibly frustrated there with the weekend, but thank you for the interview. Obviously, Aiden, the class act there, not the weekend he would have wanted, but still, congrats to Aiden Negrata for a P2 in the championship.
Yeah, it's a heartbreaker. I mean, he had a huge lead coming into today, and just like with Diego Ramos, you know, last week the bad luck struck. Today it was for Aiden, but both of them still have a lot of opportunities ahead to represent their country in Bahrain in December.
He goes from a 140-point lead to a 50-point deficit, and he drops from first to unofficially 5th.
Yes, unofficially. Again, we've still got a lot to check in on that, but we do know at least, even with anything shaking out, Louis Goff looks safe as our champ. Now, the rest of the positions yet to be decided. One that may end up a little bit higher off of a very, very solid Sunday is Mr. Kai Hunter. Alex?
Yeah, Kai, I mean, a good weekend for you. I think you slipped under the radar throughout the weekend, but ultimately P2 there in the feature race. How would you sum it up?
Yeah, it was good. Like, chipped away at it, got it there in the end. I don't think I was fast enough, but you don't have to be sometimes in these races. Did what I needed to do, got there. Yeah, just held on, I would say, but it wasn't great, but it was good.
You showed a lot of mature driving there. I think, obviously, looking on back at last week, a lot of people maybe had some things to say, but obviously you proved them all wrong. I mean, how good does it feel to kind of just have a weekend where you can kind of prove everybody wrong about things that happen?
Yeah, last week wasn't really me. I don't know what I was doing. Obviously, I've apologised to everyone in the involved. I was embarrassed more than anything because I feel like this weekend is who I am, mature driving and getting the job done in the end. I think a lot of things got to me and a lot of things built up, but obviously I shouldn't have reacted the way I did. So I'm glad that this weekend's gone more my way in that sense, and I feel like it's going to be a slow stepping stone back to where I was before, but I'm ready for it.
All right, thank you, Kai.
Thanks.
There you go. You hear it from a very mature Kai Hunter. Really good words there from Kai, obviously, and great weekend for him so far.
Yeah, this is a good ending for Kai Hunter here on the podium. Solid driving. We've kind of touched on it a little bit. This was not the aggression that it looked like in weekends past. And I think, Caden McQueen summed it up pretty well. Kai's in a very similar boat to Caden. Both drivers coming, of course, like you, across the pond. Both of them trying to, make their way as early teens or late teens, early 20s, figuring out life, figuring out what it's like to be a professional in this industry from a driver. And usually if you're a driver, you're an industry member in a variety of forms, coaching, assisting in a team, in Kai's case, building motors as well. And all that pressure, all that desperation, how precious and how hard it is just to get onto the racetrack. That could boil over. And if you really take a look back at those mains, I think that's what you see more than anything else.
Oh, yeah.
At least for me, the takeaway from Kai was wanting to make the most and maximize the opportunity because he wasn't sure if the next week was guaranteed. And obviously last week was unfortunate, but this week he drove like he felt comfortable to be here. And some days, like he said, you feel like you don't have the pace, you get what it'll give you.
It's easy to be gracious and humble when you're winning. It's much harder to admit mistakes and to come out and say I was acting like an idiot. So props to Kai Hunter for that. That's the Kai Hunter that I know that the US audience is going to know, because this is the land of opportunity. People like Kai and Caden, they know that. They know that if they want to be a professional go-kart racer, this is where they need to be.
And it's not easy. Again, the internet can be rough for sure. The comments on the keyboard are tricky. But at the same point, Kai's handled himself extremely well here today, drove well. And again, he is a 1-2 in the engine builder department on the racetrack. Lewis Goff ends up as a champion. And depending on how it should shake out, Kai will jump up in the championship results as well. So you've got, a champ with the engine program. You've got race wins from last weekend with Aiden. You've still got a lot of success to be proud of. And again, the whole RPG camp as well. But kudos to PSL Karting and Diego Ramos. Wasn't the ticket. Let's talk about who we do believe have provisionally gotten themselves the 6 available Grand Finals tickets to December.
Well, Canada have their first 2 entries into the Grand Finals this year. Obviously, Ryan Gandor, and then in DD2 Max Taskinen, Mustache Mountain. Brazil once again will be represented by Rubens Barrichello. History: Jamaica the Carnival Spirit will head to Bahrain with Zane Burgess, and Team UK also have an entry with Lewis Goff. But in Thailand 2 weeks ago, no home driver got a ticket. Enzo Di Janeiro made sure that lightning didn't strike twice. Team USA has its first member. He's a little guy with a big smile and big talent. Xander, I went outside, as I do, for a break at the end of that one, and Hamish Campbell from Australia and his family walked past. It's Hamish's birthday today, and I said, "Are you staying for the presentation?" And they said, "Oh no, look, we've got to get a flight. We got a 24-hour flight home." Why? Why would they come all this way and travel? He was in Thailand with me. He spent 3 weeks away from home, because there's nothing like putting your nation's flag over your heart as a sports person. That's why. Why have we seen so many incidents and accidents? Because the drivers, it means so much to them. The road to Bahrain started in Thailand. It has stopped in Orlando. 10 of the 390 tickets have got names on them. Several countries, Chinese Taipei, Japan, Belgium, Canada, Brazil, USA, Jamaica, and the UK have their first entries. The road now stops at Phoenix, Arizona on February the 22nd and the 23rd. And I think for the first time, really, the Rotax Winter Trophy has received the full kart chaser treatment. We have seen a show, and Rotax can put on a show, and Kart Chaser are there every step of the way and introducing a new audience to this little world of Rotax racing that we all love. So, thank you to SRA, the organisers. Thank you to RTX UK, to Alex Searle, who has been dealing with the emotions, to Caleb Vieska, last weekend. Xander, to you, to Riley, the camera crew, the boys and girls, the social team that have made the news and have brought this event to a bigger audience than ever before. Then we let the drivers do the talking, as it should be. Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the podium presentation and championship presentation for the 2025 Rotax Winter Trophy from Orlando in Florida. Very shortly, we will be underway with the presentation. Hopefully, this is going out to the paddock as well. So, best of order, please. Could we come behind the barriers? There is a bit of a format that we have to take you through. We will do yesterday's junior Rotax podium first. Then we will do class by class from today's racing. At the end of the top three, we will present the winning driver with their ticket and their championship trophy. We will require all ticket winners to stay back for one photograph at the end. I know that it's been a very hard day's racing. There have been tears of happiness and tears of sadness. It is so nice to see so many of you here. So, on behalf of BRP Rotax, can I say thank you to the 160 competitors that are here this week and the 163 that were here last week. Thank you to the drivers, the teams, and the families. So, without further ado, let's get things underway with yesterday's Junior Rotax podium. Finishing in third position, driving for Speed Concepts Racing and representing the Dominican Republic, it's Felipe Benito. The Dominican flag, P3 on the podium, and our race director Manuel Branco will present Felipe with his trophy. Finishing in second position, his best result of the year by a long way. He drives for Energy Course America and represents Canada, Edward Kennedy. Onto the podium, Edward. Yes. But the winner of Saturday's Rotax Junior Final, driving for the Rollerson Performance Group in association with KR Sport and representing Canada, it's Ryan Gandor. So drivers, please look at the official photographer and the cameras. Trophies in the air, please. You've still got enough strength left. Trophies in the air. Up. There we go. That concludes the Junior Rotax podium for round 3. Thank you very much, drivers. Now we begin the podium presentation for today's fourth and final round. I think you will agree that the racing was intense. It boiled over a couple of times, but by and large, it was hard and fair racing because it means so much to these drivers to represent their country. We will begin once again, race order, with Junior Rotax. And finishing in third position for the second day in succession, driving for Speed Concepts Racing and representing the Dominican Republic, it is Felipe Benito. Chantal Bourgeois from the organisers SRA Karting will present the trophies here. Thank you very much. Finishing in second position, after some post-race penalties, he drives for the AM Racing team and he represents the USA, Victor de Alencar. And in a race that will be remembered as a crazy race for a long, long time, the eventual winner kept his cool and emerged with his first win as a junior driver. He's a former Winter Trophy Micromax champion. He drives for the HRT Motorsport team and he represents Ecuador. It's the Condor, Julian Rivera. Julian is very well used to standing on the podium here in Orlando. And hopefully we will see him at the Grand Finals, qualifying through another event in what will be his third Grand Finals. Trophies in the air, please. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, please, not just for these three drivers, but there are some others here as well. Thank you to the drivers that didn't finish on the podium for coming. Your Junior Rotax finale today. So we will clear the area, but now we will award the Junior Rotax Championship Trophy and the ticket. It is ticket number 5. There was drama aplenty, and I have to say that Rayan Gandor is standing here. That is a true sportsman after missing out. But Team USA has their first member of the Grand Finals class of 2025. Please put your hands together for the Winter Trophy Junior Champion, Davin Roberts. Team USA. He wore the suit in Sarno. He goes back for a second consecutive season. Gonzalo Duarte from Rotax and Corridas Karting, who has been in tech. Davin Roberts up to the podium. He gets the trophy. It was a hard race. And Julieta Fernandez from RTX USA now hands Davin Roberts the ticket. Ticket number 5 for the year, and the first one here. Davin, a top 20 finish in Sarno. Can he go better in Bahrain? And I have to say, after a bitter battle, all credit to Rayan Gandor, who led until the very last race. Good sportsmanship for being here. But your champion after one heck of a day. Please, once again, Team USA's first member of the class of 2025. Now we move on to Micromax. And could I please ask everyone here to give the Micromax drivers a round of applause. They have been superb all week. It's been clean, it's been fair. The other classes could maybe learn a thing or two from the youngest family members here in Rotax. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, for all the micro drivers, a round of applause, please. Okay, thank you. Well done, well done. On to the podium. Finishing in 3rd position, he drives for Velocity Racing, and he represents Jamaica, Zane Burgess. Zane gets his trophy. He's keen. We're going to see Zane as well in a minute. Finishing in 2nd position, he drives for Team Bennick, and he represents the United States of America, Dutch Westbrook. And there is our start line marshal, our dummy grid marshal, the flag marshal for Formula One, handing Dutch his trophy. But our winner today, he likes Sundays. He wins a lot on Sundays. Now he drives for the J. Howard Driver Development Team, and he represents the United States. It's Hudson Howard. And as always, great sportsmanship between our micro drivers. They have been an example to us all this week and last weekend. Trophies in the air, please, drivers. Well done. There we go. And that was to be expected. Thank you, Cameron. Okay, drivers, thank you very much. If you'd like to make your way off the podium. But your 2025 champion, becoming the very first driver to qualify for the grand finals, where he will represent Jamaica. Please put your hands together for Zane Burgess. He gets an even bigger champion trophy. He gets the trophy from Julieta Fernandez, and he will get that flag, which will be in the grand finals for the first time, but he also gets the ticket. Julieta Fernandez will hand Zane Burgess. No other Jamaican has ever received this. He is making history for his country. Your 2025 Rotax Winter Trophy Micromax champion, Velocity Racing, Andretti Gamebridge, Jamaica, Zane Burgess. Thank you very much. Can I remind all ticket winners, we must have you back for a photo at the end. So if you're a ticket winner, please don't leave yet. The biggest problem that the Burgess family has is finding room for all the trophies. We now move on to DD2 Masters. And in a great race, finishing in third position, it's Sebastian Choquette, driving for CEF Karting and representing Canada. He joined the series this weekend, had a rough day yesterday, but is not here today. So a representative from the Formula K CEF team will collect the trophy on Sebastian's behalf. He's on the phone, so congratulations. And I have to say, we really do appreciate the support of the DD2 Masters team. Finishing in second position, driving for PSL Karting and representing Canada, it's Martin Janssen. I've got to say, they provide an awful lot of entertainment on track and off track, and we need to keep the Masters in the karting paddock because it wouldn't be the same without you guys. But one driver remained undefeated throughout both weekends. He won every single race. Nobody else has managed to do that. He drives for CEF Karting and represents Canada. Your winner, Tyler Guibourget. Tyler G, undefeated. Doesn't matter how many rivals you've got, you've still got to cross the line first, and he did that every qualifying session, every pre-final, and every final. Once again, trophies in the air. Thank you very much, DD2 Masters. And now to Rotax's ultimate class, DD2. 5 drivers could have won the title in the last race. The title changed hands 3 times in 1 lap. Finishing in 3rd position, driving for PSL Karting and representing Canada is Lucas Pernod. Now, unfortunately, Nicholas Ambiado, who finished 1st on the road, had a penalty and finished 4th eventually. Pernod finishing in 3rd, but finishing in 2nd position. He drives for HM Propeller and represents Canada is Ludovic Saboin. Manuel Branco passes Lucas his cap. First podium of the Winter Trophy 2025 for Ludovic. So he gets a trophy and he's going to put his race suit up and there we go. He's going to turn his back to the TV cameras. Nice one. And Manuel Branco, who had a busy time watching this final, I have to say, will give Ludovic his P2 award. But your winner, crossing the line eventually, fractions in front. He drives for PSL Karting and he represents Edmonton, Alberta and Canada. It's Matthew Taskinen. I'd also like to congratulate Gianluca Savaglio and Brandon Carr, the other 2 title contenders who finished off the podium as well. But while the other classes did not have the winning driver taking the ticket in the event that mattered most, the points in DD2, there we go, congratulations. The points were so close in DD2 that literally every position counted. So we'll say au revoir to Lucas and to Ludovic for now. But Team Canada has a grand finalist with both a mullet and a mustache. Your 2025 Rotax Winter Trophy champion. He goes to his 5th grand finals to represent the Great White North, Matthew Taskinen. And the ticket from Rotax is Alex Vandal. He's raced in the grand finals as a junior, as a senior, and as a DD2 driver. And he'll be back in Bahrain in 2025. Thank you very much. Now we move on to Masters. And this race again had more drama than we could have possibly imagined. Finishing in 3rd position, driving for PSL Karting and representing the United States and Brazil, Daniel Costa. What a comeback from yesterday. And Gonzalo from RTX USA hands him the trophy. Finishing in 2nd position. He fell just a little bit short of the podium yesterday. He made up for it today. He drives for Speed Concepts Racing and he represents the Dominican Republic. It's Fernando Hernandez. But your winner today, I think we can all agree this is richly deserved. He took the fight for the championship all the way to the final. He may have fallen short for the big prize, but he is a winner today. He drives for the AM Racing Team and he represents Peru. It's Mundi Loya. And he took the fight to our next driver every step of the way. 58 years young. I am sure he will get a ticket to the grand finals at some point this year if he drives like that throughout. Congratulations. Your Max Masters podium, ladies and gentlemen. But now it's time to hand out the Champions Trophy and the ticket. He is now the only 4-time Winter Trophy champion, and he had to work for it. He drives for PSL Karting, and he will represent Brazil in his 4th Grand Finals. It's Rubens Barrichello. Not only another win for the Barrichello branded chassis in association with Birrell Art, but a first title for the kart that bears his name. Ladies and gentlemen, it wasn't a Sunday afternoon drive. He had to sweat for it. Well done, your Masters champion. Now we move on to Mini-Max, another highly dramatic affair. Finishing in 3rd position, driving for the AM Racing Team, Vincenti Aguilar. Argentina have a podium finisher in the 2025 Winter Trophy. Vincenti gets the award from Gonzalo Arenas from RTX USA. Finishing in 2nd position and making up for last week's disappointment, he drives for the J. Howard Driver Development Team and he represents the United States of America, William Vito. And the KR Lion ascends the podium, and Julieta Fernandez will hand William his 2nd place trophy as the J. Howard Driver Development Team continues their successful start. However, one of the images of the day were the celebrations at the end of the Mini-Max race for this driver, because it wasn't just his own dad, it was the dads of the other drivers that were hugging him because he is who he is. He drives for Paralin USA and he represents the team United States of America, Enzo Di Janeiro. He's the little guy with a big smile and the big talent. He gets his cap. And once again, trophies in the air, please, drivers. There we go. Well done, Mini-Max. Exciting as always. But now we have a ticket to give out. So if we'd like to ask Vincenti and William to leave us. Enzo, you don't need to go anywhere. So William, Vincenti, thank you very much. He drove from 31st to 3rd yesterday, and when it mattered most today, he was perfect. Your 2025 Winter Trophy champion. He will go to his 2nd Grand Finals where he will represent Team USA. It's Enzo Di Janeiro. We can organise that in a minute. The Champions Trophy first. But I tell you what, Enzo, I can see you struggling there, young lads. Let's dress the top step. Have that by there. Put that down by there. There we go. Right there. Because you'll need to hold something else soon. You will need to take hold of your second ticket to the biggest party in world karting. Enzo De Janeiro, your Mini-Max champion. Alex Vandal from Rotax BRP will hand the ticket. 22nd in Mini-Max last year. He goes back a much more experienced driver to Bahrain. What will Enzo do on the biggest stage of them all? There we go. Well done, the Mini-Max drivers. Thank you. Right, now we'll give you a hand there, Enzo. Hand over the helmet, the 2 trophies, and look, Henry the dinosaur. 1 set of trophies to go. The final race of the day. And I have to say, Aidan Ingrata is out there somewhere. Thank you for coming to the trophy presentation. That takes some real guts. But for every driver that had a nightmare, there must be a driver on top of the world. Finishing in 3rd position with a puncture. He drives for Racing Edge Motorsports and represents Canada. It's Jensen Burnett. So new tyres. Jensen, we'll do about that. Julieta will come and do that. You just stand by there, young man. How's that? And the 3rd place trophy. Finishing in 2nd position. Oh, how different from a week ago. He drives for the Rollerson Performance Group, and he represents the People's Republic of Tyne and Weir. It's Kai Hunter. And that's the important bit. They finished neck and neck, not round each other's necks. That's good. But your winner today, completing the clean sweep. He couldn't quite defend his title, but he gave it a darn good go. He drives for PSL Karting, and he represents Brazil, Diego Ramos. Same shoe size, the micro driver, talent of a pro. Thank you very much indeed. Trophies in the air, please, drivers. Your senior Rotax podium for the day. But thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sure we will see all 3 of these drivers in Bahrain. But your champion today started the day 140 points down. He ends the day going to his 2nd grand finals. It's proof that you never ever give up. 2nd in the world in juniors last year. He will make his senior debut this year, where he will once again represent Team UK, Lewis Goff. Even I said I didn't think he had a chance this morning, and I was proved wrong. Goff will be back in Bahrain, and the ticket is in his hands. There we go, Lewis. Team UK, the most successful nation in the grand finals, has their first member of 2025. Could we now invite All 6 ticket winners to the podium, please. All 6 ticket winners to the podium for a group photo. In Thailand, 2 weeks ago, Japan, Belgium, and Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan secured their first places in Bahrain. This week, we have Team UK, Team USA, Team Jamaica, Team Brazil, and Team Canada represented. So all ticket winners back to the podium, please. All ticket winners back to the podium. So we need Enzo Di Janeiro from Team USA, Davin Roberts from Team USA. We need Lewis Goff for Team UK, Rubens Barrichello for Team Brazil, Matthew Taskinen for Team Canada, and the other one. Zane, up we come. Team Jamaica. Not used to saying it, so where's the mustache? Come on, Matthew Taskinen. And where's the old man? Where's the old man, Mr. Barrichello? Come on. Chip chop. One more. Where's he gone? Hang on. We're missing an ex-Formula 1 driver. Well, that's no good. Where's the Red and White Army? Someone from... Yeah, we got to wait. Come on, grab him back. Mr. Barrichello, sir. Right. Sorry. Come on. Right, you have one photo. One photo, or I'll take it off it and give it to Caden. Right, we've got 5 out of 6, that'll have to do. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for 5 out of the 6 champions here in the Winter Trophy 2025. Thank you very much. Now you can go and get your flights home. We will also have a photo with the organisers from Alex Vandal from BRP Rotax, Julieta Fernandez from RTX USA, Michelle Beauclair from SRA, and Gonzalo Aponte from Rotax RTX USA. Tickets in the air. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Now you can get your flights. Okay, well, the ticket winners celebrate. The paddock begins to empty, so it just leaves me to say, on behalf of BRP Rotax, SRA Karting, RTX USA, and all our partners, thank you for the drivers, to the teams, the families. This has been Kart Chasers coverage of the 2025 Rotax Winter Trophy. Next stop, Phoenix, Arizona, February the 22nd, the 23rd. 6 more tickets. See you there.